This is Audible.
Master of the Fortress, a Reincarnation LitRPG adventure. Dragon Core Chronicles Book 4. Written by Lars McMuller. Performed by Steve Campbell. Chapter 1. If I could just say a few words, I'd be a better public speaker. Homer Simpson. Life has not been easy here in Fire Peak. That is undeniable. A lot of you have led hard lives, toiling away with little or no respite. That is about to change. My mental message rang from the fortress roof and spread across the square low rooftops of the city, reaching the people of the capital as an almost visible force. The blessing below me fed my energy, amplifying my powers, ensuring that everybody could hear what I had to say. Selys kept this entire mountain in an iron grip. She knocked you down where she could have built you up, molded your entire world into one built on fear and cruelty, revolving around two things: violence and control. Controlling you through violence. I tried to see the reactions of the crowd and grimaced. I'd have to check through the mini-map to see the details, but they had all turned out for this. There could be no doubt of that. Streets, plazas, rooftops, they were all packed with people of all races. Selys has fallen! I breathed the words triumphantly, savoring the wave that went through the crowd. They all knew it by now. 3 days had passed since the battle for Fire Peak. Still, the confirmation seemed to release something in them. A few cries went up. I continued. I will not continue her reign of terror. There will be changes now. Changes for the better. No longer will fear and violence rule the day. Instead, we will aim to build a world where everybody has a right to exist and live, without slavery and constant war to keep us down. That definitely got a reaction. Movement stirred throughout the city, and I could hear waves of sound coming back at me. I could see figures moving about down there. Looked like a fight broke out in one place. I continued. Over the coming days, you will see a lot of change in the mountain. I do not intend to overturn every single thing Selys has built. That was only a half-lie. Many of the things she touched upon were tainted, held up by threats of violence, supporting the creation of sycophants and mindless followers. But I had no intention of breaking down every institution she'd built. Only reform them entirely and carve out the rotten parts. We will reach out to all the organizations soon and start working on it. Do not fear what is going to happen. These changes will be for the better. Okay, that was a swing and a miss. I knew it the moment I'd said it, and the deafening silence confirmed it. Never tell people not to fear. That'd only get their imaginations all fired up about exactly what they should fear. You will have noticed by now that my forces haven't taken over everything. We have not subdued everybody by force or stolen all the food and materials for ourselves. Nor have we killed all the strong defenders or workers of the city. There is a simple reason for this. We want you on our side. I paused, looking over the assembled crowd. There were dozens of different races down there, I knew. Different powers, tempers, and strengths. The next part might be a hard sell, but if I wanted to institute change in this rotten society, I had to start somewhere, and I had to deliver. The forces in this city outnumbered ours. They had been fighting for longer, had more proper training than us, and were backed by Selys, who is stronger than all of us by far. Yet still we won. Why? Because we treasure all of our species. Some would tell us that the Talpi are weak, yet their talents for scouting and earthworking are incredible. Others would say that imps are reckless, prone to suicidal forays. Still, with good guidance, they make the best teams of aerial fighters you could possibly imagine. I could go on about the strengths of the different species, but I will not. Because you all know that every species in this mountain has something valuable to offer. From behind me, a mental message intruded. Pfft! Except for those bloody imps, that is. I craned my neck and glared at Arthur, standing grouped up with the rest of the council behind me. Bloody know-it-all shaman. Even when I was talking to half the bloody mountain, he couldn't keep his opinion to himself. He met my eyes without a hint of remorse. One side of his mouth quirked up ever so slightly. I was going to get him for that. Every single species, and we will bring true equality to this mountain. This I vow. The murmur of the crowd below rose to a rushing sound of voices and shouts. I continued. The next weeks will bring hard work for all of us, to make this mountain into a better place for all of us. But the work starts today. To show you that I mean it, I will give you 2 simple edicts, and I will tell you that they will be enforced. From here on out, slavery is forbidden in the Scoured Mountain. Anybody who is found to deal or own sentient slaves will be punished, and their slaves freed. We believe in personal freedom. The same goes for unprovoked violence. Anybody who attacks another without just cause will be punished. Former slaves can come to the fortress, and we will help you find a new path in life. To say this caught their attention might qualify for understatement of the year. Within seconds, the first shouts rose to greet my statement. Within a minute, the first blood was spilled. It took us a while to calm the crowds down. Apparently, quite a few fights broke out right away between slaves and their owners. I had to fly a sweep myself, along with a group of imps at my back, to ensure that the worst of the conflicts didn't end in death. We wanted these to become our allies, not get themselves killed. As I flew over the capital of the Scoured Mountain, I was once again blown away by the majesty of it. Not beauty, that would be a lie. The buildings below were generally roughly made, built of clay bricks for the sake of endurance, practicality, and toughness, not for looks. However, the city was massive, and clearly a lot of planning had gone into the placement of the plazas, thoroughfares, and larger buildings of the city. The city itself stretched for maybe 2 miles from end to end, with broad thoroughfares crossing the entire span from the center and outward. A circle of tall, thin towers described an exact circle further out. I flew past one tower, looking down on a small flyer on top of the platform, trembling and hiding from my approach. I couldn't blame it. I had just led a bloody invasion of the city. The towers themselves were nondescript, unimpressive, belying their power. I would never have been able to defeat Selys if it hadn't been for the fireweb they provided. Where my shadow passed, the crowds quieted down and dispersed. In a few frantic instances, conflict had already spilled blood, and I acted instantly, pouring a weakening fog indiscriminately down over the fighters. My people would be able to sort them out later. As I circled and swooped, I enjoyed the sensation of the air under my wings, the feeling of being able to stretch and enjoy being well and healthy again. The battle had nearly been the death of me, ruining the claws and muscles on my hind legs. Even now, they were barely able to hold my weight, and my walk was more of a hobble. But I was healing, and in flight I was able to move as I wanted. The last few days had given me enough practice flying that I finally felt graceful, free, as I soared over the city. I was getting closer to the wall now, the wall spanning the entire circumference of the city. It was rough and poorly made, but large. Selys herself had said that she'd had it made more as a statement of defiance to the world. Here I am, and I am better than you. Look at the size of this and tremble. Talk about unhealthy personnel management. I had plans for those walls. Plans. Below, the crowd was thinning as we got closer to the edge of the city, where the massive industry complexes kept creatures in slavery, exploiting their labors at Selys' order. One squat warehouse-sized building had a varied group of smaller critters out front. They were all cheering up at me. Behind them, a large urchin was roaring something at two heavy-set crawls cradling weapons. They looked up at me and then back at the former slaves, clearly weighing their odds. I roared, both in recognition and warning. This was not going to be easy. An hour later, I made my way back, tired. The fortress in the center of the city grew in my vision before me. If the city's buildings in their earthen colors were ugly, the fortress was truly hideous. It had clearly been constructed with defense in mind. The outer wall was thick and well-constructed and had almost defeated our attempt at intrusion when Graziel and I tried to sneak in from the side. Yet, as I rose in the air, I noted a difference that had eluded me earlier. The upper part of the fortress was created from a different material than the rough, hard bricks of the bottom part. Something nondescript and smoother, similar to the fire towers at first glance. So, part of the fortress, but not all, had been created by the Corrin, the elusive race that built the tunnel system of the mountain around the blessing to begin with? Interesting. Something I should look into. Not now, though. Now I had people clamoring for my attention. They were separated into two quite obvious groups, standing on opposite sides of the platform, not mingling or even getting close to one another. As I touched down carefully on the platform and started walking toward them, the sensations emanating from them made their positions clear. Nobody was likely to make any friends here today. On one side stood my council, strong, proud, and beautiful. That was how they shone inside my head. Their actual looks were varied and often clashed with their emotions. Grex, the leader of our imps, would not qualify for the word beautiful in a million years. He had tiny bat-like wings that worked constantly to help keep his balance. His minute, squat, and ugly toddler-sized body somehow kept upright, even with one leg missing from below the knee. But his mien said it all. Devil-may-care, defiant, and just the tiniest bit insane. Roth, my Talpus combat trainer, had the same cavalier, in-your-face expression, but his emotions were more straightforward, as if daring the universe to get in his way. With the massive musculature on his tiny furry body, I wouldn't give great odds for the universe winning either. In comparison, Graziel was almost overwhelmingly timid. His eyes kept drifting toward the ground, and he was one of the smallest of the Talpi, physically. However, mentally, he was one of the most astute, and I could practically feel the cogs inside his head turning as he took in input, assessed, and searched for solutions. Gert was a refreshing tune. The broad-shouldered, squat crawl was too young to have built the massive layers of hardened fat that characterized her race, but she was probably the most straightforward of the bunch. She was growing and learning and made no secret of her desire to master and learn everything. Arthur. Oh, Arthur. Tall and proud. The brown and white furred shaman had come such a long way from the suicidally provocative Talpus who first challenged me. He radiated power and self-assurance as he stared down the other group. And me, in case I should dare to think my head was growing too large. In the center of everything, shining a cold blue light on the entire group, despite the sunshine pouring in from the top of the crater opening above, was Timothy. Where to start with this one? My fellow Earthling in this realm was looking good. For a ghost. In fact, he looked downright fabulous. His recent levels had granted him a control over his spectral body to the point where he was no longer a mannequin-like image of a human. Now he showed himself as a see-through, noble-looking image that looked like it came straight from a Ren fair, replete with archaic clothing. You'd never think he was a New Yorker. Oh, and of course he also learned actual flight, and was the tallest of the lot, not just floating over the ground anymore. Show off. Finally, we had one of my favorites. Riel was one of the latest arrivals to the council and in charge of both the scouts and my newly announced diplomat in charge of relations to other groupings. The lanky Talpus shared the responsibilities regarding the scouts with Leith, a surly Talpus, since his head was not made for scheduling and planning, yet his openness, empathy, and sensibility towards others made him excellent at getting the lowdown on other species. It was blatantly obvious right now, with him being the sole person edging slightly closer to the other group and spanning the divide between them. The gaps in the group didn't bear thinking of. There, right next to Arthur, Jacinth would have been, the proud shaman in training, keeping the lead shaman's ego from inflating with a well-timed sarcastic jibe. Instead of Gert, Urk would have huffed and grunted, turning me half-mad with impatience at the slowness of his mental faculties. And right here, at my side, keeping a mountain's worth of useful knowledge inside her mind, Alis would have stood, head held high and back straight, unassuming but competent. I didn't dare dwell on our losses. They had all sacrificed everything in order for us to make it as far as we had. And as the pragmatic Alis would have been the first to point out, there was another, more pressing gap to address. I glanced at the other side of the wide-open platform. This wasn't a complete unknown to me, to be honest. I'd seen it before. Two very different teams forced to work together despite their differences and varied mindsets. It was a tough nut to crack, even when there wasn't actual blood between the two parties like here. And from the looks of it, there might be more blood in the near future. Chapter 2. There were 4 of the others, representatives of the largest groupings in Firepeak. Next to them knelt the humanoid servant, dressed in Selys' livery, red and gold. I took a deep breath. This could very well be construed very badly, but I needed to show my intentions right from the start. The representatives were impressive. Well, 3 of them were. One was the largest cauldron I'd ever seen, brutish, tough, and winged, with a grayish-brown leathery skin. She looked like a cross between a roided-up bodybuilder and a gargoyle. Apparently, she was the one in charge of production in the city, overseeing all industry and craftsmen. An important woman. Another was an Urton, tall but lean for his kind, with wiry roped muscles and a left arm that was covered with enough scars to look like it had been a toy for an entire lion pride. He glared coldly at everybody present, including the ones next to him. I anticipated nothing good from him, seeing as he was the highest-ranking survivor of Selys' old city guard. Then came the mage. He was also a cauldron, only channeling flying rat rather than bodybuilder. I'd actually met him before, back when Selys' pet had taken me for a tour of the city. Jillo something or other. My mind had been rather preoccupied at the time, but I recalled that my impression of him back then had been oily. Seeing him again didn't change my impression in the slightest. The scrawny cauldron was rubbing the claws at the tips of his wings together, glancing obsequiously in my direction. The final one was a bit of a surprise. A dragonling, low and sleek, with a dark and streamlined appearance. I honestly believed that they had been all but eliminated in the running battles we'd had with Selys' forces. Still, here she was, as the leader of what remained of Selys' scouts. Their emotions were complicated, to say the least. A mixture of subservience and resentment. Nothing surprising there. What was surprising was the vagueness of what I felt from them. I figured that with my mental power, I'd be able to see right through their intentions. But no. I might be able to pinpoint some of their deeper emotions if I spent time with them one-on-one. Might. Everything felt blurred, intangible, not like some of my minions. They had probably spent enough time with Selys to learn how to block the worst of their sensations. Well, I might get a chance to sense their deeper emotions in a bit. Emotions always stood out clear when people were riled up, and what I was about to do could very well do exactly that. I walked slowly toward their group, taking care to set my claws carefully so as not to slip or collapse. I could not afford to show weakness here. They all reacted when I got closer, kneeling or bowing deeply. The servant remained kneeling, keeping his head down. My slow steps took me to the waiting leaders, and past them, until I stood before the servant who lay face down on the smooth surface of the platform, trembling slightly. I addressed him softly. "Please rise." The servant took a moment before he realized my mental message indicated him. Then he cautiously got up and stood before me, eyes fixed on the floor. "How can I serve, master?" He was an Ethium. Whipcord lean and muscled, the multi-jointed elf look-alike humanoid was in his prime. He was also covered with barely healed scars and stripes. Being a slave here did not look like an easy job. My smile was wide and almost hurt. This might be a tough message to get across, but I'd been looking forward to it. "First of all, you can stop calling me master." He barely hesitated. Well trained, he bowed deeply. "Understood. May I call you Onyx?" I chuckled. "You can call me whatever you like. What is your name? Did you hear what I said back there?" Another bow. That could get old pretty damn fast. "I'm called Dim, and I did, Onyx." Good. I let my gaze slip over the others, taking in their reserved looks, then looking back. Dim. I tasted the name. If that is a name given to you by Selys or anybody else here, I would ask for your real name. If that is your real name, I apologize. He blinked rapidly, then gathered himself. My full name is Demodius, Onyx." "I like it. Thank you. Well, Demodius, since you heard my speech, I won't bother repeating myself. I'll just tell you one thing." I lowered my head until I was able to fix his eyes with mine. He looked at me like a mouse transfixed by a snake's gaze. When I promise something, I deliver, and I promised that there would be no slavery in the city. So tell me, what would you like to do now? I could see him holding back. He clearly didn't believe me, yet he couldn't stop the wave of hope that welled out from within him. Defiance, too. Oh-ho. This was one slave who hadn't been broken despite any number of beatings. He took a deep breath and looked me in the eyes, challenging. "I would like to earn justice from those who enslaved me and beat me, Onyx." My claw tapped on the ground, providing a loud clicking sound. "You have been free for an hour, and you already aim for the clouds? Interesting." The cauldron mage beside me intruded quickly. "Please, Onyx. I don't know if you remember me. I am Jilohan, the esteemed leader of the mages of the city. I look forward to working closely with you. Yet, I would caution you. This is a nobody. Look at him. He has clearly been punished often for his improper behavior. Allow me to fry him alive and remove his impudent attitude once and for all." A little warning rumble built deep in my throat. Then I addressed Demodius again, but kept my head looking straight at the mage. "See, Demodius, you don't know how much I'm tempted to make sure we get justice for everything that has happened up until now. Right the wrongs. Let whomever has afflicted atrocity suffer as they've made others suffer before them." The mage looked like he was about to faint. I sneered at the mage and then slowly shook my head, looking back at the Ethium. "Unfortunately, I cannot do that. See, that would put me at war with my own city, with a system set up to function only through the means of bloodshed and slavery. Even people who'd otherwise not have acted like this have done horrible things. And unless I want to kill off half the capital and enslave half of the remains myself, repaying blood with blood will only continue the cycle." The former slave's gaze lowered, burning with resentment. Softly now, I continued. But what I can and will do is end the cycle. See, we're here today to make sure that it ends right now. These good people beside you, they're representatives of the most powerful structures in the city, and we are going to ensure that they enforce the rules, abolish slavery, and make it stick. So in the future, if somebody working under their responsibility is treated like a slave, they will be held responsible. Demodius stared at me, eyes wide. But how would you make that work? I snorted. That's a work in progress. But part of my solution would be making sure that the city keeps functioning. That means getting somebody to work for me who is familiar with the city, knows people, and knows those who otherwise move unseen. I quirked up the side of my mouth. So, now that you've been freed, how would you like a job? His eyes shifted back and forth, and the uncertainty oozed from him. Yes. Maybe? What would that include? That is something you'd have to help me figure out. Look at the blue blur over there. I tipped my head toward Timothy, who was currently an unfocused blur, more intent on paying attention to everything else than keeping his ectoplasm gathered as a humanoid vision. He doesn't look like much, and his taste in everything, especially humor, are questionable. But he's got a good head on him. So I'd ask you to sit down with him and start talking about how to organize the staff of the fortress, make sure they're treated properly and given the chance to choose for themselves what they want, and how they should be rewarded for the job. But I'm nobody. I'm not even one of the important palace servants. Yet another reason why you're a good choice. I'm not saying you have to. I'm merely saying that I think you'd be good for the position, and your help could do a lot to make sure all the other slaves out there are freed properly and treated well. He looked up at me, swallowed, and then nodded once. Yes, Onyx. I'll talk to him. He bowed to me again, not as deep, but somehow it conveyed a deeper respect than before. Then he walked to Timothy, who looked not a little put upon by having been burdened with this massive logistic task. I winked at him, just to ensure he caught the love, and then slowly craned my neck back toward the 4 representatives. Now, there's just a tiny task remaining. The 4 humanoids were less restrained now, having witnessed my exchange with Demodius. Their emotions were quite a bit less controlled than earlier. I might even say rattled. The mage, Gillo something, was the first to speak up. You would put somebody like that over us? The people won't stand for it. Neither will the gathering. All mages of the gathering will rally against you. I growled. What people? The people who have been enslaved, downtrodden, and abused for decades under the reign of Selys? As for all you powerful spellcasters living it up in your comfortable lodgings, I dare you to try. I glared down at the winged spellcaster. Grudgingly, I had to hand it to him. Slimy or no, he didn't shy away from my gaze. I will explain this once only. What has been going on in Fire Peak is not remotely acceptable, and in the future, anybody enforcing slavery or abuse of others will be fined, exiled, or killed, depending on the severity of their crime. You have all been complicit in some of this. The mage started protesting immediately. I lashed my tail down on the platform with a loud impact, silencing him. You all have! Don't dare to say otherwise. They were not your rules, but still, your leadership has been built on the suffering of those beneath you. You may still think that this is acceptable even. I lowered my head, moving it close to each of them in turns, letting the pressure of my gaze weigh down on them. I am putting an end to it. Now. I looked down, then continued addressing them at an even measured pace. This is your only chance. You may leave the city if you will, but if you wish to stay here, you will abide by these rules, and you will ensure that those below you keep to them as well. The Urton snorted.
That shows you know nothing. I, the great Ironneck, must tell my lead guards they must not keep slaves? I am not allowed slaves myself? Insane! We earned those boons, risked our lives for their privilege, got paid as we deserved. We need food and service too, armor, weapons. We should do this ourselves?
He spat on the ground in front of him. I gritted my teeth. Those who work for Fire Peak will earn their food and dwellings, and have their equipment provided, but not by slaves. As for anything else, you will learn to change. Either you secure help for your people by other means, or you will be replaced by somebody who will. I showed my teeth at him, staring him down. He didn't relent, but didn't gainsay me either. The massive Urton had balls, I give him that, though his name sounded like he had invented it to compensate for something. Then the Cauldron Crafter's mental voice intruded. Her voice was different than what I'd expected, more subdued, hoarse and rough, but measured, thoughtful almost.
He's right. This will be difficult. How much are you willing to compromise?
There was no sentiment behind the question with her, though, no resentment. More interest, a certain kind of distant curiosity as to how to figure out the problem. That is a solid question. First off, what is your name?
Kaveen.
Okay, Kaveen. Let me answer this with a question. How did Selys usually handle requests? Her chuckle was instantaneous.
Selys did not request anything. She ordered it.
That does sound like her. And you managed the production of the city? How did you handle that? She shrugged.
I deliver. No questions asked.
She stopped, then flared her wings and folded them again.
Ha ha! You are telling me I should do the same with you.
I scoffed. No, far from it. That kind of thinking produces the exact issues we can see in this city. People don't dare think for themselves. What if they step out of line? Will they be punished? I huffed. I want you to come to me if you have some issues that you cannot handle yourself, or need my assistance, or if you have ideas for how to improve the city. I want to take what we have and improve it. Build on it and remove the rottenness at the core of it. I looked at them all. You will find that as long as we are working in the same direction, I am very open to how to reach our goals. However, on this I will not compromise. Slavery ends now. We are going to create a world where people can live and die for themselves, and where nobody is allowed to take what they want by violence. I raised a claw to point at the outside. There are so many threats to our life. A mountain full of monsters. A world outside it inhabited by humanoids who would love nothing better than ridding the earth of our kinds. That is where our focus needs to be. If somebody wants to stay in the old days, they are more than welcome to do so. Outside Fire Peak. Nobody responded for a while. The city guard still glared at me like he wanted to attack me. The mage was wringing his claws, clearly ill at ease with the situation, and the cauldron was scratching her chin, lost in thought. Finally, the Dragonling scout spoke up. As opposed to the cauldron, her mental voice was exactly like I'd pictured it. Raspy, hoarse, and brusque.
Are you going to keep the scouts in the city?
Surprised, I blinked. That was not the direction I'd expected the conversation to go. No. We'll need you outside the city to keep an eye on everything, and we'll need you to coordinate with Real over there. He's in charge of the scouts for us. She didn't hesitate, didn't acknowledge anything I'd said.
Will we be fed and housed in Fire Peak? Allowed to feed ourselves when we're out? Defend ourselves?
Yes, and yes, but...
Good.
She shrugged and stalked toward Real. I gaped, then chuckled, realizing I hadn't even learned her name. That was one no-nonsense lady. The conversation went on for a while, though it was relatively circular. Mostly it consisted of me insisting that yes, they would all have to conform to the new rules, and no, there would be no exceptions. There was only one concession I was willing to give. Obviously, we didn't have a complete system ready for how things were going to work, so we would be willing to aid both with equipment, arms, and foodstuffs to begin with, if somebody encountered shortages in the period of transition. The fortress came with massive stores, and spending them on the discovery of a new ruling system that would work for the future was a no-brainer for all of us. Chapter 3. It's great to be introspective. Self-analysis can be useful, but only if it results in action. Joe Sacco. The representatives had been packed off to deal with Fire Peak and its inhabitants, all of whom were no doubt thoroughly happy with our decision to disband slavery for good. Sarcasm, my oldest friend. Good thing was that, judging from the tour of the city I'd been given way back when, there were a lot of slaves here, poor souls devoted to making life easier for the ones on top. They might be infinitely weaker and lower in levels, but with my skills and gains from the Horde, they could swiftly improve. My council was still here, hanging out in the throne room. We had taken to using it as the place to gather and talk in confidence, both due to the size of the room and the lack of traffic. They were deep in discussion about the practicalities of enforcing peace, or at least making sure we weren't going to get hit by an outright revolt. As for me, I was looking at the other side of things. Enforcing our own twisted version of a republic was way outside my comfort zone. I was trying not to fall behind and apply a working man's mindset to the issues in a way to ensure things didn't get too highbrow. Even so, Timothy was way more qualified than me for handling this part of ruling, and we all knew it. Hence, he was leading the talks with the others, trying to quantify the situation in Fire Peak in a manner that allowed him to build systems that would actually work for the future. Delegation. I loved it. Talking about building a nation, I still preferred the actual building part of it. With that in mind, taking over Selys' horde was an absolute godsend. I was still reeling from the improvements. Your current horde size, 74 mana crystals, large, grants you the following. Maximum population size, 500. 1,000 with Blessing of Dara. Current population, 183. Domain size, 10,000 foot radius. Domain detection range, 120 miles. Domains within range. Inside mountain, 3. Outside mountain, 0. Mana regeneration rate is increased by 600%. Total current regeneration rate increase, 4,300%. The possible quality of magic abilities gained from the Horde is heavily increased. Common possibility of multiple magic abilities. New feats available through the Horde. The connection and benefits will remain for as long as your Horde is active. 3 domains. Those would be the Aberrants, the Dwergen, and that of Creve, my Blue Dragon vassal. Both the Aberrants and the Dwergen were still threats, yet they were also threats we'd faced before. As for the remainder of the details, everything had improved a few steps, and I was feeling incredibly curious about the new feats available. And my mana regeneration rate was absolutely insane. I was quite happy about this part. Sure, there were still 2 bitter pills to swallow. First one was how my minion count was so low. There were literally thousands living in Fire Peak, maybe over 10,000, but only 183 of them were my minions? And more than 100 of those I'd brought with me. According to Arthur, joining somebody as a minion required an actual system decision, and apparently less than 100 in the city had deigned to join our forces yet, though my speech earlier had seen a bit of a jump. That snaggle was still a work in progress. The other obstruction was even more annoying. Criteria to upgrade Horde. Create 1 of each construction. Reach a minimum of level 40. Such a simple message, yet it was absolutely infuriating. The construction part wasn't new, and with my mana regen, I'd be able to handle it quickly. But the level requirement? Ugh. Sure, it made sense. If somehow a level 1 Talpus made it all the way through my defenses and managed to take over my unprotected horde, he wouldn't be able to partake in all the possibilities of the horde, even if it had already been prepped for him. Same thing here. Sure, the horde was of a size and quality that I could probably improve it 2 or 3 steps more to whatever came after large, but if I didn't gain enough levels that the system or Dara or whatever decided I'd earned it, it would be for nothing. So I needed to get out there and earn more levels, and that in itself promised to be quite sketchy when I was needed here to secure a regime change. Oh, that wasn't to say that the upgrades and the new horde sucked, not at all. Since my horde size had increased 2 sizes, a couple of new constructions had been made available, and most other constructions had seen some sort of improvement. Some of these, like the stone door construction, I put aside to be ignored for now. Same for the horde defense. I only needed the one. Sure, they saw some upgrades too, but the near future didn't really look like it would hold any door construction for me. Micromanagement was hopefully bound to be a thing of the past now. Construction improved. Growth boost. This energy field enfolds a malleable area of 60 by 60 feet. Growth of all animals, plants, and vegetables within the area is increased. Efficiency of growth boost is increased to 200%. Protective field added. From now on, a growth boost will cause a medium amount of damage to any intruders within the energy field. Sacrifice ability added. The energy field is now capable of consuming living matter to improve efficiency. Field size augmented to 90 by 90 feet. The growth boost was going to be useful in feeding the hordes of the mountain. No discussion there. I foresaw myself constructing a lot of these. Construction improved. Habitat. This construction converts an area of 30 by 30 feet into living space, optimal for any creature to move into. Please note, while any race and species may take up the habitat, not all are able to peacefully coexist. Increases health recovery for all creatures in the habitat. Your habitats now add a well-rested buff. Any minion sleeping in the habitat for more than 4 hours will have an 8-hour increase to toughness. Your habitats now improve health and mana recovery. High-level creatures will now have the chance to spawn stronger offspring. The higher the levels of the parents, the bigger the chance. Not all creatures have this option. Habitat size increased to 45 by 45 feet. I was feeling ambivalent about this one. The well-rested and mana recovery buffs could be serious productivity improvements. Also, there was no doubt the option to birth evolved offspring could be a huge boost in the long run, but since it was only a possibility for higher-level creatures, it probably wouldn't be incredibly common. Also, there was the matter of size. The number of habitats I'd have to create in order to accommodate a city the size of Fire Peak was not negligible. Time would tell. Construction improved. Training chamber. This construction transforms 30 by 30 feet of room into a training chamber. Inside this area, physical training will allow your peons to improve their physical prowess. If they spend enough time here, they will be able to improve selected attributes. Progress will be relative to the original attributes of the creature and dependent on the efficiency of the training. Your minions are now able to improve their attributes even faster. Attribute gain speed increased by plus 50%. The attribute cap of your minions has been raised. Your minions can now raise their attributes even higher. Training chamber size increased to 45 by 45 feet. Yeah, that one was definitely going to come in handy. Selys hadn't been the type to help build her minions, but I figured a good bunch of dedicated training chambers around the city would help endear me to everybody. If they knew that mindless slaughter and sycophantism didn't have to be the only way to get ahead in life, they might get the point. Construction improved. Sorcery chamber. This construction transforms an area of 10 by 10 feet into a sorcery chamber. Inside this area, mental training will allow your peons to improve their mental prowess. If they spend enough time here, they will be able to improve selected attributes. Progress will be limited to the original attributes of the creature and dependent on the efficiency of the training. Your minions are now able to improve their attributes even faster. Attribute gain speed increased by plus 25%. The attribute cap of your minions has been raised. Your minions can now raise their attributes even higher. Chamber size increased to 20 by 20 feet. Same exact thing for the sorcery chamber. Putting up a handful of those along with trainers to help them learn the fastest way to improve should win some hearts and minds. And not to be judgmental or anything, but damn, if a good deal of the humanoids down here couldn't do with some increased mental attributes. Construction improved. Gallery of Illusions. This construction applies an illusionary field to a large area of 300 by 300 feet. Within this field, shadow magic will pool and swirl, forming mental illusions to affect any intruders. Effects are sent by the owner of the domain and come with several different possibilities. Can be turned off at will. Illusions are improved. Any intruders affected will suffer worse than before. Yes, just yes. Crowd control gone wild. Construction improved. Shadow Tower. This construction creates a semi-transparent small tower infused with shadow essence. The tower acts like a self-aiming defensive ranged fighter, spewing pellets of shadow matter at any offensive fighter within range. The attacks function in the same manner as weakening fog, weakening targets to the point where they collapse for lack of strength. Shadow towers are not the most durable of constructions, but can often be overlooked in the chaos of battle since they are hard to spot. Improved camouflage added. Shadow towers and the pellets of shadow essence they shoot are now nearly invisible. It will take a trained eye to spot the towers. Shadow towers now shoot faster. Yeah, I'd need a good deal of those around the place. I definitely wouldn't be able to have them all over the city. Last I checked, I was only able to construct one tower for every other level I had, and I didn't even know if the fire towers around the city would count toward my limit. Even so, having some hard-to-spot defenses that didn't kill attackers? Yeah, that was my kind of crowd control. Construction improved. Illusion defense. This construction comes in the form of an illusion generator covering the entire domain. It can hide any entrance to your domain, envelop your lands in shadow, and severely impact the detection ranges of any hostile domains. Enemy detection ranges of hostile domains further impacted. Effectiveness of illusion near entrances further improved. I'd initially discounted the importance of this one, but Selys had been adamant about the growth of the humanoid races and their, from my understanding, well-deserved hatred of all things draconian. So hiding my domain seemed like the only intelligent choice. My only issue would be that this construction would only cover my own domain, not that of anybody else constructing a domain inside the mountain. And if somebody actually made it all the way to the mountain, they definitely wouldn't go home once they realized there was a blessing for the taking here. Basically, to hide us from the rest of the world, I would have to take a tour of the mountain, take over the separate domains for long enough to build an illusion defense in each place, and... yeah, I mentally placed that idea way down the to-do list. Construction improved. Outpost. With the growth of layers, the need for guards and defensive positions increases as well. This construction allows you to define a spot where your minions will be more effective in combat. Regardless of the name, this construction can be positioned anywhere within the domain. It adds a field, giving a slight boost to the physical attributes of all minions within range and mildly decreasing those of any hostiles. 0 of 4 outposts created. Size of field, 75 by 75 feet. Boost and debuff improved by plus or minus 25% respectively. Number of possible outposts improved to 4. Yep, those are a priority, especially because they could be erected around and inside the palace to begin with, and moved to a later date if we started feeling more secure in our position. Construction improved. Shadow door. This construction looks for all the world like a regular wooden door. However, the door has been infused with shadow essence. At a cost of personal mana, it can be activated to blend in with the walls to either side. The illusion effect cannot take hold if an enemy is looking straight at the door. Any sufficiently strong-willed enemy will have a chance of seeing through and dispelling the illusion. Damage to the door may unravel the illusion. Camouflage improved. The illusion can now cheat the sense of touch. Trap ability added. From now on, you can add mana to your shadow doors, adding random trap abilities. These were good. I might have to use those here and there inside the fortress, micromanagement or not. The hallways were already slightly labyrinthian, and with a few shadow doors added to play around with, any invaders could be seriously confused. On top of the old, improved constructions, I also got 2 new ones, and one of them even came with a fresh improvement due to my horde skipping a size. Construction unlocked. Shadow Trap. This human-sized construction, which attaches to walls, ceilings, or similar, resembles a patch of darkness for anybody not paying attention. Thin tendrils of shadow stretch out to touch any hostile passerby, sapping them of part of their strength. Anybody unfortunate enough to be caught by multiple tendrils may be caught and hidden away inside the pocket of the shadow trap. The trap is immune to mundane damage but vulnerable to any form of magical damage. Tendril reach, 60 feet. Increased tendril strength and length. The shadow trap will be able to stretch further and incapacitate stronger enemies. That one was creepy. Creepy, but undeniably useful. In practice, it wasn't that far removed from the shadow towers, except for the trap removing evidence of its own predations. Yeah, this was another one for the fortress. Sure, that, on top of a bunch of shadow doors, might turn the corridors and their gaudy decorations into a bit of a haunted house experience, but hey, Shadow Dragon, right? Creepiness kinda came with the territory. Also, I had to love how it arrived with its first improvement fully implemented. Thank you, Selys, for having enough stuff lying around that it allowed me to increase my horde size this much. Construction unlocked. Animal Boost. This construction enables a field of energy that boosts the growth of animals within. All animals will gain in size and strength at increased speeds. Size of field, 60 by 60 feet. That last construction proved to be something that I had been on the lookout for. The constructions were increasing, not just in power, but also in order of the usefulness for a larger domain. Most of the earlier constructions did scale, but in general looked like they were geared toward a smaller tribe and not a huge dam settlement like I had now. Things like the illusion defense and the animal boost, however, proved that the available possibilities were scaling to become more useful to larger domains. That left me hopeful that further levels would bring additional options that would help the entire city, not merely with minor improvements. And damn it, if that animal boost wasn't a godsend. Not everything went through improvement. Most of my skills and abilities were unchanged. Deafening Roar. You release a huge roar affecting everyone within hearing range. The effect depends on distance, the target's level, and wisdom. Possible effects include weakness, hearing loss, stun, and paralysis. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Flight. You are capable of flight. How long you can remain airborne depends on your toughness. Your speed is dependent on your strength and your turning speed on your agility. Minor telepathy. You are able to communicate your thoughts mentally to the recipient. The possible range for the telepathic bond depends on your mental power and that of the recipient. The clarity of the messages and the ability to protect thoughts from outsiders depends on your mental control. Weakening Fog. You release a cloud of mist that saps the strength of any living creature it comes in contact with. Agility, strength, and toughness are affected. Effects are cumulative, and upon multiple applications, targets may faint or lose control of their body. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effects dissipate over time but linger for up to 24 hours. Create Illusion. This skill allows you to create and maintain an illusion. As long as the viewer doesn't see through the illusion, it fools all senses except touch. The chance of targets seeing through illusions is affected by the size and intricacy of the illusion as well as their mental power. The effects, limitations, and effectiveness of the skill improve as you level. Cost: 1 mana for 10 seconds. Cost reduced to 1 mana for 30 seconds. From now on, you only need line of sight to create the illusion. You can maintain it at a distance. Improved Shadow Control. Wherever there is light, shadows hide for you to manipulate. You are no longer restricted to being inside your domain for your shadow control to function. Your ability to manipulate shadows has become second nature. You can remove them, deepen them, and have them move like living creatures with a single thought. The ability is limited by the size of your horde, your mental power, and mental control. Shadow Whirl. You summon a living whirl of blended shadow and illusion magic and affix it to a specific location or creature. The billowing, undulating mass will swirl around the center in a 10-foot radius, causing partial blindness, flickering illusions, and chaotic visions on any enemies caught within the radius. The effect will not apply to allies. Efficiency of the spell is dependent on the mental power of the enemy. Duration, 2 minutes. One of my skills had gained some nice increases by my leveling up. Apply Profession. You are able to apply professions to your minions, increasing their effectiveness. Current profession slots available, 0 of 9. Available professions. Fighter. Increase damage, health, and physical attributes by plus 35%. Mage. Increase magical damage and mental attributes by plus 35%. Builder. Increase carrying load by plus 75%. Increased construction capabilities by plus 35%. Scout. Increase running speed and toughness by plus 35%. Bonus to hide abilities. Cleric. Increase healing capabilities by plus 35%. Increase mental attributes by plus 35%. The power, selections, and effectiveness of the skill increases along with the size and content of your horde. The boosts had grown stronger, and I gained yet another few profession slots. At the moment, they were all distributed to my spellcasters, my council, and my Urgle, the healing blob of slime. However, to my immense surprise and enjoyment, 2 skills were maxed simply by my being on top of the world despite my level. Quite literally maxed. For establishing a direct connection with a blessing of Daira, you have gained an innate understanding of the energy running through the entire domain. Your skills Inspect and Domain Map have been maximized to reflect the full access to Daira's energies. New construction unlocked. Communication field. Inspect. Inspect allows you to see all available details of all items and creatures within your domain or the domains of your vassals, hostile or otherwise. Domain Map. Within your map, you can now see the entirety of your domain or the domains of your vassals in real time. You can use Inspect on any item or creature in those domains. You may project the map anywhere inside your domain. Outside the domains, however, movement will not be shown and the map may become outdated. That was an insane difference. Basically, I'd be able to see anything anywhere as long as it wasn't inside the fog of war, and I'd be able to find all the details and weaknesses of any enemies. As the cherry on top, establishing the connection with the blessing gave me a single brand new construction that was simply massively, insanely wonderful. Construction unlocked. Communication field. This construction has been made available to you and all of your vassals. If both you and your vassals create a communication field, you will be able to mentally connect along the pathways of Daira's energies, opening instant communication between the parties, as long as both are inside their respective domains. Size of field, 60 by 60 feet. Mana cost, 250. That would, when I manage to secure the peak here, be the perfect assistance for securing the rest of the mountain. Being able to follow my vassal's progress through the domain map, inspecting any enemies for their weaknesses, and talk directly with my vassals, I'd effectively be able to help improve the safety of all domains under me at the same time. I grinned inwardly and added mentally, later. Much, much later. Chapter 4. What have we got? My mental command approached them all. Kraziel jumped in shock. The rest of my council turned toward me from where they were huddled up. Arthur spoke up first. Trouble. But we expected that. Pfft. Whoever thought that taking over the city of a bloodthirsty red dragon was a good idea? I smirked. Nobody ever thought that. But before we continue, you all know how far we've come, how much we've grown. Is anybody here going to claim that this is a situation we can't handle? For a moment, they simply looked at each other. Then Grex laughed shrilly and rose into the air.
Please, you rescued us from the evils of our old owner, gave us freedom. We went up against Selys and beat her. This is just a bunch of stupid heads who need to see how the world works. We'll teach them, or kill them and grow even stronger. Easy.
I bowed my head before the ugly imp. Thank you, Grex, for putting it into perspective. Now, you don't build a house all at once. You start with the foundations and then add on. That's what we need to do here too. So, lay it on me. What are the main issues we should address first? Logistics? Military? What do we need to handle first? Real was the first to speak up.
Well, the scout leader had some news we should probably look into. She said they have spotted humanoids outside.
Timothy interrupted. His confident response left no doubt as to his confidence in his own words.
Social! The essential challenges here are social. I'm sorry, Real, but faraway possible threats come a lot after the very real issues we have right here.
The ghost's features solidified as he frowned at me. He held up a hand to scratch his nose, only for the hand to pass through his face. I couldn't keep back my laughter. A bit too on the nose, was that? His eyes performed an exaggerated roll in his head.
It still hurts me to see that your sense of humor died along with your natural body. Yes, the problems here are social or mental. Like we expected, the systems and behaviorisms are ingrained in...
Whoa there. Slow down, please, Dr. Horrible. Some people in the room don't have the doctorates needed to follow what the hell you're talking about. Me, that's who. Keep it simple, please.
Okay. Slow words for slow people. People in this city, they rule by blood. And the people we need to change everything, they're the ones on top. Those who don't want to change.
I rolled my neck from side to side, considering his words. But we expected that. That is no surprise.
Sure, but we did hope to make some of them see the light. That isn't happening so far. The only one who didn't seem to hate you was the scout leader, and she wanted to get away from the place and perhaps that Kaveen. While you were inside your own head, we talked to Demodius here some more. These representatives are so used to being the important ones that the very idea of change is scary to them. Basically, we want to apply human morality where it's not feasible. They're used to acting like monsters.
Nods from the others confirmed Tim's opinion. I thought about it. And if we replace them? Arthur spoke up.
It is the best choice. Some of them are going to work against us. Still, we should be prepared to continue the way we start. If we cut their heads off, there will be others, and they will know that we plan to rule through violence.
Rule through violence or close our eyes to the threats that loomed before us. That was an ugly truth to be facing. I wondered, not for the first time, which day it was in the bestial world. It felt like a Monday. After a while, I came to a conclusion. I believe Arthur is right. Forestalling the foreseeable question, I continued. Not about killing the leaders being the best choice. About starting in a way we wish to continue. I mused aloud. We were in a situation where people aren't going to appreciate our ideas about working together. We're not going to let people decide what's right simply because they're tough and mean. And we'll have to back up our convictions with violence or threats of violence. My amused growl rumbled through the room. So what's new? We were all the same. We had to fight and learn together before we figured out that it's true that we actually work better when we cooperate. Huh. And if we can get those lessons through the skull of somebody as set in their way and stubborn as Arthur, we can convince anybody. Arthur glared daggers at me, but didn't gainsay any of it. Timothy floated into the center of our formation.
What are you saying, though? We don't kill anybody? I'm all for that, but how do we handle it?
To be honest, I was thinking I'd let you deal with it. He blurred into a diffused cloud, and only an affronted mental noise emerged. Before he could respond, I continued. At this point, nobody really knows us, what we stand for, or which kind of rule we're going to institute. So I say we'll lay it out there from the start, 100% clearly. Give them some ground rules and enforce them. Make sure they know exactly what our intentions are on a basic level, and then build from there. Take what we've already said about slavery and violence and expand. Timothy's features focused, and his face suddenly tightened into a sharp smile. He got it. Kraziel didn't. With a confused tone, he asked,
But they won't stand for it. The leaders or the people who are about to lose power, I mean.
You're entirely right. That's the entire point of it. We show them the world we want to build, and then we enforce it. Build for defense around the fortress, make sure we're ready to take them on in case somebody revolts, but make it clear to them that the rules apply to everybody.
And the leaders?
My smile grew wide. If they accept the rules, all good. Otherwise, the rules are going to be the rope they'll use to hang themselves. We'll build a damn fine society for everybody here, and we're going to be smart about it and not get ourselves killed in the process. Roth spoke up for the first time.
Boring. We beat Selys and suddenly you don't want to fight anymore? What's that about?
I smirked. That might be the best endorsement of the plan we could hope for. The next 2 days flew by in a hurry. We worked tirelessly to try to figure everything out, learn how we wanted to build this society, while I spent all my available mana on constructions. And there was a lot. I'd leveled up 3 times after the battle with Selys, and that, including partaking in feasting on Selys' flesh afterward, had granted me an insane boost to my attributes. Personal info. Name, Onyx. Race, Young Shadow Dragon. Level 33. Experience toward next level, 350 of 33,000. Size, very large. Stats and attributes. Health, 1,110 of 1,110. Mana, 1,570 of 1,570. Strength, 66. Toughness, 111. Agility, 135. Mental power, 157. Mental control, 205. Mana regeneration rate, 11,782 per day. Health regeneration rate, 148 per hour. Attributes increased by plus 50% and regeneration rates by plus 100% due to Blessing of Dara. Looking at my recent improvements by themselves was pretty impressive, but with the effect from the Blessing of Dara on top, it was insane. I could move faster, strike harder, and take a punch like nobody's business. And my mental attributes? Not only did I have enough mana that none of my constructions were too expensive, I would regenerate my mana pool fully in less than 8 hours. It was a bit annoying that the added regeneration was from my actual attributes and not my boosted attributes, but I couldn't complain. It was quite the difference from taking 10 days to fill my reserves when I was right out of the egg. The very first thing I constructed was a gallery of illusions. I placed it near the entrance to the fortress in a central hallway to ensure that any attackers would have an uphill battle, fighting illusions all the way. Then I started from the gate to the fortress and expanded outward into the city, building a ring of towers surrounding the fortress itself alongside the main roads. I placed them with 100 feet between each, in open spaces where you couldn't approach them without putting yourself in their range. I didn't get as far as I'd like before I was unable to continue. Apparently, the old limitation of only being able to place 1 tower for every 2 levels was still in place. Then I created habitats for my people in the fortress, built 4 outposts both inside the fortress and outside, in central places that might see hand-to-hand combat. Finally, I got the communication field started before I stalled a bit, unsure what the best path would be. Timothy, it seemed, was in a constant state of discussion with Arthur. Timothy wanted to adopt as much as possible from our world, both on morality, rule sets, and otherwise, while Arthur argued in the opposite direction. I spent a lot of time trying to find common ground between the two, and often failing. But still, there was progress, and they didn't swear at each other all the time. As for the old leaders in the city, we called them in at least once a day to inform them about the progress with the new system and to try to get them on board. They were surprisingly amenable to the changes. They listened, didn't comment, just nodded and promised obedience. That was a red flag, of course. Nobody changed their minds this fast. Still, as long as they didn't act against me, there was little I could do. I instructed my people to stay alert and ready. If there was one thing that promised well for the future, it was how much we'd grown. Not only me, but every single one of my minions who'd taken part in the battle against Selys had seen amazing growth. It was a broken system, really. Whenever someone managed to hit on somebody in a battle, they'd get full experience for that enemy if it were killed. And since I'd had every single one of my ranged fighters attack Selys, the former highest-leveled creature in the damn mountain, they'd leveled one and all. And not once, several times. Even those who had been kept back from the first battle had seen good experience when they went to the battlefield to take on the guards from Fire Peak who went out to kill us. Add to that my codex of the trainer that granted all my minions an additional 50% experience. Oh yeah, on average the fighters had seen around 80,000 experience points from the battle. Their levels and gains were through the roof. In general, the system awarded new skill choices, feats, and upgrades every 5 levels, on top of the attributes we were granted. Roth was the highest-leveled creature among my minions. His constant fighting had seen him pass by Arthur, and he had already made it to level 25 before the battle. Hence, he was the only one to actually not gain another serious upgrade, except for me, as his gains took him to right below level 30. Apart from that, insane gains. Arthur went from level 23 to 28, gaining an Earth Mastery feat in the process. According to him, it more than doubled his control of Earth, allowing him to hit harder and faster and spend less mana on it. Cruziel was the same, hitting level 28. He'd selected something that was 100% him, improved Earth sensitivity. It allowed him to sense the composition of the earth, ore, and stone he worked with, improve his structures, and create harder, finer constructions. It also, according to him, allowed him to sense flaws in anything surrounding him, and more importantly, find deposits of ore and stone in the areas around him. It might, in the long run, enable us to locate high-quality materials a lot easier. Grex had exploded from level 16 to 22, and his choice of feat was, like himself, slightly disturbing. Fire Spitter. It enabled him to use his natural fire attack almost continuously, unleashing a stream of firebolts against his enemies, combined with the wand I'd given him that let him propel through the air at insane speeds. I foresaw friendly fire in the future. Lots of friendly fire. Gert, the young crawl leader, was slightly below at level 21. She was forging an alternate path for the hardy crawls, choosing improved reflexes. This gave her impressively swift movement for somebody of her kind. If I had to pronounce a winner, though, it'd be my favorite will-o'-the-wisp, Timothy. Not in level, since he'd only made it to 26. However, the feat he gained was so well suited to him it almost hurt. Energy absorption. It basically meant he'd absorb part of the mana of any creature dying within his reach. That would be useful for anybody relying on mana for offensive skills, but for somebody like Tim, whose mana pool was his health pool as well, it was a game-changer. Not only did the feat mean he'd be able to use far more of his skills that cost mana without having to stop, it would mean that he would be able to throw himself into the thick of it, stunning and debuffing enemies while our ranged fighters poured the hurt on them. And any damage they did would be instantly healed the moment one of their number died. And those were just my counsel. Pretty much every single creature who'd managed to hit Selys had gained a feat, and their strength and versatility grew in leaps and bounds. In short, we were set to take on Fire Peak. Chapter 5. Every interaction in any form is branding. Seth Godin. In certain areas, Fire Peak was impressive. Walking one of the thoroughfares, looking at the bustling life in the numerous courtyards, seeing all sorts of races move alongside one another, living, trading, and working was enough to make me feel hopeful for the future of the mountain. And the sky. I hadn't even noticed how much I'd missed seeing the sky above until it was right there, above the crater. Today had seen a drizzle, not sufficient enough to call it proper rain, but enough so that the city in the sunlight held a certain warm sheen to it, a vibrancy. Moving further out toward the edges of the capital, however, made that hope seem to slowly seep away, to be replaced by grim thoughts and a desire to torch the place and get it over with. It was not a huge surprise, to be honest. I already knew that the disparity between the powerful people in the center, who'd been given everything from the best housing to the best equipment, to the weaker creatures who lived in squalor and outright poverty, was disturbing. But in the outer reaches of the city, the situation was even worse. Warehouse-like structures provided lodging and working places for the poorest, who were either forced by necessity to work for their food or, more commonly, simply enslaved. I was parading through the city with a hefty escort. Sure, I could see all the details I needed in the minimap, but after a long talk about necessary and unnecessary risks, I'd agreed with the council that I would have to be seen inside the city regardless of the risk. To do otherwise would be to invite additional conspiracies and convince everybody that I was afraid. I'd learned a lot watching through the minimap before leaving. At the very least, I'd been able to ascertain that there were no armies or large groups waiting to attack us. Even so, the mood in the city was bad. It felt like extending a multi-story house without creating the necessary load-bearing walls. You could practically feel things were going to go down, but hoped it wouldn't happen on your shift. Also, yes, some of my former bosses hadn't really been big on the whole construction codes part of the deal. There was a reason I became a foreman myself. Currently, we were walking through one of the poorer parts of the city on our way to the guard barracks. It was, we decided, a good place to start working for equality. Not only do we have a lot of former slaves who'd be in need of a job, the city guard also consisted of some of our staunchest opponents. If we managed to load their ranks with people who were more positive toward us, we'd be a lot better set for the future. Right now, however, that felt like it was way off in the distant future. In fact, everything surrounding us felt oppressive. The mood was bad enough. Glares followed our passage, and quite a few hostile murmurs guided us along. That wasn't the worst, though. The feelings. Almost everybody we passed by sent dark thoughts our way. Hatred, spite, envy. The sensations were varied and ugly. Not just from the stronger creatures either. A long-tailed Mavona, which looked like a bipedal weasel, slunk past us. He practically radiated dark emotions, from loathing over disappointment to betrayal? That was weird. I realized I'd been here before, doing the rounds with Selys' pet. It was close to where we'd been when he wanted to have me realize how bad Fire Peak actually was. The reek of blood was still as strong as it had been back when it was the central block for the slave trade. In fact, there was still quite a lot of activity there. On a whim, I asked the others to follow as I turned the corner and moved closer. I didn't even get to see what was going on in the plaza. Out of the blue, a monstrous Urton tossed a boulder at me. A whole-ass boulder. It hit my front leg with a heavy impact, carving a handful of health off and knocking me a step back. I was so surprised I didn't react, just stared at him, blinking. He roared a garbled sentence and then threw something else. A dagger this time. Bastard! I unleashed a weakening fog at him, tightly woven in order to not hit others. He stumbled on his legs but caught himself and then yelled something. And like that, the city exploded. It was chaos. Pure chaos. From a side street, a stream of frost poured out at my people. Gert leapt aside and barely escaped being hit by the worst of it. Roth deflected a missile shot from above with his sword and growled in defiance. I blinked to see the missile. It was a brick. Not some magical poisoned arrow or anything. A damn brick. From all sides, missiles, magic, and abuse were flung at us in equal measures. We needed to move. They weren't insane, though. Nobody tried to get in a real stand-up fight with us. Any armed creatures out in front slunk away the moment we made to go that way. Whomever failed to get away in time, I downed with my weakening fog. It felt like we should be in control here, but the sheer bloodthirst and ferociousness of the attackers was overwhelming. And the numbers. We were so badly outnumbered, it seemed there was no end to them. While at the moment we were under attack, it still hadn't deteriorated completely into a no-holds-barred battle. So we huddled up, protected each other from the brunt of the attacks, and slowly retreated toward the fortress. Anybody who got too close in their eagerness to do damage, we took down, quickly and efficiently. Meanwhile, I reached out mentally to tell some of our defenders to prepare for the worst. An hour. It took us a full hour to reach the intersection with the first shadow tower. Through that entire time, the chaos surrounding us grew. The fury of the attackers increased, and it was a mess of constant attacks, screams, growls, and yells. The emotions stemming from them were an attack in themselves, one never-ending wave of hatred and rage. I tried using my skills to divert some of the attention away from us, but it was an uphill battle. My illusions couldn't be too obvious and burst quickly when enough attention came upon them. And my shadows, well, pretty much all of the races in Fire Peak had some sort of low light vision. They just continued ignoring the darkness. Our people were beset, repelled attackers, and powered on despite the pressure. Tim was amazing. He blazed around the place, moving into the enemy crowds to debuff them and stun any real threats. He didn't stay still in one place very long, merely flitted from enemy to enemy, in constant movement. I constantly used my weakening fog against any attackers daring to get too close, but they swiftly learned to stay back and rain damage upon us from a distance. We purposely did not engage in close combat. Getting embroiled with the crowd here would be a slow death. There were simply too many. The sight of the fortress was a huge relief. Even better was the sight of a furious dragonling getting ready to spit lightning only to drop bonelessly to the ground as it entered a shadow tower's range. We slowly retreated toward the fortress, watching the crowd slowly drop as they entered the range of several shadow towers. We met with the remainder of our forces there, formed up defensively outside the fortress. Close combat fighters out front, ranged right behind, support, including myself, at the very back. Then we waited, standing as a solid, cohesive unit, ready for anything. For a brief moment, the wave of the crowd threatened to slide toward us. Then it broke and dimmed down. Nobody wanted to be the one to meet our well-prepared army in close combat. Slowly, their ranks thinned as they figured out the range of the shadow towers. And then, even slower, the crowd started to break apart and move elsewhere. That night, Fire Peak burned. Chapter 6. In front of us, Fire Peak was embroiled in chaos. Literal fire spread in several places, and everywhere bestial sounds showed that the city had lost all aspirations to civility. This was a dark night. Our forces were still in ranks, ready for anything. We had the imps out and about in swarms, and I flew out myself, using my weakening fog wherever the chaos was growing too out of control. But the city was just too large and our people too few. For now, nobody dared challenge us when we traveled in strength. Instead, they faded away and ran amok through the capital. We made a mistake. Somewhere we messed up badly. I looked from the zoomed-out image of my mini-map to the faces of my council, sensing their disturbed emotions. Arthur, as always, didn't hold back.
"Oh, really? Pah! We didn't notice at all, oh great lord."
To my surprise, Graziel admonished him.
"Stop, Arthur. That's not useful. We need to figure this out. What went wrong? Why did everyone turn on us?"
Roth spat on the floor.
"Because they think we're weak. They're not afraid. You should have let us kill half of them. Then the rest would have known their place."
Grex jumped straight into that line of thought.
"Yes, we should. Can we? We imps can rain fire upon them from above. Maybe use those fire towers? They look fun."
A growl built to my throat.
"You think this is funny? That I should punish the puny beasts who dared strike out against me?"
My frustration escaped me as a huge roar, sound waves exploding out into the darkness. For the briefest of moments, the city went silent. Then the chaos returned.
"Who here has not struck out against me? Tell me!"
I glared at them in turn, then, with an effort, pushed down my temper.
"We will not hide in fear. However, neither will we strike indiscriminately at them. That's the exact thing we need to avoid. I just want to know what went wrong."
Nobody spoke. Their glances spoke volumes, though, and their thoughts, too. They believed this place was a lost cause, that we had better burn it to the ground and start over. Gert was the one to finally react.
"You gave them no threat."
I blinked at her. Once again, her mental capabilities had improved, and the clarity of her diction was reaching a point where it was impossible to tell she'd been a Crawl. "Could you explain what you mean?"
"You are right. All of us struck out against you. Some wanted your powers, others simply defended. But once you defeated us, you threatened us with death if we misbehaved."
"What? That was right to begin with. Oh." She nodded.
"We learned how you are quickly, that you treat us well, that there is more to gain. These people don't know that."
Of course it was that. It was simplistic, but I could feel the truth of it. "I believe she's right in that. Selys reigned through fear and greed. Nothing new about that. She had everybody in hand from the top down, making painstakingly sure that people were acting in her interests through constant control, questions, and brute force. But we don't have that." Roth spoke up.
"They can't take us down. We're too strong for that. We have already beaten the city guard. And we can reinforce the fortress, too."
I nodded. "That's true. But neither can we take the entire city on if they all attack. And we shouldn't. Gerd is right. People need time to learn how we want to run things, to figure out that what we're building is better than what they had." I changed tack and attempted to approach the problem from another angle. Everything I felt from the attackers out there told me they hated us. And it wasn't only the people on top of society either. Lots of slaves there too. I felt them, attacking out of sheer desperation or fear, trying to do something to make sure they're not killed in the middle of this chaos. So what do? We need to let them know that we are on their side and they should join us. If we let people act out while we build our defenses, we may eventually win them over, but they might burn the city to the ground in the meantime. When the next day arrived, we were ready to greet it. We had talked throughout the night in an attempt to find a solution, and now we were waiting to see what we had to work with. The answer was not much. Of the 4 representatives from the city, only 2 arrived. Well, 1, really. The scouts had sent a less important scout to provide us with the daily update on their scouting around the city and mountain. The scout was droning on, talking about the situation, and had been for more than 10 minutes now.
"The southeastern tunnels on the second layer are functionally closed from the collapse. Scouts outside the mountain have reported a few extraordinary sights apart from the regular monsters. The northwestern swamp has seen increased magical interference, and to the west, there have been occasional reports of humanoids spotted on the mountains. We will keep on scouting, of course, and tell you what happens."
I sighed internally. It was all too much. The hyena-like humanoid in front of me didn't meet my eyes, didn't help in any way as to what was important, what was completely normal, and what was wasting my time. I might have spent some time questioning him about the specifics, but at that moment, we had a burning capital to keep in check. "I appreciate the update. Now, I'd like for your leader to be the one to report tomorrow. Tell her updates are all well and good, but we need to be able to talk more about how we handle the entire thing." He knelt and bowed his head.
"Sorry, she's on a tour of the 3rd layer. It's one of the dangerous ones, and she doesn't let anybody else handle those. She said to tell you she expected to be back in 4 days, maybe less."
Inwardly, I groaned. This was either trying to avoid any fallout due to the regime change, outright rebellion, or just her shirking her duties. Well, that, or she simply didn't give a fuck. And I doubted that kind of attitude would have lasted long with Selys. Regardless, I didn't care to spend a lot of time debating the subject right now, and in case she wasn't openly against me, I didn't want to make an enemy of her. Let her know any such outings in the future need to be approved by me. I need to have somebody nearby who can make decisions for the scouts. He bowed and excused himself, leaving only one representative present, the Cauldron, responsible for the production in the city, and nodded to her. "Kaveen, I did not fully expect to see you here." She inclined her head.
"I was not entirely sure I would show up either after tonight."
Honest speech? That was refreshing. I'd honestly expected to have to sift through her emotions, looking for pointers that went contrary to her words. "Why did you then? I reckon most of the city is ready to go up in arms against us right now.
They are, for one reason or another. However,
she frowned, her ugly face scrunching up as she searched for the right words.
I believe they might be acting too soon.
My heart rate suddenly sped up. Was this the opening we needed? I completely agree. What we need, however, is the chance to be able to show that to everybody. She glared at me. It almost looked like she wanted to attack me.
I was born a slave.
She peered at me, waiting for my reaction. I didn't give her anything, just waited.
I worked hard, earned a reputation. At some point, I crushed a group of Selys' enemies and was awarded with my freedom. She made an example of how gracious she was. How kind.
She looked me up and down.
You don't act like that. Why not?
I shrugged. I want people to judge me for my actions, for what I build in the city. I don't want to try and make myself into something I'm not. Her emotions were steeped in scorn. Her mental voice was the same.
You want people to judge you for your actions? In that case, you had best get started. Right this moment, I'm judging you for your words, or I would not be here. Hence, tell me, Onyx, defeater of Selys, how do you actually plan to put action behind your words? How do you plan to free the slaves of Firepeak in a way that won't leave half of us killed?
That was the crucial point, wasn't it? Any plan we had discussed suddenly seemed horribly flawed and short-sighted. Every single idea we had about slowly expanding our defenses, growing our control, ensuring that we could show the populace that we were trustworthy before they did something stupid. I despaired of the thought. How the hell could we show them we were trustworthy if we let the city burn at night and let looters, slavers, and villains run amok in the streets while the slaves were abused and killed? We couldn't. Of course we couldn't. We needed to ensure that the people of Firepeak actually looked to us as something other than invaders. Make sure that the only ones who tried to attack us were the bad guys, the bastards who tried to abuse those below themselves in status. I focused my entire concentration on Kaveen, trying to sense her emotions. It was frustrating as all hell. I knew by now that a bunch of the creatures here in Firepeak were likely higher levels than me. Even if that were the case, though, dragons gained attributes at a vastly faster rate than other species. On top of that, the majority of my feats and skills were geared toward improving my mental attributes. All told, my mental power and mental control should be above almost all creatures up here, allowing me to feel their emotions clearly. Especially something like a cauldron, who tended to focus on physical attributes, not mental. Except it was barely working. And then it struck me. I was being an idiot. Kaveen was one of a select few who'd had to deal with Selys on a regular basis, probably the only being in the mountain who was bound to have better attributes than me in everything. Of course, they had the attributes or tricks to withstand the mental inquisitiveness I could come up with. In fact, I'd done relatively well myself at avoiding Selys' inquiries. I went for broke. I'd gone all my life without any fancy mental cheat skills and done pretty well by feeling people out. Kaveen didn't feel like a backstabber. Skeptical, sure. Hard to convince? Definitely. But not dishonest. I wasn't desperate by any means, but the cauldron did feel like she was trying to lend me a helping hand. Kaveen, I know how to force peace upon Firepeak while we work to improve things here. It can help, I promise. It will let us improve the food situation, so no sentient creatures need to die until we manage to make a bid for equality. But I will need help. I will need somebody local who knows people to help calm down tempers, to make sure people don't concoct crazy schemes, if possible, to warn me of any incoming attacks. She beheld me for a while, clearly weighing her odds.
I might consider joining you. If I do,
a lot of the workers and slaves of Firepeak will join along with me. However, I want assurances. I want to know what I'm getting into, and then I want something tangible."
I shook my head. I cannot promise anything, but that I will do my very best. I held up a claw for stalling her argument. Listen, I might be able to make a fancy speech here, show you what I want. Except I'm a shadow dragon. People expect me to lie and deceive, so I won't try that with you. Instead, I'll ask you to talk with my council. Ask them what their experience has been like. If that's not enough, go meet my people. You'll find most of them in the fortress somewhere. With them, you can find the answers you're looking for, not as promises, but as proof of what I have already done." She looked me up and down, then bowed and excused herself.
"I will give you my answer later today."
The rest of the day went by with us trying to learn more, both about the climate in Firepeak, our surroundings, and the ways we might make this Hail Mary work. I praised myself for getting Demodius to join our side properly. The former slave was a true font of knowledge. He was, however, not a happy camper for several very good reasons.
"Yes, sire. We are, I would call it, officially cut off. There have been no new provisions coming in from the factions responsible for ensuring that our larders are stocked."
"That is disturbing. How long can we hold out? And what about water?"
"Water is part of the problem. We have several large reservoirs in and around the city, gathering rain. Also, funnels and pipes lead water from wells on top of the mountain into the palace, both from rainwater and melting snow. However, we are not in the rainy season right now. We do get water, but it is a trickle compared to what we need. We do, however, have enough to last your forces a good while, except..."
"Except what?" Judging from the nervousness wafting from him, I wasn't going to like the next part.
"To be entirely frank, Onyx, those of us who have decided to stay on with you here in the fortress, we have nowhere else to go. Hence, our numbers add to the pressure of need."
"That's fair. What else?" That left him rattled.
"What do you mean, Onyx? That is the issue. We will have to consider the options, as the servants do not have anywhere to go inside the city. Leaving the fortress now would result in our being recaptured and possibly slain. The mood out there is dark."
"All right. Let's get one thing straight right now, Demodius. You and all the other servants in the fortress have joined our forces. I don't give a crap if the alternative would have been you fleeing the city or becoming slaves elsewhere. You joined me. That matters." I expanded my mental voice to include everybody inside the fortress. "To everybody who used to be servants or slaves inside the fortress, I tell you this. You are part of our forces now. This means something here. So let me lay it out clearly for you. You were used to being the lowest of the low. Now you are free. Regardless of what happens, as long as you stay and work for us in any capacity, you will be housed, fed, clothed, and protected. This means protected from our own as well. We have rules. If anybody mistreats you in the city or in the fortress, tell us and we will take care of it. Also, we do not decide or limit your path. If you want to remain a servant, that is your choice. However, if you want to be a builder, a warrior, or a spellcaster, then we will support you. Builders should contact Kraziel, warriors Roth, and spellcasters Arthur." Craning my neck back down, I swallowed a chuckle at Demodius's flabbergasted face. I simply asked, "Does that answer your concerns?" He closed his mouth.
Yes, it does."
He looked down on the floor, then back up at me with renewed focus.
"In that case, we will have water for everybody for perhaps 2 weeks. Food will only last us for about 10 days.
"Good. I need you to talk to Lave. She is the one person among us who knows the most about plants. She may be able to add something to the stores from what we brought with us. We should also start rationing food immediately. We're used to having to live less luxuriously than the important people in the fortress, I'm sure. Those 10 days can likely be stretched quite a bit. The rest of the day flew by. My minion count grew to 234, as a lot of those serving in the fortress apparently liked my proclamation and joined us fully. Once Demodius got over the shock of the changes we were going to introduce, he became more involved than before and openly tried his best to provide us with whatever information we'd need, both to improve our defenses and our awareness of where we stood regarding the city. Kaveen also returned a couple of hours later, giving us the answer we had hoped. And like that, we had 2 actual allies in Firepeak. Between them, they managed to elaborate on the exact situation. The decks were looking rather stacked against us. Kaveen smirked.
If you haven't noticed by now, you're pretty short of friends within the city.
Tim, helpful as he was, piped up.
Yeah, he does have a gift for infuriating people with his mere presence, doesn't he?
I snorted. Please ignore Tim here. He's helpful if you need to calculate the inner radius of the square metric of the hypotenuse. Tim groaned.
What does that even mean?
But he's fairly useless otherwise. Much love, Tim. Kaveen looked back and forth between us, eyes widening.
You are not what I expected. Any of you.
I hope that's a good thing. Anyway, I would love to hear one detail. Of the other representatives, I feel that I have a pretty good idea of where I have 2 of them. That Ironneck feels like he's planning to feast on my flesh and laugh as he does so. Same goes for that oily mage Jello, or whatever. I mean, he's clearly out to get me too, but he'll be going for my back. Is that Dragonling scout, though, Firth? I can't tell if she's plotting against me, trying to get away from the conflict to wait until everything is settled, or just doesn't care at all about who she serves. She settled down to think. Her verdict was halting but clear.
I believe that it's a mix of the 2 latter options. Firth is never long inside Firepeak. She has always preferred straying from the capital and making her own way, battling against the monsters of the mountain instead of spending her energy here. I believe Selys might have ended her for that years ago, if it wasn't for her capability. She is a consummate scout and always delivers. Always. Her leading the scouts has more to do with that, and the former leaders dying, than her wish to do so.
Meaning, odds are she isn't plotting against me. If I try to push her to choose sides?
She would likely take off into the tunnels and not return.
Okay, thank you. At least that's somebody who isn't actively working against us. I considered the situation before us. Could you try to tell us what the city is like? What we are facing? How many can we expect to be our enemies? The ugly cauldron looked me straight in the eye, measuring me. Timothy interrupted.
Oh, you can tell him the truth. Onyx is many things, but he doesn't shy away from the truth, even if it's ugly.
I nodded. He's right, Helpfully, the hologram-looking bastard continued.
I mean, he'd have a hard time with mirrors otherwise.
Kaveen snorted, then looked surprised that she'd done it, covering her mouth. Shaking her head, she elaborated.
I will try to say it as it is then. In short, the situation is not looking great. The 2 most powerful groupings of the city are dead set against you. Both the spellcasters and the city guard are used to getting power, rewards, slaves, respect, and fear, and you are threatening to unsettle that. There may be a number in either group who think otherwise, but the ones in charge will keep them in line.
That was pretty much what we expected. Have you got any numbers? Levels? Somebody fetch lore, please. We need to write this down.
Tim was fully focused now. She grimaced.
No, people don't share their levels. Ever. It leaves you vulnerable. There is one exception. Minimum requirements. For instance, nobody becomes a fully fledged city guard without having hit level 20. As for numbers, the city guard has been hurt badly.
I would think at this point there are less than 50 remaining. They are not the real issue. The contenders are. The guards in training. There are hundreds of them. Lower level, sure. Between 10 and 20, because you need to be level 10 to even try to join.
Hundreds. Closer to 200 or 1,000. Kaveen said,
In the lower range. Another issue is the rest of the city. Everybody knows that the city guard is one of the sure paths to power, so they will suck up to them, follow their example.
And growled. Hopefully they'll learn eventually that isn't the winning path. Can you influence any of them?
Some.
Her crude face scrunched up in a murderous grimace.
Too few. Once they start leaning that way, they will likely be outside my reach.
The same goes for the spellcasters, then?
Unfortunately, yes. Their power is less direct, but equally threatening.
Explain? The cauldron shrugged.
Well, we have all sorts of spellcasters. Battle mages, of course, but those are in the minority. Then we have people providing power for the magical devices throughout the city, traps and so forth. We have enchanters, beast tamers, healers, any manner of glorified servants who happen to need magical skills to do their work. This is why their grouping is called the Gathering, I believe. It is not very formal, and it stretches over a lot of different types of spellcasters.
I scratched an itching scale on my leg. Utility makes sense. There's got to be a lot of magic going into ensuring that people on top live a comfortable life in luxury. That equally threatening part, though? She pounded one clawed fist into her open hand.
Mess with one, you mess with all of us. They know that they aren't as powerful as the stick carriers in the city guard, so they band together. And you might be big and tough enough to mess with a glorified chamber servant, but if a poison mage turns up tomorrow to pay you back for the insolence, is it really worth it?
Poison mages are a thing? I shuddered. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. They stick together. So, with that in mind, can we move them? I mean, it would be in their own damned interest. If some of them are actually decent people who don't get off on treating everybody else like dirt, we'd welcome them with open arms. She hesitated.
I was about to say no, but there might be a part of their grouping who could be persuaded to see your point. Just know that it would likely be the less powerful of the bunch.
Makes sense. If you can do anything, it would be appreciated. So, with the scouts evading the conflict for now, that leaves me with one important topic. You guys, craftsmen and workers. What about your people? How can you help me? And how can I help you?
That's one topic?
She snorted, shaking her head.
We are in an interesting situation, to say the least. I used to be untouchable, you see. Selys gave the orders and I obeyed. Her minions would give me lists and I would deliver. Weapons, food, magic items, you name it. Of course, I would make sure that my own people benefited and grew. But Selys was astute. There was only so much I could get away with. Even so, there was little pressure from the other groups, seeing as how they knew I couldn't bend the rules unless Selys okayed it.
I blinked. Whoa, so you're telling me that right now you're receiving tons of items, food, and everything, but nobody's getting anything from you? She nodded, and Timothy mused out loud. Difficult situation. If your faction bends to the demands of one group, will the others demand the same? Not likely, since everybody hates one another. But if the city guard comes demanding weapons and armor, are you even in a position to say no? They would be able to take you out if you refused, right? She nodded.
We don't have the levels or manpower to hold them off. The only reason nobody's trying to empty our stores is that we don't have any centralized storage.
With a little frown, she continued.
I'm sure we'll see some of them attempt to raid some of our minor storage facilities soon, though.
Tim's facial features solidified into a broad smile.
Whoa, you're telling me that you actually have stores filled with items right now? Yes. Most people still keep producing everything. They are used to getting punished if they don't meet their quota, so they dare not stop.
I grinned as well. This is pretty much excellent. So you have everything incoming. Food, armor, weapons, traps, what have you? And nobody knows that it's just building up?
I suppose.
Okay, then this is what we'll do. We're going to empty your stores and move everything in here right now. Then we'll keep doing that every single day, emptying your stores to ensure that nobody will be able to get away with a lot of goods, even if they try. And you are going to inform anybody who tries to take your goods for themselves that this would be going directly against my orders. You are not to try to use force to stop them, but if they do make a move, we'll want to limit our losses and ensure that we know who did it so we can stop them. We planned for a while when suddenly we were interrupted by a shout. Demodius hurried into the throne room, followed by a dirt-covered, panting Cauldron.
Onyx, we have urgent news. There's a surge.
Chapter 7. The intellect has little to do on the road to discovery. There comes a leap in consciousness. Call it intuition or what you will. The solution comes to you and you don't know how or why. Albert Einstein. What the hell is a surge? The former slave's eyes widened in surprise. He gathered himself quickly.
A monster surge, Onyx. Large numbers of beasts going on a rampage. They have been uncommon in the last few years, since the lower layers were locked down pretty tight.
Oh, I get it. And since we destroyed the Dragonlings and have kept the Dwergen and Aberrants busy elsewhere, they haven't been able to keep check of the monster populations out there. I focused my attention on the scout. He looked like he was barely staying conscious. What are we facing? He panted, but kept his gaze averted, looking at my feet.
Hard to tell, Onyx. Waves of monsters, some terrors, a band of clenchers. But that's the issue. We couldn't get any closer to see what was going on.
That was a bit surprising. Terrors were pretty fast, but I'd seen Cauldron outpace those without issue. Why is that? Were there ranged monsters among the surge too? He shook his head adamantly.
No, sire. We couldn't get any further back to see the details because, well, they were all fleeing.
Oh. An hour later, 2/3 of our forces were outside the city wall, preparing to face the monster surge. I made a proclamation to the citizens stating that anybody willing to help defend the city would be welcome to join in the battle, and that those who did would be handsomely rewarded. Not many opted to do so. I got it. I really did. Joining my team at this point wouldn't exactly improve your social standing. Still, the situation was pretty fortunate, as it helped me make the points I wanted to. For one, that we wouldn't hide behind the walls, but were ready to get out there and protect the city from any attackers. Another, that we would amply reward those who joined us. And finally, that we were a force not to be trifled with. I simply hoped that we'd be able to deliver on all counts. Honestly, I would have preferred making the very same statement from atop the city walls. However, Arthur and Krasil had inspected the walls and come to the same conclusion. They were absolute crap. Selys had also said something about them being only for show, but she hadn't elaborated on just how badly constructed they were. Apparently, with the kind of monsters you could see in a monster surge, odds were good that they'd be able to break right through the walls, and then we'd have a city full of roving monsters. The final third of our people were back at the fortress, prepared to hold back any attackers who tried to take advantage of our being elsewhere. Not that I believed any would. We were standing between them and the raving monsters. Of course, there was a lot of grandstanding with this. We could move back past the wall, bombard any ground attackers from the wall, and punish anybody who took to the skies by means of the fire towers in the city. And we definitely would if the situation deteriorated enough. But right now, we were going to show them how tough we were. "How we getting on, Roth?" I stood in the center of the pockmarked plain. A rumbling could be heard in the distance, alongside cries and growls. Whatever was coming made no effort to disguise itself.
"We're in place. Ranged fighters have been ready for a while now. Rest of us are almost there. Real returned a while ago to confirm they're coming this way. Arthur and Chrysil are preparing the terrain to work in the favor of our close combat fighters. The longer it takes, the better off we are."
"Good. And the Clencher Riders?"
"They're ready too. The unevenness of the terrain might become a problem, but they're prepared for some action."
"Thank you. In that case, I'd better see what we're up against." I went into the minimap and focused on our own position. It was looking quite orderly. Ranged attackers prepared, standing in rough ranks, Talpi and imps interspersed. A blue haze overlaid their ranks. Timothy stretched as far as he could to amplify their damage. Underfoot among them were the young Talpis shamans, and a single crawl spellcaster, flung into battle to earn experience. I didn't like it, but Arthur had insisted. Next to them, the Urgle shimmered in a relaxed bubble. The healing blob had hit level 10 and gained the ability to take commands from any of my minions, and I'd insisted it stay with them. Ahead of them, we had the crawls and a few of the tougher Talpi standing ready. Quite a few of them were hefting the massive shields and weaponry we'd snatched after the fight with the Dworgen. In front of our ranks, the earth moved almost imperceptibly as Chrysil and Arthur worked their magic. Out on our flanks, we had the Clencher Riders, already barking and itching to go to battle. Finally, in the back I stood, looking over the entire group. And that was it. I could have hidden us all behind an illusion to make our impact all the more effective, but not today. Today, we needed our efforts to be witnessed. I let my gaze slide forward over the barren plain into the tunnel underneath. Now I could really appreciate the difference it made with a larger horde. The map stretched so far outside the city, I had every chance to see what was coming and adapt in time. I could really have used that earlier. And what was coming was a wave. A massive wave of fur, wings, scales, and claws, bellowing and shrieking as they went. I counted at least 4 other species in addition to the ones the scout mentioned. A few fought, swiping or lashing at each other as they ran, jumped, or flew. The vast majority, however, simply fled, panicked and senseless. First one wave, the faster one, then another larger containing the tougher but slower monsters. Finally, a bunch of stragglers. And what they were running from was... holy crap. I blinked for a moment, then looked around. My mental shout rang out for our formations to rearrange right away. 10 minutes later, the formations had been changed entirely. I hovered in the air next to the imps, my wings beating hard to keep me at a relatively even height. And my illusion was in place. Yes, I was going back on my earlier words and had erected a massive illusion. But with what was coming, we needed the change. Basically, we kept the melee units where they were, but took all the ranged units out along the sides in a V formation to ensure they'd be able to bombard the attackers all the way as they came. And in order to avoid them going straight for our ranged units, that was the illusion. At this moment, my illusion showed a 30-foot wide, equally deep trench dug in front of the ranged units on either side, protecting them from any melee attack. The trenches followed the shape of the letter V, starting from either side of the tunnel exit and leaving a single opening at the bottom of the V where our melee people stood. I simply hoped I'd be able to maintain the illusion. With the size I was aiming for and the number of monsters that would be staring at it, I was looking at quite a bit of mental pressure. As the first beast streamed through the tunnel opening, my fears lessened a bit. The efficiency of my illusions was very much dependent on the mental acuity and attributes of the nearby onlookers. If they were mentally strong and focused, they were a lot more likely to see through it. However, the current mental situation of the horde of raving monsters in front of us couldn't really be called anything but blind panic. Beasts of several different races sprinted, leaped, and flew to escape pursuit in a Noah's Ark level of diversity. Monsters that would, in normal straits, be busy fighting and devouring each other were currently so absorbed in their own survival that they barely spared a moment to acknowledge the presence of others besides fighting to get a leg up on them. As the first wave made it into the volcano crater, a group of flying creatures were the first to try to fly for safety. Breaking away in ones and twos, they made for the sides and the sky. Smaller races mostly. The most numerous were smaller insectile creatures the size of Talpi. My imps were ready for them and started chasing the fleeing beasts, taking potshots where they could and following on their heels to hunt them down. I observed from above as my ranged fighters unleashed their attacks at the incoming horde, rains of throwing spears flying from atlatls to smack into the flanks of the charging beasts. The impact of the attacks was instant as monsters fell under the barrage. I wanted to join both of the forces. I remained aloft, though. My role would be a different one, but no less essential. At this point, at least 50 beasts had thundered out of the tunnel opening. I could see the end of the first group and dove, feeling the wind under my wings. The bellows and cry stood as a stark counterpoint to the elation I felt at the sheer thrill of the flight. My dive was slow, almost lazy, allowing me to keep focus of the illusion even as I dove over the fleeing beasts and unleashed my breath attack. The weakening fog rained down upon the horde like a summer drizzle, seemingly light, barely enough to distort the sun beaming down on their heads. The effect, however, was anything but negligible. Right away, we got to see which beasts were higher level and which weren't. As a full third of the group collapsed, their energy seeped away from my attack. The aftermath of the attack was even more explosive, as the remaining beasts, panicked and weakened, fell over downed comrades, often blindly attacking in their eagerness to get away. My ranged attackers used the opportunity to full effect, singling out enemies who slowed down and were easier to hit. I came out of my dive, beating my wings to regain height and gaining an overview. Good. The flying beasts were being whittled down by my imps, who ganged up 2 or 3 to 1. On the ground below, the corpses were stacking up as the weakened animals were slowly being torn apart by my ranged minions. Single survivors of the fleeing column were starting to reach my melee units, and were brutally deflected. Good. It was working. High-pitched roars announced the arrival of the next wave. This group was the real test. The first beast of the group to reach the weak sunlight was a clencher. It announced its presence with a challenging roar as it saw the force arrayed in front of it. Then it charged on, heedless of the missiles raining down upon it and the beasts that followed. In its wake came the stronger monsters, too slow to follow the fast forerunners, too tough to die. I repeated my dive attack as soon as the first 24 beasts emerged. These monsters were a good deal more resistant, and only a handful fell immediately. I banked and turned as I waited for more to emerge. Then, when half the group was out, I dove again, letting my weakening fog spread over them, following up with a shadow whirl on the leading terror. The effect was immediate and explosive as the blinding, confusing 10-foot sphere disrupted any cohesion. The group dissolved into a massive crash, some of the pursuing beasts trying to go around, others struggling to claw their way through the monsters who slowed down, and all the while my ranged fighters unleashed everything they had. I watched as a Talpus flung a spear and it magically multiplied into 3 missiles, thudding into the neck of a terror with finality. That was new. My message rang out over my crowd. Don't use your limited skills. You will need them soon. I did a third pass while monsters kept pouring from the tunnel, making sure that every monster my people would have to face would be weakened from my attacks. Even with the sheer number of beasts, I didn't panic, though. The imps were returning in small groups, having finished off the flying creatures, and now they too unleashed fire upon the traffic crash below. The damage was taking its toll on the beasts, now almost mindless with fear and pain. Their coherence was completely gone, and now even the momentary fear of the monster following them was fading, leaving only the basest of instincts. I watched as a huge tainted shambler with one crushed paw turned around and laid into a clincher behind it. Meanwhile, beasts were turning every which way, focusing on whichever opening or enemy they spotted first. A few launched mindlessly toward our ranged fighters, but turned away at the sight of the deep spike-filled crevasse in front of them. The young shamans freely used them as target practice, ragged earthen fragments impaling anything that came near. Some of the beasts reached our front lines, I saw, as I dove for another attack. Even as I covered the length of the attackers with a debilitating layer of fog, I saw them fight their way to our front, past the steep incline that Arthur and Kraziel had prepared. The lead clencher made it over the obstacle and crashed into the front ranks of our forces. For a brief moment, my heart raced as I saw two crawls flung backward from the impact. But then I saw the clencher reeling back, blood splattering from a dismembered front leg. Roth had joined the battle and was even now diving into the thick of things, his small form a lightning-quick damaging presence slithering among the mindless monsters, leaving deep cuts and falling beasts in his wake. Then a blue haze covered the front line and even more monsters started to fall. I breathed a sigh of relief. Tim had joined the fray and was busy debuffing the attackers while he unleashed stunning shots everywhere. My crawls held their heavy shields against the few disoriented beasts, making it past Roth and Tim. Behind and under them, my melee talpi moved, lithely impaling any piece of flesh that was open. Another weakening fog, strafing right down the center of the group, took the remaining momentum out of their frenzied approach. Wounded creatures fell senselessly to the ground, panting. Weaker animals just slumped over, and the remaining monsters moved slower, presenting easier targets. I observed, calculating as the surviving creatures struggled and fell, failing to reach anywhere. Yes, that was it. Next step. We need to rearrange. Now! Melee fighters, half circle, spread out. We'll want loose ranks for what's coming. Spear throwers, to the side and ready. Imps, give 'em hell. Clencher riders, you're on harrying duty. Hit its flanks, then break away. Keep it turning. Young shamans? I halted, unsure. Should I spare them from what was coming? No. This might be dangerous, but it could also mean huge growth for them. We need you all to hit the beast. Everybody. The monster will be unpredictable and fast. There will be a few surviving stragglers incoming before the beast itself. Crush them quickly, but if they escape, let them run. I watched as they scrambled to finish a few of the remaining wounded beasts from the last wave and follow my commands. Then I spoke, more collected. Spend everything you have. Don't hold back. And may Daira watch over you all. Chapter 8. The monsters emerging from the tunnel mouth were clearly at the end of their ropes. Sweating and panting, most of them bore wounds, running every which way. I let my illusion drop and watched a couple of them run past our forces. One large wolf-like creature tried to go straight through our ranged forces and was turned into a porcupine. The flow receded, with a few stragglers erupting wild-eyed and close to death. A clencher appeared out of the tunnel shaft. Its flanks were slippery with blood and parts of its face had been torn open. The look in its eyes was so far gone. I doubted it would survive even if it made it past my people. With a slam, its dwindling chances were torn apart and reduced to dust. A long prehensile limb erupted from the shaft and curled around the clencher's hind leg, and with a massive tug, the heavy beast was dragged back down. Horrible sounds erupted from below. Get ready! The message was unnecessary. We weren't going to get more ready than this, but it did seem to reassure my people to know I was there. I recreated the illusion of the crevasse in front of our ranged attackers, hoping it would be enough to keep them from being attacked. Seconds later, it came. Like a tank rising over a cliff, the monster sprang into the light of day. A tank would look small next to it, however, and probably way less. Arthur had told me about the possibility of monsters going wrong, about the energy of Daira sometimes reacting badly in newborn beasts, creating something mindless and frightening. He said it didn't happen often, but when it did, Talpi usually had no trouble from it. They'd simply run and hide and mostly be too unimportant and too small of a meal to bother with. The major trouble would come from their not being able to traverse the tunnels for fear of landing in the middle of the rampage. A rampage which, he stated, one would be entirely idiotic to get in the way of because the maddened beast would wear itself out against the stronger monsters of the mountain. Well, Kate, my ex-wife, would always say I was the perfect figurehead for Team Moron, so I was guessing I was the right man for the job. It was a flesh abomination, and it looked the part. The thing that came thundering up into the crater clearly was an unholy amalgamation consisting of body parts from several different monsters. Too many legs to count carried a long, hardened body that alternated between patches of fur, scales, and clear skin. It was longer than me and twice as tall, though its bulk seemed uneven and weirdly lumpy. Even as it made its way into the volcano crater, a part of the clencher we had just seen disappear could be seen on the lower parts of its flank, slowly being dragged into its center amidst a glistening flood of blood. On its back were numerous wings and several different appendages, some claw-like and others undulating, seemingly useless. "Attack!" My message shot out as I dove toward the beast. Below me, the beast was almost hidden by a rain of missiles as my people followed my order. Around me, fiery missiles erupted as every single imp let loose with their firebolts. I growled a curse as one of them singed my wing, turning my head to see who it was as I prepared to loose a breath attack on the huge form below. My moment of inattention almost got me killed. As I looked back to the abomination and breathed out my fog, two of the undulating digits expanded impossibly far toward me. Eyes flying open in shock, I started to turn and escape skyward only to have one of the limbs slither around my leg and catch hold. The other limb missed by inches, but I had no time to consider my luck. As I tried to gain height, the limb narrowed around my leg, tentacle-like, and caught tight. And like that, my momentum was killed mid-air. I wouldn't call myself an expert on flight at this point. Learning how to best use the wind, using gravity to my advantage, fighting in mid-air. All of these were things I had yet to learn properly. However, I had learned one very important lesson. Momentum was important. And now, as the limb crushed painfully tight around my front leg and stopped me dead in the air, suddenly momentum and gravity combined to teach me a rapid and ugly lesson. I stalled and immediately started hurtling toward the ground at frightening speeds. I beat my wings frantically, turning mid-air, attempting to bring everything to bear against the limb that was now fully fixed around my leg. It was thin enough that it really shouldn't be able to hold me, but hold it did. My teeth bit into the rubbery material and my claws tore into it as well, frenzied movements tearing chunks from the long appendage. Within seconds, the resistant material tore, and the rest of the appendage leading to the abomination dropped to the ground like a lasso that had been cut. Unfortunately, I had other things to think about right at that time. Above all was the ground rising up to meet me with scary speed. The agility stemming from choosing the shadow dragon as a subspecies had saved my draconian life several times over by now. This was yet another example. Even dropping at top speed at an almost vertical angle, I managed to twist and slither my entire body to turn my head the right way up. I achieved 2 panicked beats of my wings before the ground rushed up to hit me. And I somehow turned the crashing impact into something reminiscent of a running landing. My front legs bent and almost buckled at the impact, but somehow I avoided flipping nose first into the ground and slid more than ran across the hole-filled dirt floor. I finally managed to stop with a lurching halt while my brain tried to catch up with the changes, only to hear a number of loud cries alert me to the danger. There, less than 100 feet from me and closing in fast, the abomination came thundering at me. Its mountain of mass waddled, scorched, and sporting tons of throwing spears stuck in the upper layers of its bulk. I had no time to wonder at the resilience of the beast, however. In front of it, yet another pair of the vine-like appendages shot out toward me, while the large number of mismatched wings on its back made the heavy beast eat up ground faster than what should have been possible. I leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the rope limbs, and placed a shadow whirl right at the head of the monster. Then I turned tail and fled as fast as my agility-based ass would let me. "Nobody attack its front in close combat. Flanking attacks only. Everybody else, keep the ranged attacks coming." The scene had changed drastically in less than a minute. Any hope of meeting the abomination head-on had disappeared the moment I saw what the beast did to the clincher. If it were able to absorb something as powerful and as big as that without any real defense, there was no way a Crawl or even Roth would be able to stand against it. They'd be assimilated. I did not relish that idea. Where the beast moved over the ground, it left no traces of the monsters we killed or downed. They were simply gone. My agility had allowed me to avoid a few extra attacks by the beast's ropey limbs and lay my first weakening fog on it. No visual effect, but then I didn't expect that with something as huge as this beast. However, while the thing was distracted playing cat and mouse with me, we had our clencher riders galloping around the back of the beast, preparing for the backstab of the century, while everybody else kept throwing everything at the abomination. There was a slight problem, though. The flesh abomination was simply too tough. Having half a tribe of imps allowed us to keep up an incredible bombardment of firebolts, but they weren't leaving any noticeable effect. Sure, the monster was slowly turning discolored, dark splotches forming, growing dark patches along the thing's underside. Also, yes, my Talpi and other ranged attackers were quickly making it look like a reverse spear wall, while the shamans made the sides of its bulk rattle with continuous impacts of flying stone missiles. It just didn't appear like it did anything. "I'm going in!" The mental message came from Timothy, whose cloudy form floated over the uneven ground, unleashing his stunning attacks at the behemoth as he went. His form seemed to disappear beneath the huge, messed-up shape of the abomination. I weighed the options, then nodded inwardly. The one major advantage of Tim being a ghost was his intangibility. Only magic damage would be able to get to him. "Okay, but be ready to flee if the thing has a surprise up its... somewhere." I saw the blue haze practically disappear against the backdrop of the multicolored flesh stones of the ugly beast. Swerving to avoid one of the appendages, I chanced to glance behind me. Good. My close combat people were backing away, keeping a healthy distance. I sent another weakening fog at the beast, looking for a sign of diminishment and not finding squat. Oh well, we'd get there. Now the encirclement was complete and we moved in for the kill. Timothy had curled up real tight, presenting a smaller presence and a stronger debuff on the nasty beast, just in time for the clencher riders to charge in and lay the damage on the thing with their long spears. I stayed ready, eyes on the prize, prepared for any attacks and to alert my people should it try anything sneaky. Several things happened in succession, almost too fast for me to react. First, the clencher riders hit, spears penetrating the scorched body of the abomination with the full momentum of their charge and the clencher's bulk behind them. Where the throwing spears had failed to penetrate fully, the long spears managed, digging deep into the beast's body. That elicited the first real sign that we were hurting the beast as it bellowed in pain. A cheer went up from our forces. And then it all went tits up. First, a few of the claws on the abomination side started brightening up and my eyes went momentarily blind from a huge flash. Then I remembered where I'd seen that kind of claw before. The stickkin that had attacked my horde ages ago. My mental shout rang out. "Tim, where the hell are you? Get out of there!" A vague blue form extricated itself from the form of the bestial thing, moving sluggishly away as if punch-drunk. A few smaller bursts of lightning traced his escape, and his light wavered and dimmed even further. Then the abomination turned on its heels in a surprising burst of speed, and two of the whip-like appendages shot out toward the nearest clenchers. One Talpus lay down flat on top of the clencher, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the other clencher had the appendage slither closed around his torso. His rider leapt off, panicked. A second later, the Talpus struck the ground while his clencher was mercilessly pulled into the torso of the loathsome beast. A half-quenched bellow was the last thing we heard, and then the flesh abomination turned back toward me. Fuck. This wouldn't do. We only had 7 clencher riders left, and since they'd have to come close to hurt it, that was too much of a risk. Clencher riders, back off! Prepare to come to the rescue if people need to move fast. I roared in fury at the beast and focused again. An almost entirely transparent Timothy had made his way back to the relative safety of our forces. That was something at least. We're not getting an easy kill here. I'll keep weakening it. Everybody keep attacking it. We will take it down eventually. It wouldn't be the overwhelming victory I really wanted to get the dissenters in the city to back off, but as long as we could kill it without suffering terrible losses, it would still work. I narrowly avoided another whiplash and responded with a weakening fog that hit the monster right in its ugly face. We could play this way too. Unfortunately, the abomination must have absorbed a few brains into its bulk as well, because it seemed to come to the same conclusion as my fog hit it. It shuddered and then stopped for a moment, bulky neck looking left and right in an unnaturally jerky movement, even as our attacks pounded the rest of its body. Then it turned and went straight for our ranged attackers. I cursed and tried to distract it, placing a new shadow whirl right dead center between its head. However, the damn thing must have been able to actually use some of the other eyes studded along its body, because it continued straight toward my people. It hit the side of my illusion and continued dead on, ignoring the trench as if it hadn't even noticed the illusion. Damn, it must be powerful enough to ignore some of my powers. I darted closer, trying to catch its attention, and the tentacle shot out again, but it didn't stop. I slashed out at one of the appendages this time and scored a deep hit without severing it. Damn it! The claws at its side continued shooting lightning now, as if daring anybody to get close enough to challenge it. A shot grazed my side and I gritted my teeth at the debilitating pain. My ranged attackers were already withdrawing from the charge of the approaching behemoth, spreading in all directions. They were seriously outmatched, though, and didn't look like they could outpace it. I dared not place myself between it and my people. I had no doubt that it would be able to absorb me as well. Following its lumbering run, keeping pace alongside the beast, I shot another weakening fog at it, hoping that it would soon start to slow down. But it didn't. Soon it would hit the center of our ranged attackers, and the clencher riders sprinting to the rescue were nowhere near numerous enough to save everybody. I would have to move in close, see if I could distract it, maybe try with another type of illusion. Suddenly, a lone clencher rider ran at its back. The beast didn't even deign to notice, continuing its path. Right before impacting with the giant monster, the clencher swerved and continued, but not before a tiny figure leapt from its bulk. I growled under my breath. Roth. Get away from there, Roth! It will absorb you! Roth ignored my order, sprinting with impressive speed up to the beast towering above him, laying into it with a massive slash. Imbued with the full momentum of his charge, there must have also been some skill active, as the blade glowed blue and cold. The sword carved deeply into the flank of the beast 1, 2, 3 times. The monster launched a sundering screech and halted. I watched with bated breath as the abomination stopped and then flung its bulk sideways, lashing out with 2 limbs even as several lightning bolts caused spots to appear in front of my eyes. When I could see again, I saw, to my joy, my favorite Talpus bodybuilder somehow still alive, facing down the mountain of a beast. He was dancing. I couldn't see it any other way. He spun and leapt, sprinting every which way, avoiding the limbs, lightning attacks, and overwhelmingly powerful strikes at him. Just like when I'd fought him, he didn't face the abomination head-on. When it struck, he simply wasn't there. And he punished it, the large 2-handed blade weaving in front of him as if it weighed nothing. As one of the vine-like appendages shot out in a horizontal strike, the little beast leaped over the damn thing, lashing out mid-air and slicing the annoying limb in 2. The beast roared, and for the first time I seemed to feel a hint of emotion from it. Fear. I did my part, adding on to the layers of weakness with another breath attack. Suddenly, the damn thing seemed to waver. The clencher riders were still spread out wide, and our close combat fighters at a safe distance, while our imps maintained their constant bombardment of the beast. At this point, it was hard to find a spot of skin or scales on the monster that was not blackened from the constant barrage of fire, and in places, flesh had begun to slough off in large, foul clumps. The imps were clearly flagging, some of them beating their wings dangerously low to the ground after minutes of uninterrupted fire, but not a single one of them halted for a moment. Bless the lovely bastards. The beast started shaking, a full body shudder. Not knowing what was going on, Roth ran dozens of feet away and put himself at guard. The shaking worsened, and then, suddenly, all the spears stuck in its skin were violently expelled to all sides. At this point of the battle, several hundred were hanging from its hide. Most were propelled harmlessly into the ground or flew out into the open air. Some were stuck too deep and didn't dislodge. But the remainder... One unlucky imp was knocked clear out of the sky, impacting the ground with a nasty smack. I took 2 spears across the body myself, even though I was around 100 feet away. Roth, however, was the single person closest to the abomination, who before this looked more like a porcupine than anything else. As the myriad of spears exploded outward, he was right in the way. He twisted his body and flung himself backward. Landing awkwardly, I couldn't tell if he was badly hurt, and at this point it didn't matter. "Get up, Roth! It's coming straight for you!" My command rang at him, and he fought to his feet way too slowly. The beast rocked unevenly as it sped toward Roth with surprising speed. Lightning crackled from claws on its belly and spat before it. Roth, still climbing to his feet as blood dripped from several large wounds on his body, started glowing. Had he been hit with the lightning? The glow spread and enveloped his body, settling over his low, furry form. The behemoth towered above him, limbs and bulk bearing down on the defenseless Talpus. And then Roth moved. I could barely follow his movements as he sprang backward in a flash. In front of him, the huge sword performed a gleaming arc. The abomination hissed as it barely missed the Talpus, and the sword cut one clawed limb straight off. And then Roth went on the offensive. It was his skill. The skill I'd only seen him use once in the fight against the Soulcarver's minions. It granted him supernatural speed for a limited time. He had already been able to match the huge beast for speed, but now he was toying with it, moving alongside its length as he struck at its limbs with uncanny strength. This time the abomination was clearly out of its depth. Another whip fell to the ground twitching, and first one, then 2 claws were lopped off, along with one of the many legs. With a groan, the giant beast started sagging. I celebrated, hoping it was the beginning of the end. But then I shouted out a warning. "It's trying to roll over you! Get away!" And indeed, the massive form started tipping, rolling, trying to entrap the tiny gnat with its bulk. Roth simply sprinted away and leapt, rolling, escaping the descending mass of flesh with several feet to spare. I could see that Roth was in a bad way. The glow was slowly fading from around him, and the blood was still dripping. I spoke up. "Roth, you were amazing. You've done your job. Get back. Somebody, get a clincher and take him to the Urgle. We'll take it from here." Rising in height so there was no fear of hitting Roth, I punctuated my words with another weakening fog. And now I was finally seeing a difference. The movements of the beast were starting to get sluggish. It tried to follow Roth in his retreat, but he was still running on the fumes of his ability, and soon a clencher rider bore down on him, picking him up and dragging him to safety. The flesh abomination tried to catch up with him the first few 100 feet. However, a maniacal laughter preceded the arrival of Grex, who, as usual, tended to be able to catch the attention of anybody. Today was no different. The imps, alongside Grex, had at this point pretty much barbecued the damn beast. They'd even followed my late father's cookbook, searing it to ash on the outside while leaving it nice and raw on the inside. However, Roth's ferocious slashes had left large rifts in the outer layer of the charred skin. At the impact point of Roth's initial attack, there was a flap of skin several feet wide hanging loose and exposing the raw innards of the monster. And it was this bloody part of the abomination that Grex was attacking with glee. Grex's attributes were already massive for his kind, but that was what high levels, constant training, and eating a diet filled with dragon meat did for you. Personal info. Name, Grex. Race, Imp. Level 22. Experience toward next level, 16,500 of 22,000. Size, small. Stats and attributes. Health, 320 of 320. Mana, 300 of 300. Strength, 16. Toughness, 32. Agility, 32. Mental power, 30. Mental control, 14. Weakness, physical damage. His mental power already lent his firebolts way more damage than the average imp, and that was before taking into account his new skill that allowed him to fire continuously. His low strength might cost him some speed in the air, yet the magic wand he held in one claw more than made up for that. As the abomination flung lightning at him, the imp shot a blast of condensed air from the wand, propelling him 100 feet across the battlefield at top speed, and his impressive agility allowed him to handle it with grace. His cackling laughter followed him. Seconds later, he was back to throwing firebolts at the giant beast again. What followed was cleanup duty. The abomination became progressively slower and more ineffective as I kept pouring my breath attacks onto it. It tried different tacks, catching our ranged attackers again, reaching our melee fighters. Yet at this point it had become slow enough that it had no chance of reaching them. Then it tried hitting Grex and the other imps, but its precision was deteriorating badly and rarely even came close. To be fair, our forces were worn out as well. The imps had to take turns backing off to regain their energy. Still, our ranged attackers kept hitting the beast. As its strength waned, so did its defenses. For a full minute, the beast struggled to even move while flailing out haphazardly at the air. At long last, it finally expired, and its massive bulk slowly fell to the ground, causing it to tremble from the impact. Then followed a short period of frenzied activity as we healed every hurt minion and did an inspection over the entire battlefield. Not only did we want to ensure that we killed every single creature that attacked, we also had all our minions cut or damage all the downed beasts before finishing them off to ensure that they all received the experience. That way, even our melee fighters, who'd been forced to mostly stay out of the battle, would emerge with decent gains. I asked them to preserve all surviving beasts who might ostensibly be bred for food or for mounts, but the vast majority of the monsters still alive would have to be put down. Finally came the actual cleanup, as we had workers from the fortress join us to drag the beasts into the massive kitchens and cellars of the place, where they could be cooked or prepared for storage. Whatever food issues we might have had were postponed for the time being. Finally, I sent a strong group of Talpi scouts into the tunnels with decent backup to ensure that the wave was over and done with. Following them were Real, as well as a well-sized crawl group with their own mission. They were to contact my vassals, continue to my old domain, and then return here. The next handful of days would be interesting, to say the least. Chapter 9. Fear is stronger than love. Remember that. Fear is stronger than love. All that love I gave didn't mean nothing when it came to fear. Tupac Shakur. Our triumphant return to the fortress was entirely unimpeded. Nobody tried to bar our way, nobody tried to mess with us. No surprise there. We were covered in gore and had just taken down a massive monster that, left to roam, might have caused serious issues for the mountain. Sure, the effect wasn't likely to last, and soon their minds would get caught up to the fact that they outnumbered us by a factor of 50 to 1. Still, right this moment, the general sensation was one of fear mixed with awe. We could work with that. When we got back, I told everybody to rest up, level up, and meet in the evening. Then I returned to the throne room with the rest of the council to do the same. I loved this part. Opening my character info, I was met with an incredible sight. The experience from the battle had been amazing. It was no surprise, really. Monsters in the higher reaches of the mountain were high-leveled as a rule, and there had been many of them. The abomination itself had given a massive boost. All told, I'd gained a full 47,600 experience, and that was before taking into account the effect of the Blessing of Dara that doubled my experience gain, so 95,200 total. 3 full levels from one friggin' battle. I blazed right from level 33 to 36. Given how the experience required kept rising as I gained in levels, this was nothing less than insane. I happily assigned my points. The battle that we'd survived taught me a few pointers about my development. My mental control didn't need any helping, and I was still keeping true to not putting any points in strength. I had no intention of changing what worked. However, I would need some extra agility. For weaker beasts, everything worked like a charm as it was. But once I faced up against stronger beasts like the Flesh Abomination, things turned from quick, overwhelming battles into longer struggles. To survive that in the long run, I needed to become tougher, hit harder, and most importantly, be better at avoiding their attacks. Fortunately, as a Shadow Dragon, I already got an extra point of agility per level, but I needed more. Without flinching, I split my points equally, putting 5 each into toughness, agility, and mental power, and watched the results. Personal info. Name, Onyx. Race, Young Shadow Dragon. Level 36. Experience toward next level, 3,550 of 36,000. Size, very large. Stats and attributes. Health, 978 of 1,180. Mana, 1,427 of 1,650. Strength, 66. Toughness, 118. Agility, 147. Mental power, 165. Mental control, 214. Mana regeneration rate, 12,298 per day. Health regeneration rate, 158 per hour. Attributes increased by plus 50% and regeneration rates by plus 100% due to Blessing of Dara. Not bad at all. At this point, with the Blessing, I was 3 times as strong, 6 times as tough, and 7 times as agile as when I'd broken out of the egg in the first place, and those were my lowest attributes. Now, if these had been the only gains, I would be quite happy with that. Making it past level 35 gained me another trio of feats to choose from, though, and this choice was a doozy. Congratulations! By reaching level 35, you have unlocked access to your second defining feat. Choose one of the following. Gift of Self-Improvement. The speed of all improvements for your minions gained inside any of your constructions increased by 50%. Gift of Growth. All non-personal or temporary boosts gained from any of your constructions increased by 50%. Gift of Battle. All of your constructions related to battle have their effects increased by 50%. That was insane. Totally, mind-bendingly insane. To be clear, I hadn't expected another of those defining feats until level 50, but it would appear that they came more often, since higher levels were tougher to get. Hell, if I made it past level 60 or something, every feat might be a defining feat, with equally overpowered effects. That was pure speculation, though. The effects of these choices, however, weren't speculation. They were clearly, obviously nuts. They left me with a dilemma. Did I want to help my minions grow, help the entire domain grow, or prepare everybody for battle? That was basically it. After some brief deliberation, I ruled out the gift of self-improvement. I already had my Codex of the Trainer that gave my minions 50% more experience, and the gains they could earn inside my training chamber and sorcery chamber came in slowly diminishing increments. So there was a ceiling, and getting there faster might be good in the short run, but grant them little in the long run. Besides, I had Roth to ensure people didn't slack off. That left me with a tough choice. Battle or growth? Initially, I also thought of it as short-term versus long-term, but then reconsidered. Yes, the gift of battle would net me the most in the short run, but could I really think of it like that? Was there any chance that my future in this world would not include battle? I adjusted my approach to try to see which constructions the two choices might benefit. The Gift of Growth would definitely improve my growth boost and my newly unlocked animal boost, allowing the mountain to become self-sufficient that much easier. It would also influence the boosts from my habitats. Hell, it might even add to the chances of evolved children and pups being born, stronger offspring with a larger chance of gaining strength as they grew. Meanwhile, the Gift of Battle was straightforward. Shadow towers and shadow traps would be better at taking down enemies. My Gallery of Illusions would be better at befuddling the minds of any attackers. Also, damn, no. With the way it was phrased, the Gift of Growth would probably be the one to help boost the gains from any outposts, since they were temporary. Looking at it rationally, it was like planning a construction. Not that I'd typically been the one to handle the plans. There were architects, purchasers, middlemen, and what have you. People with diplomas, ties, and a questionable grasp on how the real world worked. They all took care of that part of the business. But on my end, I saw the difference in how the plans landed on my desk. There were basically two approaches to it. Some of them had everything all plotted out for the beginning phase, but kept the future steps vague. They would take care of the situation in the future when we got there. Then there were those who planned the whole damn thing out up front. It was time-consuming, more expensive, and a lot of effort to secure promises and availability up front. However, it was vastly more impressive to the buyers when you had everything planned beforehand. And when you nailed it and everything followed the initial plan, it felt like a damn home run. I started my life as a fan of the latter, but as the years went by, I gravitated more and more toward the former. Why plan for a year from now if the availability in the workforce, wood prices, or any number of things might push you toward a crapload of changes to the initial plan? And like that, I knew which choice I'd be going with. I might want to play the very long game here, but that didn't absolve me from having to deal with the here and now. And regardless of what happened, odds were good that I'd see battle coming my way in the future. Besides, while the increases to the growth boosts and animal boosts would be super nice, it wasn't like we lacked for real estate around here. We could just, plant more fields, erect more enclosures. I wasn't a farmer or an animal breeder, but I sure as hell wasn't going to run out of manpower anytime soon. I might, however, get beaten down in the streets if I didn't make sure we were well equipped for battle. Besides, there was a lovely pun wrapped up in here somewhere about having a gift for battle, and I was going to find it. My minions had likewise exploded in levels, again. Today, the experience had been divided quite unfairly, though. Almost no melee fighters had gotten any attacks in on the abomination, which netted about half of the experience of the entire friggin' encounter. So the whole thing had been heavily skewed toward the ranged attackers and shamans. Even so, with the 50% experience boost my Codex of the Trainer granted, my entire friggin' council gained at least 2 levels. Arthur hit level 30, growing from level 28. The ability he gained, mana recycling, sounded underwhelming at first. Reduced mana expenditure on mana manipulation not used for spell attacks? That was until he told me how much of a difference it would make for him, and that he would be able to use it for his defense in battle as well. Roth made it from level 29 to level 31. I hated everything about his new feat, false moves. It gave him the ability to expend stamina in order to create short-lasting illusions of himself and control them. He beamed as he showed off the ability, a solid-looking Roth springing out of his own body and jumping straight at me blade first. I almost decked him. Bloody jump scares. Seeing it again, I could tell the difference, as no emotions emanated from the illusions. Still, there was no doubt in my mind that it would mean a world of difference for his efficiency in battles, and that I was never going to duel him with skills now. It would just be too bloody annoying. Timothy grew from level 25 to level 28, meaning he was one of the few who didn't get any feats. He didn't complain, though. I think he had a bit of a scare in the battle, and planned to have a talk with him about it, make sure he wouldn't take too many risks from here on. Gert, who went from level 21 to 23, didn't get any feats either. Kraziel, like Arthur, went from level 28 to 30. Kraziel helped me prove one of the drawbacks of the system we had with Timothy scribing all the different permutations of feats available to them. For lower-level minions, it was excellent and well-defined, with tons of proven paths available in order for people to ensure that they'd earn the best possible feats. However, the moment you made it past level 10 to 15, you were officially a trailblazer, and unless you wanted to copy another high-level minion exactly, you'd be in for a surprise. Kraziel was offered 3, according to him, uninteresting choices, and went with what he found to be the least unpalatable one: improved emergency strength. It was a bit of a weird one, granting him increased mental power, but not mana, when low on mana. Very unlike his temperament, but then he had suffered through a few last-ditch battles with a plum. Finally, Grex. My dear lunatic Grex flew all the way from level 22 to level 25, and his new feat would make him even more of a terror on the battlefield. It was straightforward and 100% Grex. Improved fire damage. Yep, that was Grex all right. Also, this cemented the usefulness of the young shamans. From the experience today, each and every one of them had risen into the ranks high enough that they would be helpful in any major battle and, in most cases, have the strength to single-handedly take care of any minor mundane construction projects. That was without going into details about their specialization options. I was expecting Timothy and Lore to become very busy in the near future, as people needed to plot out their attribute and feat choices.
Real made it away without being called out?
Arthur was the first one to focus on our situation rather than his development.
He did.
I doubt anybody suspects he was more than just a regular scout. He should be able to reach the Aberrants first and then the Dwergen and make sure they return to us within 4 days, he insisted. We got a pretty precise map off of Demodius. Then it may be an entire week extra before Real should arrive with the final ones. Arthur shrugged.
If he says so. Once an abomination like this has been slain, we have before seen a period of relative peace, with the worst monsters having been slain or scared away. He should be able to move fast. So, 4 days of watching the city burn from within the castle? That should be entertaining. We have enough food for now, at least.
Oh, I think we can handle this without fighting. We'll have some explaining to do, but I suggest we wait until tomorrow. The odds are pretty low of anybody making too much trouble in the city today after the spectacle we made of everything. Seeing us take down some of the toughest monsters this mountain can spit forth, even if I did look kind of goofy at some point, should keep them from getting too many ideas.
Pfft! For tonight, maybe. That still leaves us with a city prone to backstabbing, surprise attacks, and not a small bit of loathing against our group. What do we do to make sure they don't act up in the meantime?
Oh, that's the easiest part. We tell them what's coming. Chapter 10. Roth grabbed onto his sword hard enough the leather wrapped around the hilt creaked. His furry face was pale as his eyes slid across the crowd surrounding us.
I'm not saying this is a bad idea, Onyx. I'm saying it's a horrible one. What in Dara's name were you thinking? Once you start talking, you're gonna make this place explode like a group of imps in a pocket of bad air. I'm all about fighting, but this is a bad one.
I looked at the masses. We marched in a long procession on the main thoroughfare of the city. In front of us, the road opened up onto Glamour Square, the plaza Selys had used for her public announcements when she wanted to make waves. It was supposedly one of the most impressively adorned spots of the city, bedecked with impressive carvings, statues, and large paintings on the sides of the buildings lining the square, most of them in some way commemorating the glory of Selys, because dictatorship. Supposedly because, well, the place was packed. I could spot the upper outlines of a few beautiful red dragon murals, but that was about it. Every damn alley and road leading to the plaza, every single opening and balcony in the houses, every square foot surrounding the huge stone platform in the center was broiling with people. And the emotions? There was turmoil here. If I were to sense just half of this upset and hatred from my workers arriving at a new worksite, I'd be going straight home on sick leave. The good news was that there was also a healthy amount of fear. It takes a special definition of the word healthy, but at least I was hoping it would let me deliver the message I had before anything happened. Arthur and the rest of the council had argued the wisdom of going out here, telling me in no uncertain terms that the only clever decision would be spreading the announcement from the roof of the fortress like last time. In the end, I had to argue to make them relent before they caved. I'd seen it before. Foremen who were scared of the tattooed, muscular young men they had to handle, who spent the minimum time possible handing out orders and staying at a distance, socializing as little as possible before fleeing back to their stacks of paper. If you thought you'd lose, this was a surefire way of ensuring you'd be right. No, I needed to get out there and somehow earn the respect of the people. Good thing I had the best sort of distraction to hopefully keep them from attacking me until I got the chance to do just that. I climbed the large stone steps of the platform and took in the view. From up here, the crowd looked even more massive. The roads leading away were packed for as far as the eye could see. Also, the way back to the fortress was getting closed off by people rushing in. I mentally sent messages to Roth and Arthur, alerting them to two larger groups of beasts who looked more hostile than the average, and they sidled closer to them. Delaying wasn't going to give me anything here, except maybe a mace thrown at me, so I started talking. I won't claim I'm some sort of expert on public speaking. I've had to get up in front of a bunch of people more times than I can count, though. Sure, most often my words have only been to the effect of dividing the work ahead of us or dispersing orders we'd gotten from up high, but I have learned a number of tricks over the years. I've also had to unlearn some. Mostly those I got from Chad. Fucking Chad. "We are under siege." That caught their attention, as well it should. A few impressionable people even glanced toward the walls. "The hordes are not here yet, but they will come soon. Selys has been in charge here for as long as anybody can remember. Still, you all realize what happens when the leader is killed. Those who want to take over will show up to see if they have an opening. We are going to try for a peaceful solution, but there are no assurances. The only thing we can say for certain is that we know either the Dworgen, the Aberrants, or both will be inbound shortly." I gave them a moment to let the reality of that sink in. Then I gave them the comfort they'd want. "We will face them and ensure that Fire Peak is not overwhelmed. We are in a strong position and there is no reason to worry. You have seen our strength just yesterday." Let them chew on that for a bit, knowing how strong we were and that we might be the only thing standing between them and the roaming hordes on the outside. Hopefully, that would make some of the troublemakers back the hell up. Causing trouble and rising up against the new Overlord was one thing. Doing it with a looming threat on the horizon? I hoped they'd get the point. Judging from the nervousness wafting around the plaza, they at least understood the seriousness of the threat. Raising my head proudly, I looked them over benevolently. Time to try with some sugar instead of vinegar. "I know Fire Peak has faced major threats before, and the city is filled with stout souls, not flinching cowards. As such, it's time for a few announcements." We'd planned this step with Demodius, trying to anticipate what people were thinking and anticipating in the city. From the sound of it, everybody would expect us to levy most of the combat-capable part of the citizens with force. Then there would be harsh training and even harsher hazing programs until the cream of the crops rose up and the rest fell to the wayside. Why? Because obviously that was the way Selys had handled things and how the world worked. Most of the time, people were allowed to scurry underfoot except for those enslaved or already in service. But when in need, she'd pick up people from the streets and force them into service. Well, I would finally show them exactly how times were a-changing. "We will protect you. Do not worry about this. There is going to be no forced conscription. We will not force people into servitude, but we will accept anybody who wants to work with open arms. And for those who join us, I want to show you something. Please move back from the center of the courtyard." I waited for the crowd to react. A handful of crawls followed my instructions and helped push people back gently, until we had an open, oblong, egg-shaped space freed up in the center of the plaza. Then I raised a front leg and pointed a claw at the open space. "You all know Daira's edict. Go, fight, thrive. In the past, this has been limited to those few who joined Selys' forces and managed to survive. In the future, that will change. I selected 2 choices in my menu and mentally pressed Create Construction. Shouts and exclamations rose up throughout the crowd as 2 bright lights burned into existence 50 feet apart from each other on the rough tiles of the courtyard. The glowing light lit up the area. When completed in less than a day, these will turn into a training area and a sorcery area respectively. For whomever trains here, it will help increase your physical or mental attributes, whichever you decide to focus on. I plan to create these in every single plaza with room to spare in the city, and these will be available for anybody who makes the choice to be my minion, regardless of their job or rank in the city. Dayra wants us to thrive. I'm going to do my very best to ensure that you all have the chance. From tomorrow and onward, we will have people in the fortress ready to explain to you the best methods of building your attributes, depending on what you would like to achieve. Soon, the only thing that is needed from you, if you want to grow strong, agile, or mentally powerful, will be dedication. That got their attention. Murmurs and shouts erupted all over. I stretched my sensibilities to feel the emotion surrounding me. Disbelief. I'd expected that. Hatred. Somebody didn't like changes there. Hope? Oh yes, that was the stuff. Now to add the kicker. In this case, why would you even want to join my forces? I will be quite open about this. Join us and you'll lack for nothing. Food, lodging, and safety. We will provide it. This doesn't expand only to the fighters or mages who choose to join us. Healers, builders, craftsmen, whoever you are, if you join our ranks and work, we will provide. Oh yeah, now I really had their interest. The sensations of hatred grew too, though. I could even pinpoint some of it to a small clump of muscle-bound armed brutes. The elite of the city definitely didn't like the idea of having to share with others. Well, they could get fucked, since they were the ones behind most of the unrest against us. In fact, it was time to stick the dagger in and give it a little twist. With a kind smile that could definitely not be interpreted as a toothy threat, I looked straight at the fuming gang of fighters as I continued. Of course, those who have already earned their place in the city guard or among the mages of the city should not have to start from the very bottom. That would be an insult. We will accept with open arms anybody who has already proved their might under Selys and induct them into our ranks. You will soon be out and about, earning Dayra's pleasure again. I let the silence stretch for a bit, then added more weight to my words. But I will not tolerate anybody moving about causing trouble under the guise of having authority from being in the city guard or being a mage in the gathering. In fact, I will make this entirely clear. From this day on, the city guard and the gathering as you know them are not part of the ruling power. The old guard are remnants from the time under Selys, and in our new government, mages will more often than not work together with soldiers. As such, the structures are being reworked, and soon we will see the old city guard replaced by a legitimate city watch who works only to keep the peace here in the city. Again, get in contact with our people and we will sort you out. Make sure that you get to receive the rewards you earn from working for the city and the mountain. But should my people catch anybody trying to throw their weight around, trying to prove that they hold power simply due to belonging to either of those defunct groups, you will be taken in. We'd spent a long time going back and forth over this. The end result we'd come up with was a compromise. Roth, and Grex, no surprise there, wanted to move directly against the city guard. The old guard now, I guessed. Beat them down and see whether the survivors would be easier to handle. I might have supported them if I thought we could get away with it, but as long as the populace as a whole wasn't on our side, it would have been too risky. So this was what we ended up with. Delegitimize them, give them an out in the form of letting them join our forces, and then hope that people would keep from rocking the boat, knowing that enemies were at the gates. With that in mind, better remind them that we were working hard to save their asses. One final detail. The city wall. It's in shambles. My people have already broken through the wall once when we fled Selys, and it took less than 5 minutes. Holding back large enemy armies with the wall as it stands is a sorry prospect. So, in order to ensure our safety, our shamans will soon get to work on strengthening the structure of the walls. They are highly talented earth specialists. However, we could use the assistance of the rune specialists present in the city. Anybody joining for that will earn a significant signing bonus. There, that should do it. I couldn't say it clear without being a dick about it. Join us and earn stuff, or mess around and find out. Oh, and you're not dumb enough that you'd burn down the city when there are armies marching on us, are you? Because the wall is crumbling. I really hope there be armies marching on us soon. Huh. Okay, that was a pretty weird thing to think. I ended my speech telling everybody what I was going to do, and then went for a walk. Of all the powers I'd gained when I took possession of the Blessing of Dara, this one might have the potential to become the most overpowered one. The power to mentally address every single person within the confines of my domain at once. I mean, seriously, it was insane. If I ever managed to get the entire population on my side, we'd be able to react to anything so fast and coherently it was pretty much unthinkable. So, theoretically, after that first proclamation of mine, where I'd made sure my words stretched to everybody, I really didn't need to tell anybody again. Except that I did. Repetition was needed for a new idea to take hold in the mind. Also, hearing something was one thing, and seeing it in practice was something entirely different. With that in mind, for the rest of the day, I walked around Firepeak, found suitable places for our next constructions, delivered the same speech, and then created a training chamber and sorcery chamber every time. I toned it down a bit. There was no need for me to repeat myself to the entire city all the time. That would just piss people off, since I'd interrupt them all the damn time. No, I kept my words to the area surrounding my speeches, making sure I'd reach anybody watching. And boy did they watch. After the first couple of speeches, I noticed how many were actually following me around. I was in constant mental contact with Roth to identify any possible troublemakers, but they refused to show. After a while, I decided that they were simply regular people waiting for the other shoe to drop, and the emotion stemming from them grew increasingly hopeful. Man, being able to sense the feelings of people rocked. If I'd had that ability back on Earth, I'd have totally caught the bastard who kept filching my hot pockets. Chapter 11. In politics, strangely enough, the best way to play your cards is to lay them face upward on the table. H.G. Wells. After the 9th Plaza, I was forced to return, having run out of mana. Those sorcery chambers were expensive. At 250 mana a pop, even my insane regeneration couldn't keep up. Still, it was a good showing, and I'd be ready to build more soon. To my surprise, as we entered the fortress, a crowd was gathering in front of the gates. Not a belligerent one, quite the opposite. The mood felt hopeful and upbeat. Demodius rushed into the throne room, ready to explain as we returned. "Yes, Onyx. Words of your offer are spreading. There are quite a few asking to become part of your group. The rest want to learn about training. So right now, we are taking in everybody, registering them and their talents, and considering where best to put them. Young Lore has been of massive help, creating lists and noting down all the details to update that system of his." Nice. That meant we'd soon be able to update our knowledge of the feat system and the minimum requirements with all the newcomers. Excellent. And everybody knows that we don't have everything set in stone already? Yes. We are telling them that we will be evolving our systems based on who signs up. I nodded thoughtfully. That was the truth. It was also a bit of a lie. Part of it was, of course, that we simply didn't know what we were doing yet. We needed to figure out the best way to handle everything, solve the basics first, food and shelter, then remuneration of some kind, add on some bonus system of a sort. There was plenty to figure out. The deeper truth was that we also needed to weed out anybody who tried to join with deception in mind. Any takers from among the fighters and mages? Yes, one group of former city guards. They may be lying about their intentions, A server told me he'd seen a couple of them be rewarded by Selys herself. That rarely happens.
Impressive work. We'll think about what to do about them. For now, what about the rest?
Mostly low-leveled people. There are definitely a good number of freed slaves who are looking for a safe space. Then there are those who made a sorry living in the lower rungs of the city and see a chance to better their standing. Oh, and a few mages.
His satisfied smile told me he'd saved that tidbit for last on purpose. I smiled. That is great news. We'll want to extend a warm welcome to any mages and higher-leveled creatures. In fact, please talk with Timothy and ask him to come up with some sort of signing bonus based on class and level. Tell him in these words. It doesn't have to be elaborate. It just has to work. Don't get all weird about it. Demodius looked at me askance.
Are you trying to rile him up, Onyx? Could you not talk to him directly inside his mind?
I laughed. Of course I could, but then I wouldn't be able to have you tell me how much he looked like a thundercloud. Oh, and if he starts cursing, tell him he loves it.
You were not what I expected from a shadow dragon.
Well, I didn't expect to become a dragon either, so we're kind of agreed there, dude. The next couple of days brought a very much needed sheen of repetition and normalcy to our lives. I made a show out of entering the city every day to add to the training chambers and sorcery chambers of the city. Slowly, people grew accustomed to seeing us build up the city, and as soon as people learned that, yes, the exercising did actually work, they started approaching us to learn how to best improve their attributes. In the future, I wanted to have some of my minions work as trainers in these areas, but for now, I wasn't about to have anybody run around the city alone as target practice. We also figured out how to figure out what the deal was with that group of warriors who had just joined our forces. It was kind of disturbing because the solution turned out to be served to us completely ready, by Selys herself. There was a lounge that Selys had often used when she had some of her minions question others. It was small, very luxuriously made, perfect for a cozier setting or for when you wanted to congratulate somebody, possibly even reward them for a job well done. Also, right on the other side of the wall was a room large enough for Selys to comfortably stay in to glean the emotions of anybody in there while they were questioned. And now I'd inherited it. It felt wrong. I'd readily admit to that. Lying reclined 5 feet from the warriors and listening in on their emotions while Kraziel asked them about their plans and thoughts for joining our group, in the guise of them being recognized for possible improved positions for their impressive strength. Despite the wrongness, we'd all agreed it was necessary. Even Tim. Even with us keeping an eye out for suspicious people trying to infiltrate our groups, we weren't going to act on suspicion alone. We needed proof. This was the best shot at it. With the muscular brutes up against Kraziel's self-effacing demeanor and innocuous questions, their minds were wide open as they gave away so much more than they expected. I met with Kraziel afterward.
So, were they guilty?
As all hell's, Kraziel. They were planning to learn enough to figure out our weak spots, set up ambushes to pick us apart in one decisive swoop.
That's disgusting. The Dragonling seemed so jolly, too. He told me he'd introduce me to some local alcohol. Was that a trap?
Complete trap. Or just an opportunity to dig for more information.
Damn. So, do we continue?
Yes, we do. We need to see if there are any others in there who were planted or trying to infiltrate us. And while it might be a waste of time, we should question everybody, including the low-leveled ones, just so it doesn't seem like we're singling out somebody. It was a long afternoon. I spent it watching the volunteers through the minimap, listening to emotions and surface thoughts, trying to use it to get through to the real feelings below. The work itself was a lot easier than I'd feared. Some people might have spent enough time around Selys to learn how to guard their thoughts or steer their words and emotions in safer directions. Since they didn't see me around, though, nobody thought to apply those same defensive mechanisms here. With Kraziel being Kraziel, they mostly got a nice shot of superiority complex along with some lovely serotonin release when they heard that they might be in line for a nice reward or better job. What was hard was learning what people actually thought.
Even with my speeches against slavery, defeating Selys, and creating places for everybody to grow in power, people were waiting for me to show my animalistic side and start gobbling them up like so much candy. Those who joined usually did it either to escape slavery or because it was the only path toward self-advancement they could see. A few, a rare few, actually believed my words, and those I asked Graziel to prepare for better posts. The truth was still a bitter pill to swallow. 1 in 4. Well, maybe 1 in 5, if we count the people who were asking our servants to join up too. That's still absolute crap. Almost 100 individuals have joined up by now, yet 1 in 5 has some nefarious reason for joining up, from wanting to steal the contents of the throne room to planning to kill us all with gases from some alchemical concoctions. Timothy grew wide-eyed.
Somebody actually wanted to do that? That's
more dangerous than Bill Belichick with access to the opposing team's locker room? You bet. Tim glared at me for a moment. Then he said,
Hold that thought. I need to concentrate on this.
For a second, his features went still. Then his eyes grew to the size of teacups and started slowly circling the circumference of his face. Everything else froze. Just the eyes hovered as they performed 2 full circles inside his head.
Wow, that felt weird. Worth it?
I nodded appreciatively. I particularly like how you rolled your eyes while the eyes were rolling around in your head.
Eye rollception. I've been working on it for a while. I knew it would come in handy with you around.
I snorted. You're such a dick. We both chuckled and I continued, contemplative. Obviously, we need to do something about these assholes. Question isn't really whether we should act, more when. Also, if we should give any of them a last chance somehow. Timothy merged into a figure of that French statue with the sitting dude thinking hard about something. I accidentally turned and waved my tail through his form. He glared at me.
I'm a dick? Okay, here's my take. We should definitely do something about them sooner rather than later. I would like to give everybody a second chance, though, if possible. It would be harsh if we were to condemn them from a single interview.
My head started nodding in time. Yeah, I agree. Let's give them the opportunity to come clean, see how they act. Here's what I was thinking about how to handle it. The group of inductees stood assembled inside the throne room. They were a diverse bunch. The majority of them were clearly the dregs of society, malnourished, underleveled, and weak-looking. These were Talpi, imps, stickkin, and other physically weak species who had been used to fending for themselves at the lowest rungs of the city, with forced enslavement being a constant fear. Some had likely been slaves already, whip marks and other signs of physical abuse standing out. Their levels were low, with only the occasional outlier having reached level 5, and they clumped up, keeping a distance from everybody else. In a separate group, a dozen people stood out. These people were clearly used to eating regularly and had managed to eke out a decent existence under the rule of Selys. Their levels were higher, but they were no fighters either, few being able to sport a level above 10. Some were well-dressed, well-groomed, and physically fit. They kept themselves well, looking around with curiosity and, in a good deal of cases, clear avarice at the treasure surrounding them. Then there was a final group, the elites. 4 fighters, carrying weapons like they were born to them. 1 fancily clad cauldron. 2 Ethium from the gathering. 1 agile insectile former scout of a race I hadn't seen before. 1 alchemist in the finest of robes. And finally, the 5 former city guards, all moving about with swagger and a certainty in their own superiority. They did nothing to hide their disdain as they looked at the others. I took a look at one of them. 1 massive Urton was sending dark looks at the former slaves, grinning triumphantly as the smaller creature winced. What an ass. I selected Inspect, took in his details. Personal info. Name, Gorda. Race, Urton. Level 21. Experience toward next level, 11,270 of 21,000. Size, large. Stats and attributes. Health, 740 of 740. Mana, 1,050 of 1,050. Strength, 34. Toughness, 33. Agility, 20. Mental power, 12. Mental control, 11. Weakness, poison damage. It was a damn shame. I could really use somebody like this. A tough fighter who could stand side by side with my crawls to take the punches while our other minions poured the damage on our enemies. I shook my head in dismay. We have gathered you here today in celebration and to start new lives. My sudden proclamation caught their attention, and they all stared up at me, sitting on the dais at the end, surrounded by the choicest of treasures, the prettiest gems and items gleaming with magic. I continued. Everybody who is here today has the honor of being among the first ones to take a chance, to believe in the changes I've promised. There's risk in that. I could betray your trust, become a tyrant like Selys, or I could make the attempt and fail through no fault of my own. Either would leave you in a bad situation due to your misplaced faith. I will do anything I can to honor that faith. I stood up, walking closer to the poor and low-leveled, lowering my head to recline on the ground before them. Each and every one of you will be allowed to take an item from the pile next to Roth. He's the impressive specimen of a talpus back there. Before you choose something, I would like your attention, however. They were all entirely fixed on me. A few of them looked like they might pee themselves. They very pointedly did not smile, trying to look as calm as possible. You may have lived hard lives so far. I won't promise that things get easier. I will, however, promise that you are free to choose. From here on, you get to decide which path you want to take. You want to be a fighter? Then select an item that will make you tougher, stronger, or hit harder, and line up before Roth. Would you prefer the life of a scout, less direct confrontations, only attacking when the enemy's back is turned? Choose something with agility or toughness for the long runs, then go over to Leith, the talpus to the left of Roth. If you want to evolve your mental capabilities as a mage or shaman, go with something to improve your mental power or control, and talk to Arthur, the grumpy-looking talpus to the right of Roth. A few of them made to move, but I stopped them, holding up a claw. This is not to say that the only available choices are ones focusing on violence and conflict. There will be plenty of need for people in other sections right here in Firepeak. We will have need of those who are strong and hardy as builders and workers, agile ones as message runners, and bright persons working as scribes, mages with a backup function, and much, much more. Anybody choosing this should talk to Demodius, the Ethium here to my right. There will be plenty of choices for you, and nobody says you have to make your final decision right now. Whatever choice you make, you can take an item to help your growth, and you will get plenty of chances to grow your attributes right here in the fortress's own training chamber or sorcery chamber, with our own trainers to supervise. They looked extremely excited at that, and I fought down a grin. It would be interesting to see if their excitement was still present after their first training session with Roth. There will be one major difference for those who choose to join our forces to fight. We will help you gain your first 10 levels. We believe that anybody who lays their life on the line should be rewarded. Also, we are not like the old city guard. We are not interested in losing any promising people just to see who survives. We'd rather get you all to a minimum level before we start throwing you into real battle. It will be a while, though. Leaving the city to level you won't be possible until we resolve the situation with the Dwergen and Aberrants. That was well received, and after a brief moment of hesitation, people streamed toward the large pile of items, picking and choosing between well-crafted magical items. I smiled at the sight. Among the many lovely things I'd inherited from Selys, her hoard had been the best thing. The accumulated wealth and magic items of almost a century of hoarding did not disappoint. The pile they were raking through at the moment was the lowest quality, and still sported between +2 and +3 modifiers to attributes. We were still trying to get an overview of the really impressive items to see where they would benefit us the most. For now, however, doling out a tiny part of the wealth to garner some goodwill seemed like a lovely trade. Slowly, the large group trickled from the piles of treasure toward the different trainers and finally back to their initial spot, where they stood clutching their newfound treasures. Most looked like they were waiting for the other shoe to drop and somebody to try to take their loot away from them. I waited until the final one was done. Then I moved on to the next group, bowed my head respectfully at the dozen people standing expectantly there. You have managed to survive under Selys and even grow. Well done. I will not ask how you did it. As long as you are with me and follow our rules, you will do well and prosper. For being among the first to join me, you will be awarded appropriately, especially because you, with higher levels and strength, will be able to make a living among the other groupings. Choose one item from the first pile and one from the second, and then move to the trainer who represents the path you would follow. Again, I waited as they filed toward the treasure trove, grabbing eagerly at gleaming treasures, and then continuing towards the trainers in question. A couple of them wavered before deciding, but eventually all of them chose a path and returned to their group. With a quelled sigh, I took in the final group. These were the powerhouses, the highest levels, the most impressive attributes. Also, clearly the ones who'd enjoyed the reign of Selys the most. With the exception of one battered-looking crawl, they oozed richness, power, and opulence. I approached them, inclining my head slightly. All of you are stronger, higher levels than the others. You are used to certain positions and luxuries under Selys, enjoying greater freedom than the average citizens due to your position. I shook my head slowly. I respect the levels you have earned and the strength you have gained. As for the freedom and special rights you are used to, that will change from now on. I have already said this to the entire city, but it bears repeating. Slavery is dead. Nobody will be allowed to own another thinking being again, and those who try will be punished. I looked at each of them in turn, sealing the message. In the future, your rewards will be defined entirely on basis of what you achieve to help our society. There will be no reaping rewards simply from having made it to a comfortable position. That took them aback. I could see the shock on their faces. One of them asked affronted,
If you have no intention of rewarding our true worth, why should I even stay here? The gathering rewards me plenty, but I expected more from a new ruler trying to solidify his grip on his rule.
I looked at the speaker. He was a cauldron mage, not a combination I'd seen before. Level 22. Damn impressive, that. Exactly the kind of powerhouse I'd want to attract to my side. His wings were dark gray, and the leather vest he wore was exquisitely crafted and adorned with silver stitching, glowing with magic. Demodius coughed.
That is the major runecrafter in the city, Onyx. He adds the magical properties to the highest quality items here.
I nodded gratefully, then looked the cauldron in the eyes. Somebody like you could mean a lot to my group. You would be able to help construct and improve the weapons and armor I need to help ensure that my people thrive. However, I am not going to compromise on the building stones of our society in order to get you to join up.
Then what? I came here today expecting to be rewarded for the risk. Instead, you tell me that I will be restricted and limited.
I felt nothing from him. Nothing at all. His mental power was seriously impressive. I did get the feel, just from the look on his face, that he wasn't as affronted as he sounded, that he was pushing to see what I would do. Oh, there will be a reward for you and other powerful persons who wish to join my ranks. And not just in magical items. I will, of course, give you a choice of the best pickings. Of course, they may be items that you yourself created, so it feels like a sorry reward. I shook my head. No, if you wish to join me simply for the material reward, you might be sorely disappointed. My eyes bored into his as I continued. If, however, you aim to see how far you can grow as a runecrafter, you should definitely join up. I pointed to Arthur and Krasil. The Talpi are generally looked down upon for their lack of power and prospects, and it is true they often have lower attributes than other races. However, they are impressive people, with a will to grow I have never seen elsewhere, and their shamans have a connection with the earth you will not find in this mountain. I stuck my snout closer to the cauldron, who flinched but did not step back. You want the best materials to work with? I have at this point 9 Talpa shamans who are all above level 15, 2 who are above level 25. On top of that, construction is what I do. I know more about constructing proper buildings than Selys ever did. If you want the perfect building to live in and work from, we can build it to your exact specifications." My neck craned as I looked around the room, taking in the obvious envy from the other minions standing and watching us. Then I addressed the issue. "This is not going to be isolated to our runecrafter here. If you deliver enough to our society, you will be rewarded. The real difference here is that your gain will not be enforced at the cost of others." Turning back to the runecrafter, I continued. "There you have it. If you care for personal power at the expense of others, get the hell out of here. If I learn that you have committed that crime elsewhere, you will be punished. However, if you want to grow as a runecrafter and reach new heights in your craft, we are ready to take you in." He rolled his shoulders, wings flapping a few times as if trying out the air of the room, before coming to a rest behind his back again. With a guarded smile, he nodded once.
"In that case, I had better see if I can find anything worth keeping in those piles of yours."
I waved a wing in the right direction as I backed away. "You, as the others in this group, will be allowed one item from each of the 3 piles. Apart from that, everything else is the same. If, however, you decide at this point that joining me isn't for you, there will be no hard feelings. Go ahead and choose to your heart's delight." They rushed in. The elite of the city, stronger, higher levels, and more used to getting their way than those below them, hurried forward like kids in a candy shop, afraid that the other kids would buy all the good kinds before they got a chance to pick for themselves. To be fair, they did take longer to make their choices, not settling on the very first thing that seemed to fit their build. These people knew what they wanted and which boosts would benefit their own style. Finally, everybody returned to their groups. They were chatting among themselves animatedly, even some of the higher-level people breaking smiles as they stood with their newfound gains. I sighed inwardly, then gave a signal to Roth. He and the other guards readied their weapons in case hell broke loose. Then I spoke up. "There's one thing I truly dislike about being a shadow dragon. Not our lack of strength compared to the other dragon races. We more than make up for that with our indirect strengths." I huffed air through my nostrils. "No, I regret having gained the power to be able to see through the minds of others. Too often the mind hides nothing but deceit and filth, and the present company, unfortunately, is no different." I pointed at one of the low-leveled crawls. "You, move forward. You asked for a job as a worker in the fortress. You intended to use that opportunity to steal from the Horde, earn enough for yourself to grow and be safe." My claw flashed to a Talpus. You do not act for yourself. You are enslaved by a spellcaster from the Gathering. You act only out of self-preservation, intending to gather enough information to satisfy your master and avoid punishment." Another one. This one a well-groomed sleek Mavona in the second group. "You intended to keep your slave secret and seek my employment regardless." A tall, thin stickkin, the highest leveled of the second group. "You are on the run. You killed a whole group of slaves for growth and managed to infuriate some powerful people in the city. Now you plan to use that as a basis to build your future." One after the other, I confronted the persons. Either traitors who harbored secret plans to move against us, or people who'd performed detestable crimes before joining up. Most of them were in it for personal gain or revenge, while a select few were working to bring us down. When I pointed out the first of the former city guards, they leapt into action instead of waiting to be called out. They sprang forward, powerful new weapons in hand. I was ready, though. My weakening fog hit them after the first couple steps, spraying back and forth over their group and dropping 3 of their number to a senseless mess. The final 2 I backhanded with a single swipe of a claw. Over their reclined bodies, I addressed the rest of those who were planning to betray us in one way or another. "I've led many groups over the years, been responsible for more impressive constructions coming into being than any of you can imagine. I've taken many life lessons to heart during that time, but one above all. If I have to choose between the best worker and the most trustworthy, I will take trust over capabilities every time. This still holds true. and each and every one of you has broken my trust right at the outset. However, I want to give you all a last chance." I indicated the server who planned stealing from the horde. "Stand forward, open your heart, and tell me why I should give you a second chance." The Krall stepped forward and knelt. He shook in fear, but looked me straight in the eye.
"Need wealth, items. Not just me. Must feed mate and litter."
The emotions coming from him were crystal clear. Surrender, loss, and a tiny pang of hope. Exactly what I was looking for. Protecting your loved ones is something I can sympathize with. What would you do to know they would be safe and taken care of?
"Anything."
The single word was coarse, pushing through a jumble of other mental words falling over each other. "In that case, here's my decision. I will let you and your family join us under my protection. You'll be fed, sheltered, and given a chance to grow in peace and relative safety. In return, you will drop any plans of abusing my trust and dedicate yourself to improving this place. Will you accept this?"
"Yes."
The fire inside him left no doubt of his sincerity. His low mental attributes, along with his complete surrender, let me read him like an open book. I nodded to Demodius and told him to arrange for it to happen, and for the other servants to keep an eye on the Krall and his family. Trust, but verify. The next one I let off the hook as well. Once the Talpas was informed I'd release him with a bond from his slave master in the gathering and protect him, he dropped to the floor, crying in relief as he promised his eternal loyalty. After him, things turned harder. Most of those who had planned to move against us were either set in their ways, or had committed or were planning to commit acts of atrocity beyond what could be forgiven. During the entire happening today, I'd kept my attention fixed to their emotions, trying to suss out who might be redeemed. Now I stretched out further than ever before, trying to corroborate hints from their words with their feelings. Some railed against me, promising death and destruction, the inevitable downfall of our forces and retribution. Others were silent, refusing to elaborate on their choices. Some had selfish desires, dreams of wealth, power, and tyranny, while others were more complex, wanting revenge for crimes real and imagined. In the end, however, only 5 of the 22 I was left with promised any chance of redemption. 2 of them I would set a watch on, because I wasn't entirely sure of them. The remaining group stood before me, stripped of their items, surrounded by my minions. Defiance, spite, and hate were almost tangible in the air. "I'll keep this short. Selys would have eaten or enslaved you, or sacrificed you as a twisted gift for her underlings. I will not stoop that low, but I will not suffer your presence in my domain. You are hereby exiled from Firepeak and the entirety of my rule." One of the traders, a former merchant, railed against me.
"That is a death sentence. You said it yourself. The Dwergen and Aberrants are coming. They'll tear us apart and leave our picked bones for all to see. And even if they don't, there's no way we can survive up here."
I growled at him. "Then you had best hope one of their groups takes pity on you and takes you in. I will not move against anybody who decides to accept you among them, but I will never suffer your presence here again. Any of you who are found inside my domain will be executed. You had a chance to become part of the core of our society, and you abused it." I turned to Roth. "Please get them food for a couple of days and evict them from the city." I turned my back on the group. "Then we can focus on the real issues." The day after, the Aberrants arrived. Chapter 12. My first impression of the Aberrants was surprise. Streaming from the northeastern tunnel opening to the crater and into the open surface area, they did not appear impressive. On the whole, they were comprised of smaller races, with the occasional larger specimens among them. Their formations were haphazard, bordering on non-existent, and they carried little with them. From their reputations, I had imagined groups of assassins slinking along in the shadows of larger beasts, with powerful mages or hooded rogues forming a central force. Instead, we got a mindless milling mass of howling, roaring monsters and a flux of moving furs, scales, and skin. However, in the hour that I spent ordering my people about while peeking at them from within my minimap, that first impression was soon turned to begrudging respect. The Aberrants were busy. From the moment they entered the crater, their forces were in constant motion. There was an ongoing movement of critters from the center of their mass to their surroundings, then circling around, as if their entire formation was in flux. I had no clue what they were up to, or even how they managed to keep it up while they were still moving forward. However, it definitely made it hard to pinpoint their real numbers or even discover their leadership to spot their highest levels. As they moved forward, smaller groups of critters broke off and started working at a frenzied pace in the hard dirt of the crater. Roth and Arthur were off elsewhere, preparing our people for whatever might happen, and Timothy was busy trying to incorporate the learnings from all the new minions into our roadmap of feats and attributes. That left Grex, Krasil, and Gert in the throne room with me, watching the enemy force progress. I expanded the minimap onto the rear wall of the room for all to see as we watched them. Grex, being Grex, was prepared for action instantly.
We attack now? They are open. So open. One flyover from us imps would tear them down.
I chuckled and shook my head. Gert calmly asked,
"That would ruin the plan. Have you forgotten?"
What plan?
Krasil smiled.
"Sometimes I believe that your antics are exaggerated in order for everybody to underestimate your mental attributes."
Antiques? I'm not old. Imps do not grow old. We live hard and die.
The imp winked and spun around in the air in an extravagant loop. Gert observed him, frowning.
"I do not know what to think."
I pointed to the constantly moving forces on the minimap in front of us. "I think we shouldn't underestimate the Aberrants. Yes, that movement is horribly confusing, but I believe it's by design. They're obfuscating their numbers and strength. On top of that, it looks to me like the seemingly random groups are actually separate squads or groups of fighters. Also, they're entrenching themselves right now." Grex settled on my shoulder, one leg kicking my scales in a rapid rhythm.
In what now? Oh, digging. Yes, they're digging. They have crawls. Good diggers.
Krasil saw it instantly.
"Yes, digging, but not mindlessly. They are creating a coherent defense."
He stood up to move closer to the projected map.
"Could you expand the image a bit, Onyx? Thank you."
Pointing at 6 different spots where groups were now busy excavating among the milling, marching troops, he said with finality,
"These are defensive tunnels. They use the excess earth to shield the entrances. Also, this is just the first step. Note these flyers up here. They are keeping an eye on us. In the time it would take us to move out and attack, they would be able to either move back into the tunnels where they came from, or, I'd wager, finish their defenses here and slink down into the newly made tunnels."
I nodded, impressed. In an environment that's made to deny attackers any defense, they create their own? That's novel. Krasil assented.
"Indeed. And please, look. 2 more groups have started digging. If we leave them to it, they will soon have formed a full defensive circle."
Not bad. So, any ideas on what they're planning there? He shrugged.
"It could be a lot of things. It would depend on their overall plan. They could start building channels to enter Fire Peak from underneath. If I were them, however, I would make the tunnels intersect and meet right underneath where they are. Create a confusing environment for ambushes and backstabbing. It would work well with the way their home is said to be created."
"Is said to?" I asked, then remembered. "Oh, right. That's the whole thing where they don't allow visitors and people coming their way tend not to survive from all the traps and ambushes. I like it." Grex stood up on my shoulder, wings flapping to keep his balance on one leg.
You like your enemies outmaneuvering you? Onyx, you are not well. Too much essence of Dara, I think.
I beamed a grin at him as I expanded the minimap, zooming as far out as it could go. Krasil was right. The construction was clearly turning into a circle, defending the entrances to the tunnels on all sides facing out. No, I do like it. It shows intelligence, and I really like intelligence in people I intend to adopt. Then I chuckled as I spotted something else. Huh, speaking of which, things are about to turn interesting. I pointed at the southern entrance to the crater. The Dwergen are arriving. The Dwergen were indeed arriving, and now the city was really waking up to the fact. The tops of the walls were littered with watchers observing the arrival of both enemy armies, and the mood in the capital was definitely deteriorating. Better nip this in the bud. I pushed my mental presence to involve the entire city and spoke. Do not worry. As we predicted, it has come to pass. The Dwergen and the Aberrants are here. They are fearsome fighters and enemies to respect. They are, however, not stupid. We have the might of Fire Peak and our fire defenses to keep us safe. Today, we will consolidate our forces and prepare our defenses, and soon, we will deal with their leaders. That was not exactly the full truth. As a British former plasterer of mine, Kevin Sinclair, would have said, I was talking out of my arse. For now, however, I didn't much care. As long as the populace of the city didn't move into open rebellion, they could pretty much do what they wanted while I worked toward the end game here. First, I had to make sure that the Dwergen weren't doing anything really stupid, like attacking the city with a heavily outnumbered force to prove how tough they were. I smiled to see them marching into the crater in open ranks. No confusion or secrecy here, that was for sure. They walked in lockstep, heavy armors and shields at the ready as they moved into the open. Several hundred feet into the open area, they stopped and then turned and marched on again.
Very tough, very powerful. I don't like them.
Grax practically hissed at their image as their ranks continued appearing from the tunnel. You just say that because they're a bad matchup for your kind. Krasil, looks like there are no new Dwergen appearing. Have you got a decent count? Krasil stroked his fur, fingers moving.
Yes, 200, give or take a few. The Aberrants are at least twice as many.
I took in the Dwergen from up close. They were settling in now, digging trenches with massive shovels, preparing massive lances for spear walls, or possibly fixed defenses. In the center of their camp, a huge form armored in all black shouted commands, instructing their movements and actions from beside a massive glowing banner. Anybody want to take best that's their leader? And that the banner's protective, like when we fought them below? There were no takers, and I started inspecting their leader and the surrounding soldiers. Personal info. Name. Teller. Race. Dwergen Elite. Level 31. Experience toward next level. 8,910 of 31,000. Size. Large. Stats and attributes. Health. 580 of 580. Mana. 430 of 430. Strength. 72. Toughness, 102. Agility, 47. Mental power, 43. Mental control, 15. Weakness, physical damage. That guy wasn't a mere powerhouse. He was a fucking menace. I'd fought dragons that were less impressive than him. Dwergen Elite had to be the evolved version of their kind. And level 31? Yeah. I thought the Dwergen leader we'd already taken down was powerful, but this guy had him beat. And again, I marveled at the irony of physical damage being their weakness. What the hell good was that if you had to pierce 10 inches of steel armor first? As I took in the armored form surrounding him, I growled. Well, that's just annoying.
What? Are we in trouble? Are they attacking?
Grex buzzed forward to float around in front of the projection. No, they're simply more impressive than I'd hoped for. First off, their levels are annoyingly high. Level 15 is one of the lowest I've seen here. They're even strong enough that Dwergen Elite are born, which only happens when levels are high enough. Second, they must have some version of training chambers too. Their attributes don't make sense otherwise.
They do not make sense? In which manner?
Gert asked. These 3 Dwergen are the same exact level. However, if you add their total attributes, you'll find that they differ by as much as 10.
That is well thought. It sounds like something Timothy would have come up with.
Well, his life is numbers, but I have my moments too. I didn't add that I'd perfected my mental calculations with an age-old computer game where the goal was re-rolling your character endlessly to earn as many attribute points as possible, as well as that elusive 18 of 0 strength. I grimaced. So, they move and fight in formations, they use magic, and they train to become more powerful. Yep, those are the ones to watch out for. Even as I said that, I wondered at the truth of my words. The Dwergen were definitely intimidating as all hells, but even so, I couldn't say with any certainty that I'd bet on them in a fight between them and the Aberrants. That might be the American in me rooting for the underdog, though. As our full council slowly started rejoining us, we dove into the planning and tried to sum up how far we'd made it. There's still a handful of places in the city where I would want to place training chambers and sorcery chambers, but we have a decent distribution by now, enough that each quarter of the city has at least 8. By no means enough to support the entire city, but they shouldn't have to fight over room anymore.
Pah! Is that even relevant right now? Focus!
Arthur, as always, had little time for what he saw as frivolities. This is focusing, Arthur. Keeping our promises will help ensure that people actually believe us and want to join us instead of sniping at us from alleyways and rooftops. Speaking of which, how are we doing in the city? Roth scratched his rear and sneered.
After seeing us take down the abomination, they're getting afraid of us. Or maybe it's the monsters outside the walls. That, or they're actually listening to all that nonsense you're talking.
Kraziel, lovely, mild-mannered Kraziel, shot to his feet, affronted.
Nonsense? Are you insane, or just a moron? Coming together despite our differences in a society without slavery isn't nonsense. It's building a future where we can all exist, where even the weaker species have a place where we can thrive or not, without fear of becoming slaves or fodder. How can you—
His voice trailed off as he watched Roth grinning ear to ear.
Too easy.
Roth winked and spoke on as if nothing had happened, while Kraziel fumed.
The old city guard has kept a low profile. We think they were waiting for their spies to return to them with information on where to attack us.
The strong Talpus looked at me.
Are you still being unreasonable?
I squinted. You mean, will I still not allow you to root out and attack citizens of Firepeak without proof they've done anything wrong?
That's what I said. Anyway, if you won't let us do that, since they're clearly still going to do something damaging, we'll have to keep alert and move about in larger groups, ready to pull back if we're attacked. We don't have a clue about the bloody mages of the gathering either.
Only if you're not paying attention or are a clueless buffoon,
Kraziel jibed. I interrupted. I'm all for friendly banter, but keep it friendly. That goes for you too, Roth. We're in this together. Kraziel hung his head.
Sorry.
I smiled. Don't be. Roth was being more of an ass than he usually is. You were saying about the gathering, though? He smiled carefully.
Well, our new friend, the runecrafter, is a bit standoffish, but he has been able to explain quite a lot about the situation regarding the gathering in the city. 3 of the 4 leaders were killed in the battle against Selys, and the final one does not care to stick his snout too far out. In short, they're waiting for any obvious openings or weaknesses before making their moves. Some of them might act on their own, but not the gathering as a whole. Not unless something changes.
I growled in pleasure. That's the best news I could have imagined. It gives us time. Time to find a balance between us, the Dwergen, and the Aberrants. Hopefully bring them to our side while we win the population over. We need one part of the puzzle to fall into place. Real has already delivered 2 miracles, and I fully expect him to manage the 3rd one as well. Chapter 13. Sometimes you put walls up not to keep people out, but to see who cares enough to break them down. Socrates. I walked through the outskirts of Firepeak. Work on the walls was ongoing, and part of my day was dedicated to inspecting their efforts, though my main point in being there was making sure nobody attacked the young shamans due to their being a soft target. Watching them work was not the most impressive of sights, except if you knew what you were looking at. Retouching old, crumbling stone walls in order to improve their integrity and make them last longer is known as pointing. My own private name for it is the ass end of tasks. I'd literally rather do pretty much anything else. It's usually a massive undertaking where you remove old cracked mortar and damaged bricks or stones by power tools, or sometimes even by hand if a customer needs it to be authentic. Then you fill in a layer of new mortar and tool it to get a nice surface. The shamans, however, didn't bother with that. Arthur was here too. He was needed for the hardest work. He moved ahead of the pack, trailing his hand on the wall with his eyes closed as he moved. Where he went, he concentrated his mental efforts into the stone, crushing porous elements on the inside of the wall, altering the stone and mortar, improving what he could. Anything that was far inside the wide structure of the stone structure, he hardened and tightened, strengthening the hardness and integrity of the wall by an order of magnitude. Then followed 3 teams, one after the other. First, one group of young shamans who worked on the same thing as Arthur, strengthening, hardening, and removing or destroying garbage elements, but on the outer reaches of the walls. Dust surrounded them where they moved, as old, low-quality mortar exploded from the cracks being expelled by magic. Then a team of builders followed, adding fresh mortar and smaller rocks where needed to fill in the grooves left by the former team, before smoothing it out with tools to leave a nice, even surface. Finally, the last team of shamans trailed after, making sure the mortar reached into every available opening and helping it harden faster and better than otherwise possible. The end result still needed natural hardening. You could hurry the process with magic, but only so much. However, in a day, 2 at the most, we'd have a wall that would be incredibly tough to break through, with an outer layer that was smoothed out enough that tools would have a hard time finding purchase. It wasn't exactly magic as much as it was using magic and proven techniques to get results that would beat either by themselves. Where my predecessor had opinions about applying actual magic to the wall being a waste, I couldn't have disagreed more. Once we were done with the full tour and finished with the gates, we'd see about roping in some rune mages to add magic runes to the walls, or possibly some magic traps. Oh, and a trench for sure. Possibly even add water to the trench just to mess with anybody considering an attack. We'd end up with a city that was completely impervious to attacks, magical and otherwise. Well, except for any flyers, obviously. It would be a while still. It was a slow process, but by my estimate, they would finish the first 5th by today. With every single young shaman having participated in both the kills of Selys and the Flesh Abomination, those 2 battles alone had brought all of them past level 15. And with the training regimens Roth and Arthur were pushing them through, their attributes were already well above those of any single Talpus in the tribe when I first met them, even Arthur's. They were growing to be mighty. One of the builders approached me, confusion written clearly on his face. It was a Talpus. Not one of ours, but one of those who joined us from the city.
Onyx, I've talked with several tool creators in the city. They have several types of stands, but they don't know what a long stand is.
I kept my face carefully composed. Oh, that is a shame. Some people just don't appreciate the importance of a good long stand. Okay, you get back to work. Tell that other one, the Urton right there, that it's his turn to go look. He inclined his head in respect and went to trade places with the Urton. I addressed his back. And tell him to find me a skyhook too while he's at it. Gert was right next to me. She was my bodyguard on the outing. The Crawl was wielding a long, slim, cruel-looking spear from the Horde. It looked too tall for her squat form, but nothing about the way she handled the long weapon showed any awkwardness. As well it shouldn't, since it came with a massive +5 to agility. Her eyes constantly roamed over the city in search of threats.
Onyx, I'm not sure what that was. Why does it feel like you were being incredibly mean to that worker?
I chuckled. Because I was. Still, some traditions need to be maintained. We walked, mostly in cordial silence, with the wall trailing our left-hand side. On our right, we were reaching a larger open site. We were on the western outskirts of the city, among what used to be mostly work sites and sweatshops. The rest of the space was still unclaimed. The open spot was mostly a rough dirt field, but there were some recent additions. Tons of rocks had been dumped to the side of the field, large poles pounded into the ground, and ropes crisscrossing at different heights between the poles. There were several large holes in the ground, and some lines drawn into the dirt. It was a very simple, impromptu agility course. Next to it, an open field was strewn with rocks of different sizes and nothing else, but both places were packed. I was not entirely surprised. My minion count had risen to above 300 now, as people wanted to take advantage of the training areas, and with a handful joining our ranks in the fortress each day. Gert squinted at me. Again, I got the sensation that the quiet crawl had so much more going on inside her head than what she let everybody know.
Onyx, I have a question.
Shoot. After a short pause, I added, go right ahead. Gert spoke quietly, indicating the open field.
Those training areas and sorcery areas of yours, you have gone to a lot of trouble to create them.
Mm-hmm. Not hearing a question, though.
Why?
I chuckled. It's a bribe, obviously. I am trying to give so much to the people of Fire Peak that they can't help but see me as a nice guy. So when somebody comes running and is all, "Hey, let's go kill Onyx, dragon meat is supposed to be super delish," they'll say no because I'm such a magnificent, kind-hearted beast.
That is not all, though, is it? You could give out more from the hoard or take over food stores and share them with the city.
My chuckle erupted into a belly laugh, making some of the builders turn and stare. Gert, you are growing wiser. I love it. Also, I might still do the food stores thing. Thanks for suggesting it. I do plan not to mess too directly with the people who used to be in charge for now. To answer your question, though, no, it's not all of it. There would be many ways to tackle the problem, but what I really do want is to undermine the root of the dilemma.
The dilemma of slavery?
The squat beast looked so immersed in her concentration that she was about to rupture something. Yes and no. The problem isn't just slavery. The problem is the fundamental issue with the people on top being able to create the rules. And the rules they make are obviously enforced to keep them in power, to reinforce the methods that brought them into power in the first place, and to exclude everybody else. Slavery is part of that entire system, though it is one of the ugliest parts of it.
So you want to take away their power?
Nope. I want to add to the powers of those at the bottom. Just look at your people. You used to be worth nothing, pushed around by that big red dragon, and viewed as nothing. You were slaves who were to go where she pointed and die on her word. Now, imagine that I were to go on a trip somewhere and, while I was away, some other dragon the size of your old mistress came smashing in and demanded you do their bidding. Would you cave in and do it? I could feel her understanding blossoming into being.
No, we would not. Not unless we were certain to get killed if we didn't obey. We would be able to beat a dragon the size of our old mistress now if we worked together.
She looked at the people currently training in the dust-covered fields. They were diverse, both in age and species. A tiny talpus, almost a pup, was trembling, lifting a small rock above her head, next to a massive cauldron who looked like an extra from a gladiator movie.
So you say if everybody can grow, powers will even out?
Exactly that. That's the theory at least. Of course, species as a whole are still created unequal, so dragons will always be stronger than Kralls. But if there are 1,000 well-trained Kralls, even dragons will have to watch their step. I shot her a lopsided grin. And who do you think has the best incentives to train hard? The slave who might win her freedom, or the one who is used to having everything simply by right of being strong? She looked from the training pair and back to me.
Onyx, You are less simple than you like to appear, are you not?
I winked. Takes one to know one, Gert. What the hell is that? From the far end of the field, where the sorcery chamber sat at a safe distance from the agility course and the grunting, shouting noises of the active users of the training chamber, a number of shapes were streaming in the direction of the people training. They were smaller forms, running and bounding from the alleyways beyond, straight at the people who were absorbed in their training. My mental voice shot out towards the runners, telling them to stop, but they didn't even slow down. I took to the air, my wings blowing dust all around me. I rushed forward, close to the ground. The first ones were closing in. I dropped toward the dirt now, heedless of the speed. Items sailed through the air on either side of me. Below me, a stickkin screamed as he watched me, turned, and tossed something as hard as he could straight at me. I saw a glint of light playing on something see-through, and then a fireball exploded right on my wing. The pain was excruciating. It felt like parts of my wing were burning away. I dropped the last few feet and landed hard, awkwardly and almost falling. I did not hesitate, however, unleashing a deafening roar. The thrower, as well as every other person within range, was hit. They did not totter or stumble. They fell to the ground senseless, as if hit by the fist of God. The pain was overwhelming. I craned my neck and took in the side of my wing. The membrane was damaged and scorched. It made me want to return the damage on the attacker. A grim smile grew on my face as I watched ahead of me as more creatures sprinted toward us still. At least I would be able to get back at them. A quick look at my surroundings showed my shamans and Gert rushing to aid me, while a circle of creatures lay senseless on the ground spread around me. I unleashed a weakening fog, hitting every single one of the downed people and hopefully ensuring they'd stay down. Bring 'em down now, sort 'em out later. Then I started running, the pain in my head building the red haze of rage. So they wanted to kill my people? The new group rushing in was smaller, maybe a dozen forms running in a loose formation. None of them looked a match for me. I started salivating in anticipation as I focused on the foremost runner. It was a crawl, and a scrawny one at that. Grasping a vial in each hand, he ran at me screaming. Even with the explosive concoctions, the tiny beast would still be no challenge at all for me. I could practically feel his heart blood in my mouth. Fighting down the sensation of bloodlust, I veered and sprinted sideways, heart pounding. I'd almost lost myself again. As I ran, a couple of explosions behind me flung heat at my back as the attackers threw bombs. The rest of their group kept on running toward the training grounds. This was off. So completely off. There was something seriously fishy going on. I frowned and then flung a shadow whirl straight at the head of the foremost runner and watched him and the three right behind him flail about in panicked confusion as their senses were completely messed up. Seconds later, I felt the cool down of my weakening fog run out and I hosed them down, watching every single one fall over senseless. I looked back at the training grounds. In several spots, the ground was still burning, and a number of charred forms showed me that the attacks hadn't been bloodless. I barked out orders to assist the wounded and tie up all the attackers before my effects ran out. Then I sent a mental message to the fortress for a group of the melee fighters to come and bring the Urgle to heal the wounded. Then a sneaking suspicion entered my mind as I suddenly got a vague hint of what might be happening. I quickly opened my minimap and started blazing through specific places, my pounding heart lightening with every spot I found safe and undisturbed. No, nothing. The fourth place I looked into was chaos, a terrorscape of flames, death, and horror. A handful of attackers had been killed, mowed down by trainees desperately fighting for survival or in revenge of what had transpired. The rest were fleeing for their lives. The next half an hour turned into a fragmented mess of a memory for me. I spent half the time inside my mind, keeping an eye on the fleeing perpetrators to see where they ran to, ordering my people about and looking over the training grounds. My mind was in a constant state of high activity and near panic as I kept ready for the next part of the attack to arrive. Except it didn't. And 3 hours later, I found myself near the first site of attack, with half my council on standby and prepared for retaliation. This was not going to go unpunished. Chapter 14. This was an orchestrated attack. I addressed Timothy, Craziel, Gert, and Arthur. All of them were standing around me in the training area, armed and ready for war. All told, 4 places were attacked and maybe 60 were injured or killed throughout the city. It was the same setup everywhere. They were targeting the training grounds, but indirectly this was an attack on us. I growled. I just don't see it. Craziel winced, looking at the scorched remains of a person that still lay out in the open.
But why? It makes no sense. And why attack when you were right there? They could have waited 10 minutes and they would have probably gotten away.
I growled. Because they were ordered to. They were slaves, one and all, kept in the dark and kept busy, working round the clock in some alchemist's workshop. I interrogated a few of the attackers, and they said the same exact thing. They were ordered to attack right when I was there. Then, those who got away would be allowed their freedom, as long as they weren't caught.
And do you believe them?
Timothy asked pointedly. Yes. They're all extremely low-leveled. I can read their every emotion. They're all close to hysteria and have not had anything to eat for days. Some of them feel like they aren't quite right in their head.
Damn. In that case, I completely agree. This is an attack on us, and I don't get you for not seeing it. This is political.
I asked, what the hell do you know about politics, Tim? No offense, but you're a nerd. A clever one, but still a nerd.
I'll have you know I've been politically active my entire adult life. And this,
he indicated the devastated training grounds with an opaque arm,
is very much an attack on us. On you, especially. I think I see it. Mind if I line up my theory?
Arthur spoke up. The stone plates swirling around him were second nature to him by now, and they moved as if in a constant stream, too fast for the eye to follow a single plate.
This is a waste of time. We should figure out who planned the attack and move against them right now.
I shook my head. No, we shouldn't. I know jack about politics, but I've been caught up in office politics enough times to know that acting without thinking can be the worst course of action. Lay it out there, Tim.
Well, we're trying to stop slavery here, right?
He shrugged.
In that process, we're going pretty hard against the existing powers and trying to make those at the bottom rise up and take responsibility and, probably join our forces so we don't have to fear senseless attacks all the time, right?
I nodded. Dead on the money.
What they're doing here is sending a message. Several messages, actually. First one, they've managed to succeed with, unfortunately. They're telling everybody who considers rising up against the old powers that you can't protect them. I mean, you managed here, but the other spots are looking ugly.
Correct. And since these were people who'd actually taken us up on the offer of using our training grounds,
they're bound to be the ones who'd support us.
Timothy finished glumly. I checked my numbers and right on. Yes, my minion count has gone down below 300 again. More than the death toll, too.
Exactly. Now, the next message they messed up big time, because you were supposed to kill the attackers.
Remembering the bloodlust sinking over my mind, I shuddered. I damn well near did, too. Oh, I get it. Since they're slaves themselves, it would show quite clearly that I honestly don't give a crap about slaves myself.
Exactly. That part we can still mess up for them completely. And then there's one final message.
I frowned. I'm not seeing it. Gert? She shrugged.
No.
Arthur just rolled his eyes and Craziel shook his head. I spoke up. Well, get on with it.
It's our response. In my opinion, that's where they have truly miscalculated. You see, they only know Selys, so they can't picture anything but actual retribution, lashing out with fire and claws at whoever's nearest.
Huh. And in so doing, of course, I'd show that I was all talk, a hypocrite to boot, and hopefully turn the entire city against us.
Exactly.
I shook my head. I still can't believe they were willing to risk it with both the armies outside. I mean, any actual battle would leave them as ripe pickings. Arthur spat.
Really? It's the best time. The Dwerg are not likely to band together with the Aberrants in an attack. So, as long as they'd win, this would be the best time to take over.
I considered it. It did make a whole lot of sense. If I were the least bit more bestial, I'd have already slain every single attacker and started the path to bloody retribution.
All right. Say I actually think you're smarter than me when it comes to stuff like this, Tim. Ah, who am I kidding? You obviously are, even as it pains me to say it. That means we'll have to somehow move against them, but we can't go all out, because a bloody fight in the streets could turn the entire city against us. Besides, we don't know exactly who ordered it. The slaves were kept in the dark, literally, and their owners didn't come by. Some of them knew their owners were part of the gathering, and they'd be able to point out the building they worked in, and that's about it. Getting somebody to accept blame for their enslavement and the attack is a long shot.
Cruziel stared glumly at the torched training grounds.
You mean that we're left with no way to retaliate, but our enemies can keep attacking like this?
I growled out loud.
Oh, hell no. There's no way we're rolling over and taking this. We're going to find a way to strike back at them. I just can't see it right now. A little help?
Timothy deflated slightly, his crisp features growing less defined.
I'm sorry. I've got nothing right now. I will think hard on it. If only we could turn the narrative, put them on the defensive.
Gert spoke up.
I do not understand that.
My smile lit up. I did love her forthright personality.
I mean that right now we are being forced to defend ourselves. We'll have to try to defend the training grounds physically against any attacks, of course. However, it's also an attack against our entire narrative, all that we stand for. And that's way harder to defend against. So, if we could somehow turn that on its head and go on the offensive, then things would be a lot easier. Because our cause is so much easier to explain and will without a doubt bring people to our side eventually. As long as we get the chance.
Huh. That's the optimist back at work,
Tim smiled.
Yeah, it's not the easiest. How do we attack somebody we don't know who is... we...
I trailed off and then slapped myself in the forehead. Or, well, I intended to. However, dragons have a long goddamn snout, and I managed to hit my nose instead. Cursing and growling, I was occupied for a while until I noticed everybody staring at me.
What?
Cruziel was the first to ask.
Are you okay?
Arthur huffed.
Did you finally snap, dragon? Do we need to take you down for the good of the mountain?
Hardy har. You were all becoming regular comedians. To think that you were all wallowing in the mud when I met you. If we hadn't learned to... I paused, then blinked as my mind raced ahead of me. Then I laughed beside myself. What I was about to say before I managed to hit myself right on the snozzle was I've got it. I know how we turn this bitch on the bastards who were trying to oust us. Timothy looked at me doubtfully.
You do? I mean, you said yourself that this isn't exactly your strong side.
I huffed a breath of air straight at him.
Jump down a well, will you, Timmy? So, I might not know or even like politics. I mean, who even does except for slime bags and scum, am I right?
I winked at Tim and continued.
But I've been through a bunch in my life. See, at some point back at my old job, old Gamble decided I needed to go. He was another foreman and he hated my guts. Probably because he was a dick. Anyway, he tried to get me fired, but since he wasn't my direct superior, he didn't have a lot of pull. He did, however, have a friend in the hiring department, and he managed to ensure I got all the crappiest hires. Ex-cons, lazy bastards, roid users, all the workers nobody else wanted. I grinned at the people in front of me. Sound familiar?
Gert asked, eyes wide open as she took it all in.
What did you do? Did you say you would kill them if they acted against your interest? That worked with us Kralls.
I frowned. That's not... Or did you threaten to exile anybody who wouldn't obey like you did with Ostelby? Roth asked innocently. That's not what happened, and you know it. My lidded eyes threatened vengeance on the cocky bastards, and then I let a brilliant smile grow on my face. I held a party. The looks on their faces was amazing. Disbelief, confusion, and exasperation. Oh yeah, invited all those contrary bastards and told them exactly what Gamel was up to. Then I boozed him up and explained exactly how we were going to handle things.
And how was that?
Beside himself, Timothy looked interested. Well, that's the thing. People don't really like being abused, so making them turn on Gamel was the easiest job in the world. They were a bunch of shifty bastards in general, but for the next 6 months, they were the best goddamn crew I've ever been shackled with. And I gave them everything. Every bonus I could, all the advantages. Oh, and every chance they got, they badmouthed Gamel and his bunch of lickspittles. Still miss the bastards. Timothy brightened up. He spoke excitedly.
You're saying we turn the attackers?
I shrugged. That's exactly what I'm saying. They were set free as an example, to die or be killed later in retribution. We take them in, promise them a place with us, as long as they get out there and reveal to the city how they've been treated. Make sure we treat them well and protect them as well as we can. Timothy nodded, bobbing slightly in the air.
Yes, yes! And we make sure we get anybody who has a clue where they were working to point fingers at the perps. Do we try to figure out exactly who arranged it?
I shrugged. We might be able to, but honestly, it might be a lot of work for a little payoff, especially if they can just go out and say whoever did it acted by himself. No, better to have them say clearly that the Gathering did it. Then everybody knows who was to blame. We don't need to name names. I looked at the small group gathered around me, felt the eagerness to get to work, and added, Besides, even if this was an insidious attack, it's not the #1 concern. That's still the Dwergen and Aberrants out there. I hope Real comes through so we can move on with the plan. Arthur added,
I agree. We need to focus on the enemies outside. However, we still have to settle the issues in here first. You do not go far enough with your plans. You need to make it clear that you will not tolerate any such attacks and that the people of the city of Firepeak are under your protection.
My claw reached up to scratch a scale on my neck. I can't say I disagree, but unless we're ready to go into all-out war, that might come back to haunt us. He nodded brusquely.
Exactly.
The swirling stone plate stopped and reformed before him into a series of steps. He climbed the stone steps until he was standing in the air right before my head. Show off. His otherwise sardonic and dismissive attitude was buried for the moment as he pointed a claw right at me.
You said it yourself. We can't afford to waste time on this right now. So, we need to do something about it. Rumors and speeches might work well in your world, but if it's not backed up with force, it will not work here in the mountain.
His grin showed off the wolfish part of their species, with his muzzle suddenly looking outright predatory.
But that part is easy, lizard. We say that any attacks from here on will be seen as a direct attack from the Gathering on the people of Firepeak, your people, and that as such, any further attacks will rain retribution down on the entire grouping.
I blinked at the ferocity of the tiny creature. That is bloodthirsty, but it might work. If we did it, we'd at the very least be able to bring this to a head one way or the other, and hopefully call their bluff. We'll run it by Demodius and his people, figure out how they think the city would take it before I make any official declarations. We're getting ahead of ourselves, however. For now, let's move back to the fortress, get all the attackers gathered, and bring them up to speed on the fact that we're not blaming them, as long as they were coerced into attacking. I considered the matter and added, I'll spearhead that part. Fixing my gaze on Arthur, I spoke seriously. Arthur, we will make sure this comes to a close one way or the other soon. For now, I need you and Kraziel to continue working on the wall with the young shamans. Gert, Timothy, I managed to follow a bunch of surviving attackers back to where they were hiding after the attack. Could you go after them and ensure they're taken in bloodlessly? With nods and affirmations, they went each to their task. I followed Timothy and Gert a bit of the way, explaining the route they needed to take to find the attackers. Right before going back to the captured slaves, I blinked innocently at Tim. So, you never said you were into politics? He shrugged and continued. Not much to say. Just local politics, really. If you want to make a difference, you should get your hands dirty. Or that's what I think. Uh-huh. And for your entire adult life, was it? He looked at me suspiciously. Why? With a wide grin, I asked, You mean all 7 months? He groaned and started floating away from me. Ugh, old-timer, you're killing me. We can't all have lived through every single world war, man. Chapter 15. All right, everybody, it's time to kick this pig. Down Periscope, 1996. The next few days were insanely busy. We spent a lot of time in the city, following the former slaves around as they exposed the gathering and told everybody about the way they had been tossed headfirst into an act of destruction against their own people. After explaining the circumstances to them, they were all ready to expose their former slave masters, especially when we assured we'd protect them and give them a real life afterward. The gathering did exactly as Demodius had projected. They went full turtle, retracting their heads and hiding in their fancy homes. Again, it proved that they were effectively leaderless at the moment and did not know how to react properly to what was going on. They were quite simply out of their depth. Meanwhile, we did everything in our capacity to win hearts and minds. I performed one proclamation where I decried the cowardly attacks by unnamed forces in the gathering, but apart from that, we simply made sure to be out and about, strengthening the walls and defenses of the city and helping the population grow in strength. At this point, there was a palpable sensation in the capital. Where at first everybody had been ready to defend themselves against us, now the feeling was one of tentative acceptance. Slowly, in dribs and drabs, my minion count started growing again. It wasn't like they were all on board with our policies, but in general, people seemed to accept that we weren't going to come gunning for them, and they might as well take advantage of the things we offered that could benefit them. At least until all those dangerous monsters outside the walls were dealt with. Outside the city, the Dwergen and Aberrants had been busy as well. The fortifications surrounding the Dwergen were at this point so built up and wide I think they would even give Arthur pause. The area surrounding the Aberrants was... Well, since it was inside my domain, I was able to check out every single detail of it. Yet the labyrinth of entangled tunnels crisscrossing down into the earth was super confusing, even if you had it spelled out for you. And they definitely didn't hold back on the traps. If we were forced to go up against them, I'd collapse the tunnels instead of trying to go down there. See how they'd handle that. They were starting to get unruly. I couldn't blame them, to be honest. We'd called them up here and then proceeded to stall them for days on end. I'd only reached out to their groupings once, explaining that we would be having an official talk as soon as everybody had arrived. And until now, they hadn't complained, thank God. And now we were ready to move to the next stage of the plan. Early last evening, the final piece of the puzzle had fallen into place as Reel and his group had come running to enter the city. Hot on his heels, the final group we were waiting for had thundered into the crater and tried to enter the gates. Man, had they been angry when we told them that Fire Peak was closed to them for now, but they were welcome to find a spot and camp out. The scene was set. 3 forces were set up surrounding the city, Dwergen and Aberrants almost on opposite sides of the city, with the new group taking up a spot roughly between the two. Where the Dwergen camp was a lesson in order and the Aberrant camp portrayed order disguised as chaos. The latest camp was pure chaos. There was no plan to their layout, seemingly no defenses put up, and people simply dropped where they were to rest from their march. From each of the camps, small groups were marching to the agreed-upon meeting place, right in front of us. We had planned the start of our outing well, to maximum effect. As the guards flung the gates open, they revealed the single remaining part of the flesh abomination that hadn't been sent to the cooking pots yet. One single massive clawed foot, more than 5 feet in diameter. I placed one claw on top of the foot and rested comfortably as I pervaded the crater. My gaze went from one group to the other as I stared imperiously. The message was clear. Mess with us, this is what happens, regardless of how big you are. I looked down at Timothy. The blue specter seemed anxious. He was really good at hiding it, but his control became less strict when he was nervous, resulting in his apparition looking like an old television at times. "Are you all right, mate?" He grinned at me with a devil-may-care attitude. "Of course I am. Nothing to it. It's not like we're going to face off against the most powerful creatures in the damn mountain or anything, right?" His image shuddered, then he continued. "For the record, I still think you should have Arthur go instead." "Duly noted and ignored." I grinned. "You know we need to do this right, and nobody will respect a Talpus despite his levels. Not yet, at least. So, any last-minute advice you want to get off your shoulders?" He shrugged. "We've been over it enough times by now, you got it all. Keep 'em reeling and keep 'em guessing. And even if they're assholes, we want to bind them all to us. Worst scenario would be all of them crawling back into the mountain to create their own power bases." I raised a brow. "Really now? Them ganging up to take back Fire Peak and piss in the ashes wouldn't be worse? They have more high-level fighters than the city does combined, you know." "The worst plausible scenario, you giant gecko. At this point, I'm really starting to be afraid your body's causing your brain to slowly break down. But yeah, please avoid that, too." "Good. As for you, please stay on your best behavior. Some of those present are high-level enough they might be able to take you out in 1 or 2 spells." He grinned. I think I'd be able to surprise them. But sure. Also, I'm glad to hear you care. Even if this isn't exactly what I imagined afterlife would look like, it beats the alternative." I smirked at him. "Of course I care. I mean, you're like a pet. Not one of those tiny terrier things, yipping all the time. Yet at some point you get used to the critter and would be sad to see it go." "That's so touching." Gleefully, I added, "Even if it is an incontinent little shit." "I hate you so much." I chuckled and moved down from the disgusting digit. It was starting to smell. We walked forward side by side as we watched the representatives of the other camps move up to meet with us. Timothy laughed nervously, then said, "Well, let's make incontinence look good." I snorted. Worst slogan ever. 3 pairs moved slowly toward the circle we'd prepared for the meeting. Very, very distinct types. They were watching Timothy and me with as much distrust as each other. There was no love lost here, and the tension in the air was palpable. The Dwergen representatives were the most uniform of the lot. 2 massive figures tall enough to reach my chest, wearing heavy armor thick enough that I sincerely doubted even Roth would be able to lift them. One was the leader, hefting a huge shield with a nasty-looking spike mace buckled to the side. The other? A mage. Possibly. At least his mental attributes were through the roof. Or her? The shiny metal staff at their side screamed spellcaster too, even if the armor didn't. Looked like this world wasn't one of those weird ones with arbitrary rules for what a spellcaster was allowed to wear. The aberrants were less uniform. Also, they didn't wear uniforms. I expected some sneaky-ass bastards blending goth with danger, and in that they let us down. But apart from that, they did not disappoint. At all. One was a stickkin, the other an evolved crawl. The stickkin was, like all his kind I'd seen so far, thin to the point of emaciation, with a set of overlong razor-sharp claws at the end of elongated, almost childlike limbs. The crawl was like regular crawls, squat and muscular. Unlike my crawls, however, here the folds of hardened fat their kind grew for armor looked more like actual armor, evenly distributed over his body. On top of that, he was half again as tall as regular Crawls. His attributes were balanced, with decent mental attributes accompanying his massive strength and toughness. He could almost match the much larger Dwergen chief for strength. And he carried a long steel staff not unlike a walking stick, except the spikes at either end of the staff made no secret of the use of the weapon. The subtle glow made no secret of the magic inside the item. The stickkin, meanwhile, was something else. His strength and mental power were both above 50, which seemed kind of unexpected for a stickkin. His agility, though, 134. He could run circles around anybody here, and I hadn't forgotten his kind's innate ability to throw stunning lightning bolts. He would be an absolute nightmare to fight, I imagined, especially on his home turf, where you'd have traps and ambushes everywhere. Oh, and he was the highest-leveled person here, including me. How was that fair? And the last pair. They stood out even among the diverse pairs meeting up in the middle of 3 separate armies. One was white, the other dressed in red and gold. One was huge, the other small. One looked skittish, like he was ready to attack me, bolt, or both. The other looked afraid too, but also hopeful. Timothy said to keep him reeling, right? Well, they sure as hell weren't going to be expecting this. As the 3 pairs slowly closed in on each other, I started walking forward toward the 3rd pair. The other stopped and didn't advance any further, but I kept walking. I could see the hesitation in his entire body, but I didn't hesitate, just moved in closer, slowly, so they didn't think I was about to do anything drastic. Then I put a claw lightly on his shoulder and gently pulled him in for a hug. Mordial, so damn good to see you're alive. Mordial, or Selys' pet, as he was used to being called. The sorcerer was the first human I'd seen in this world, and a person I'd been confident in trusting unconditionally. Not only had he tried to warn me against Selys, he'd also fought against the magical compulsion to try to avoid hurting me when Selys sent him to kill me. He looked rather shell-shocked at the moment. Everybody else was keeping a healthy distance, but I called them out. Well, come on, people! I had my minions empty the cellars for this one. I have no clue what is on the menu, but I told them to prepare only the best of the best. So let's all dig in and relax. We might not agree on everything, but there's no reason to disagree on an empty stomach, is there? The Dwergen still stood back, standoffish, but the aberrants inched closer to the circle. Upon watching the crates and the amphorae that were laid out, they sat down and started grabbing foodstuffs left and right, wolfing it down like they hadn't eaten in a month. Mordial was also cautiously moving closer. The white dragon and the Dwergen didn't. I huffed. Oh, come on, people. Are you afraid I poisoned it or something? I moved forward and grabbed a morsel at random. It was a whole leg, dripping with fat and smelling wonderful. I tore into it without looking too closely at which species I was devouring. I moved back a bit and sat down, chewing happily. I'll start with introductions. My name's Onyx, and I'm the one who killed Selys. My forces and I have also beaten every single one of your forces, one by one. That's enough posturing, though, and it's not a detail I'm particularly proud of. In fact, if Selys hadn't forced me, I would have avoided any conflict with you guys entirely. The white dragon decided the food was looking appetizing enough that it wanted in and grabbed something to devour before backing off a bit. I pointed at Timothy. The blue haze beside me is Timmy. Timothy, he complained. That's what I said. He may be intangible, but his brain works damn fine, as does his mouth, unfortunately. He's probably going to ask you a million questions about your feats and attributes, so don't say you weren't warned. I looked around, then fixed on the human, who was scarfing down half a sausage alongside the dragon. I pointed at him with a claw and watched him jump. You're the only one I really know, Mordial, but I hate others speaking on my behalf, so I won't do it. Would you introduce yourself? Tim protested. That didn't stop you from doing it for me, did it? Shush. Grown-ups are talking, kid. Blinking confused at the back and forth between us, Mordial hesitated, then said, Like Onyx said, my name is Mordial. My full name is Mordial of the Sevens, and I am a fire mage. Everybody inside the mountain knows me as Selys's pet. She enslaved me what must be decades ago, and I've been terrorizing the mountain in her name ever since. No, I don't know what I am. Free to decide, my man. Free to decide. I chuckled. Also, incidentally, in charge of a ton of Selys's former soldiers. We'll figure out a good plan to avoid them causing trouble in Fire Peak later, right?
Okay, that about does it. What the hell is going on here?
The white dragon finally had enough and stood up, glaring at everybody.
You tricked us and buried us down in the lower layer, otherwise we would have killed you with little issue. We lost hundreds in the attack and dozens more in the tremors, and now the two of you are chatting like your old friends? Did you betray us, Mordial?
I had to hand it to Mordial. He had guts. The human didn't back down even when faced with the much larger dragon. Betray you? No. But if you were to ask me who I hoped would win the battle, it would be Onyx. Whatever else is going to happen from here on, slaying Selys has earned him the favor of Daira. I bowed my neck. Thank you, Mordial. In short, my white friend, we're gathered here today to plan the future of the mountain. We will have plenty of time to discuss the details, but for now, this is simply a chance to lay out who you are and whether you are going to be part of that future. Or if you want out.
Out? Are you speaking in tongues to avoid explaining exactly what is going on? What do you mean?
The white's teeth were bared at me. I had no clue what the white's personality would be like, but this was perfect. We'll get there. Now, tell the rest of us who you are or run away for all I care. I can deal with Mordial without having you tag along. I'll be happy to have him handle all the leftovers from Selys's army. Way less hassle. A short barked roar escaped from his throat.
You would exclude me from what I have earned? Selys designated me as a promised heir. Me, a Zell, not that sniveling human.
Zell, good to see you're catching up. And you two? I nodded to the aberrants, even as the dragon hissed at being ignored. The stickkin had been looking at the exchange between me and the white with a growing bemused smile. On the wrinkled-up, dry skin of his face, the smile looked more like a hole in a tree, but the expression was clear and quite sardonic.
You can call me Slither. First, let me thank you for ending Selys. I don't know what you're planning, but I have a feeling the aberrants will like your reign better than that of Selys.
I snorted. There's no need to suck up to me, but I do think you're right. And I appreciate your people taking care of the dragonlings while we attacked. That could have made a mess of things if left unchecked. Slither shrugged.
We had been waiting for that chance for ages.
He pointed a long claw-like digit back at the crawl behind him, who was stuffing food into his face with both hands. What he didn't eat, he was blatantly putting into wide pockets sewn into the ugly fur draped around his shoulders.
This right here is Coatum. He handles all the things for the aberrants that don't require thinking.
Coatum didn't affect to notice or even listen. A glance at his bulging muscles left little doubt as to the veracity of Slither's claim. I turned toward the last pair. So far, the single dwargon I'd talked to had sported a personality that was somewhere between manic berserker and solemn knight. With that in mind, I imbued my mental message with a bit more formality as I addressed the leader. We also owe a debt of gratitude to the dwargon. When we defeated you in battle, you acted with honor and integrity, and the shields you gifted us have already saved lives. So thank you, and welcome. The massive dwargon stepped forward, then grabbed a hold of his massive grilled helmet and took it off. I'd seen a couple of the dead dwargon after the battle and knew what they looked like. They had rough, protruding brows, prominent tusks, and the kind of chins you'd be able to light a match on. Tusked Neanderthals on steroids. They did not look like people who'd smile. This guy did, though. He laughed out loud like this gathering was the best joke he'd ever heard.
You owe us? Well, then we'll be sure to take payment. Ha! My kid. The survivors told me it's a good fight. Maybe we can try again someday. See if we can beat you. He laughed again. I am Teller. I fight, fuck, and boast the best of all the Dwergen. He indicated the form to his left. This is Koran, my foremost mate and the one who does all the boring thinking work among the Dwergen. His large gauntleted fist shot out to slap her on the back, making her stumble a step forward. She does not boast at all. One couldn't tell from looking at Koran that she was in any way different from the other Dwergen. And in fact, her physical attributes were quite nice too, all above 30. But her mental power was only slightly below mine. True what Teller said, though. No boasting. I took in everybody gathered around us. They were as varied as their forces were. And their conditions also spoke to insanely different living standards. The Eberons looked dirty, disheveled, but decently fed. The Dwergen looked clean, well-fed, and impressive. Meanwhile, Mordial and Selys' forces looked like a group who'd been buried under half a mountain, starved, and then subjected to a forced march. Huh, my bad. All right, thank you for the introductions. Now, I'll come to the point as to why I asked you all to come here. Azel hissed and raised his head haughtily.
And how come you believe you have the right to order me around?
Slither ignored the dragon, tilted his head.
Asked? That emissary of yours said we'd suffer the consequences if we didn't show up.
Teller laughed.
He did not dare say that out loud with me. He was hinting heavily at how we'd see another visit from your forces if we didn't come up here, though.
I could feel a muscle in my cheek twitching. Maybe I should have a little chat with Real regarding his exact powers as an emissary. It sounds as if Real may have been a little overenthusiastic in his approach. I'm glad you were all here, though. As for the reason, it's quite simple, really. The ones who are here right now are in a position to earn a central part in the future of the Scoured Mountain. Over the next weeks, we will figure out exactly what your role will be. But rest assured, that history will be made right here. They all stared at me then. All of them were too strong or too practiced at hiding their emotions for anything to be readily apparent, but their gazes spoke volumes. They were hungry. Chapter 16. Teller rolled his shoulders.
That is convenient, Onyx. I can help. If you don't want the bow for yourself, the Dwergen are interested. We can move into Fire Peak and have the population in check today.
I snorted. The mercenary vibes were strong from this guy, but I couldn't help liking him. Just a bit. Yeah, that's not happening. See, this is the deal. What you're used to with Selys is about to change. That part is not up for discussion. But I doubt you're going to hate all of the changes. Azel intruded haughtily.
You should let us judge that for ourselves. I, for one, don't know why we should even listen to you.
I could kiss him, if I were into the whole dragon-on-dragon man-love. Having somebody belligerent and, it appeared, sort of stupid, challenge your flaws was one of the best ways to convince others to come to your side. That part is simple, Azel. You will find that I'm quite lenient compared to Selys in most cases. But there will be a few rules that I will not renege on. If you try to challenge me here, you can choose between combat or exile. These are the only possibilities. So either you get with the plan, try to take me out, or flee the goddamn mountain. Those are your options. Azel glared daggers at me, almost looking like he was ready to jump me right then and there. Teller laughed again.
This is my kind of gathering. Death or subservience. I like it. Here I thought shadow dragons were supposed to be sneaky and ambush people.
He clapped his massive hands together, gauntlets ringing, and asked,
Lay it on us, then. What is the alternative to bloodshed and panicked flight?
That's my cue. Timothy glided forward, speaking formally to everybody.
You have been used to being slaves. Less than slaves, really, forced to toil under Selys' yoke. You've been forever alone, kept down, forced to fight for survival in a constant competition against the other species of the mountain. Lately, the top contenders were Dwergen, Dragonlings, and Aberrant. Before that, the Urton were strong on the second layer, as the Cauldron have been. Earlier than that, several other races. But none of you were ever allowed to prosper the way Dayra proclaims. The culling ensured that, requiring you to sacrifice your own each year, keeping you from growing too numerous or too strong. On top of that, you have seen your strongest stolen from you to feed the ever-hungry ranks of Selys' city guard. That stops now. Shell shock was the only way I could truly describe their faces.
Explain that. Now.
Slither's mental voice sounded frazzled. No more culling, no more forced induction, no more limits on your strength, levels, or people. You can live your lives as you want to, as part of Onyx's realm.
Here's where the Shadow Dragon comes in and tells us how exactly he's going to keep us all under control, then.
The suspicion was quite clear on Slither's voice. I smirked. Don't mind if I do. Up until now, it's been a question of different groupings against the rest of the mountain. You've chosen different paths to survival and growth. The Talpi opt for running and hiding. As weaklings are wont to do. The huge grin on Teller's face was no less affable. These weaklings helped topple Selys. I held Teller's gaze. He didn't back down, but at least didn't challenge me on it. Anyway, the Dwergen have barricaded themselves, relying on impressive craftsmanship and toughness to survive. The Aberrants have recruited their strength from all races and relied on traps and stealth. Yet all have been subject to Selys' overpowering domination and fear. That is what I will change. I looked at each of them in turn. Anybody who wants to will be able to be part of my rule. They will be subject to our rules and laws, but will be under our protection. Slither squinted at me.
I'm not hearing the huge difference between Selys' reign and this.
Really? Okay, I'll make it very clear then. If you all join us and work for the good of the mountain, there will be no fearing for your kind survival again, because anybody who decides to go against you will feel the full weight of all of our forces.
Wait. So if the mountain of metal over there decides to ambush some of our scouts, you'd help us wipe him out?
Teller bared his teeth at the suggestion and hovered a hand over his weapon. You could all try. That's the exact point. We don't want a mountain where each tribe fends for their own. We want to use the hell out of all of your powers and make a home for all of us. Look at that city. What do you see? Azel was the first to react.
My seat of power by right.
I snorted. Yeah, not fucking happening. Try again, bucko. He glared at me.
Fire Peak, the center of power of the mountain. Death to any challengers.
Teller's grin diminished for a moment, then he looked at me, as if weighing his words. I see a shoddy excuse for a set of gates. Exactly. I pointed a long leg at the muscled Dwergen triumphantly. The brawny guy gets it. I started indicating different points in the city. The gates were recently ruined when the Soul Carver forced his way into the city. They're pretty on the surface, but won't hold up to a real attack. That's not all, though. The walls are a mess. We're improving them as we speak. In less than a week, they'll be impervious to regular attackers, magically strengthened. Then we'll see about adding magical runes everywhere. And this plain? Selys might have figured that all she needed was a flat plain where any attackers would have trouble hiding. I shook my head in dismay. Lazy, that's what it is. I want a gate crafted by the best Dwergen smiths. I want Dwergen armors and arms on all guards. I want Aberrants creating traps on the plains to hold back any attacking forces. I want the old city guard, but improved, with guards from every race, each adding their own strength to the forces. And the same goes for the rest of the mountain. It's a good place, great for growth. It could be so much more. They all looked skeptical on the whole. Well, Azel looked more belligerent than anything, and Coatem was absorbed in gulping down some of the alcohol we'd found in the stores. The rest of them didn't exactly look convinced. Teller expressed what they all thought.
What's the damn point of that, though? Dara's wishes coincide with mine. I want to thrive and grow strong, and if I have to smash the aberrants to get there, that's how it is.
He raised an eyebrow. Here I thought you were clever, Teller. All right, let me lay it out quite clearly. Azil there knows what's what. The one single reason why you want to join up with me, stop attacking the other sentient races, and grow as a whole? It's this. We might be alone inside the mountain for now, but it won't last. It's the exact reason that Selys wanted to have me as one of her slaves. The world is bigger than the mountain. There are all sorts of strong species out there, and more places in the world like the Scoured Mountain, where Dara's touch is closer and you can grow stronger than outside. And the race is on. At some point we'll see humans, elves, and others expanding to attack us all, in an attempt to conquer the mountain for themselves. And you know what? They think we're all monsters, good for nothing but experience. So if you want to go down fighting all the other races inside the mountain, that's a choice you can make. But it's bloody short-sighted. Not only because you'll only get a short while as king of the mountain, even if you manage to win, but also because you will have to face the combined might of the rest of us to get there. I looked around proudly to see their reactions and saw confusion. Timothy helpfully summed it up. Fight us, we might all be wiped out later. Don't join us, we'll leave you alone as long as you don't attack any of us. Regular monsters are still fair game, of course. Join us as vassals to Onyx. We'll support you, protect you, and outfit you to the best of our abilities. Teller was the first to react. He sneered at the leader of the aberrants as he spoke.
I'm not sure I like that offer. I would so miss the taste of stickkin. Bony yet so damn juicy.
Then his laughter boomed out into the open air.
But I do like the rest. No culling? No damn dragon stealing my best people from me against their will? Count me in. Tell me about the possibilities. What can you do for my kind?
I spent a while explaining how we would be able to aid each of them, and which kind of support we'd expect from each of them. There was much that would need to be done, but fortunately also a lot we could help with, as long as we could settle the situation inside Firepeak. And if we managed to convince all of them to join up, I had no doubt it could remove the worst desires to foment rebellion inside the capital. A couple of Dwergen guardsmen would do a lot to keep the former city guards from acting up. My explanation trailed to an end. In short, that's it. You'd be expected to help in case of crisis and also do your part working for the mountain as a whole, in the way you would prefer. Regardless whether that would be crafting, creating traps, having talented scouts or guardsmen working for us, you would need to earn your keep.
But that's all? We work for you, or for everybody as a whole, and we'd be protected? Nobody would be allowed to attack us?
Slither asked, attention fully fixed on me. Just so. If you're one of us, you're protected. Attack one of us, you attack all of us. An unbidden grin came to my lips. Of course, that's not all we've got planned. We're going to turn this place around. We're getting safe roads for moving around the mountain, learning how to make the optimal leveling choices, breeding monsters for safe leveling and ensuring that everybody can eat without constant infighting, making safety, magic, and leveling available to everybody, not just the ones on top. But that's for tomorrow. Today is a choice. So, do you stand against us? Do you avoid conflict? Or do you join our group and become part of the future of the Scoured Mountain? Again, Teller was the first to act. He unbuckled a massive spiked one-handed mace and raised it up high.
What else would a Dwergen do? We fight, huh?
He roared with laughter, then placed the mace on the ground in front of me.
Fight with you, that is. If we get to craft and fight and don't have to worry about getting backstabbed all the time, that would be a boon to our kind.
He chuckled and continued.
Besides, I've always wanted to taste the flesh of humanoids. Sounds like you have the best offers for the Dwergen.
That was definitely something we should talk about in the future. I bowed my head deep and rumbled with pleasure. We will be happy to welcome the Dwergen among us. I let my head move on to Slither. And you? What do you choose? The stickkin looked tense, like he was about to sprint for his life. His mental voice didn't waver, though.
We choose independence. For now. I cannot say if we will join you in the future. However, we have always stayed apart from all other groupings, accepting their leavings among our own. We cannot change our nature like that. There was a challenge in his gaze, too, as if he was testing us. Of course he was. He was a clever one. Wanted to see if the offer to stay apart was a real one or merely the illusion of a choice. I inclined my head. That's a shame. We would love to have you among our kind. But hopefully in time you will see what we have to offer you. He nodded and then asked, If you do not mind, we would leave a handful of our people with you as a sign of good faith. We would want you to ensure their safety, of course.
As spies as well, obviously. But I like the idea. Not trusting a shadow dragon was a fair deal, to be honest. Besides, it wasn't like I was planning anything underhanded that they weren't allowed to see. You're more than welcome to do so. We would also love to learn more about the aberrants. Timothy interrupted.
If possible, we would ask you to choose aberrants of different classes and races. We want to show them all we have to offer here in Firepeak, for all sorts of people.
I barely kept from laughing. Timmy really did do anything he could to expand on his string collection. Still, so far, so good. Nobody had decided to fight against us so far, at least not openly. There was still the smallest group left, though, and judging from the way Azel was staring at me, the prospects weren't looking too good. So I did what any boss with a recalcitrant worker that you couldn't fire for reasons would do. I went around him. Mordial, what about you? Are you joining up? Of course, that got the result you could expect. Azel kicked off in a hissy fit.
You would ignore me? This lowly human is weaker than me in any way conceivable.
I shrugged. You might be right there, but I trust him to be able to handle the soldiers under you. You I trust as far as I can kick. So far, you haven't given me any reason whatsoever that I should risk giving you anything. He hissed audibly. Mordial spoke over him, though. There is one reason, at least. If Azel joins you as a vassal, the gains will be better from him than from me. Dragons are worth more. Also, if he connects with Dara to establish his own domain, it will grow a lot stronger than mine in time. Mordial's wry smile carried a good deal of self-deprecation. Regardless of your words, races are not created equal, and dragons are afforded greater might and rewards than humans. I've had a lot of time and opportunities to really have that lesson pounded into my head. That is a good point. If Azel is in charge, he could be better for your group and the mountain in the long run. But that still requires me to be able to trust him. Why would I want to do that, Azel?
I do not trust you either. Promising the world when you're nothing but a sneaky shadow dragon. You have already toppled Selys from her throne and killed the Soul Carver by treachery and ambushes. We choose to stay outside of everything. Now, open the gates and let me and my troops into our city, and we will live our lives as we please.
At least he was direct. I could work with that. Yeah, that's not happening. Letting you and your troops go? I can live with that. You would also be able to survive like that as long as you don't act against us. But you're not gaining entry into Firepeak unless I can trust you. I considered things, then sighed. Listen, Azel, you haven't been treated fairly here. Selys wasn't exactly one to consider people's emotions when she laid her plans. So tell me this. What do you want? I mean, really, which path would you prefer to take if you were free? Just yourself." He sneered at me as if the answer were self-evident.
"I am of Daira. I would live, fight, and thrive. The struggle is what makes everything worth it."
That was actually better than what I'd hoped for. So what did Selys promise you? Might and enemies, unlimited power? Your chance to grow, prove yourself, and earn control over the Scoured Mountain? He looked at me, suspicion oozing from him.
"How did you know?"
Because she gave me the same offer, of course. Wasn't much of an offer, though, since the price for saying no thank you was a death sentence, and accepting would have you accepting a magically enforced oath that would keep you enthralled to Selys. Azelle snorted.
"It was better than the alternative."
"True that. So, tell me honestly, how would you like another option? I'm not giving you control over the mountain. However, I would let you join me as a vassal and work with me. Grow your strength in your own domain, leading the soldiers you already have under you." He glanced warily at me.
"What's the catch? I do not care for you, and the feeling is mutual. You have cost me a lot already. Why would you offer that?"
I'll have to disappoint you there, Azelle. I have no problem with you at all. You went against me, but it was all on the orders of Selys. With her gone, I see no reason at all to maintain a grudge. As for why? 2 reasons. First off, I try to be a decent leader and treat everybody equally well, even those who I have a bumpy history with. Second, I hope that you could grow to become an excellent leader in your own right. Of course, I don't know anything about you, so I could be entirely wrong there.
"And the catch? There has to be something."
Oh, there is. It's an opportunity and an issue. Because if you accept, you'll be limited in opportunities. You'll be back down on the bottom layer of the mountain, reconstructing my old domain and making it your own. He hissed again.
"Why would I do that? The monsters down there are low-leveled and weak. There would be little chance to fight."
I smiled. Oh, I dare say you'd still be able to find a reason to do it. Because if you move swiftly and establish your horde soon, you'd be able to maintain a large part of my old constructions. You would have access to some of a Shadow Dragon's better constructions. A hint of greed came alive inside his eyes, fire against the snow-white backdrop of his body.
"Tell me more."
"There's not much to tell. You have already experienced most of the constructions in the battle against your soldiers. Confusing, weakening creations, opportunities for your minions to go stronger and wiser, and...
"And?"
He sounded eager, hungry. I had him. Well, there are also 2 constructions left from the Soul Carver himself. One is for defense, the other allows you to create magical items. Chapter 17. Goodbyes are not forever. Goodbyes are not the end. They simply mean I'll miss you until we meet again. Unknown. The rest of the discussion was a formality. The moment Azelle heard that he would be able to create magical items by himself and grow them stronger, the stronger he himself became, he accepted. And the remainder of our talk simply revolved around the necessities we'd have to have in order before they left to reclaim the domain. Shortly, we capped off the discussion, agreeing to return to the talks the following day. I rose to all fours and stretched. Then I addressed all of them. I appreciate your restraint here today. The situation inside the mountain has been one of constant warfare for as long as Selys has been here. I hope to be beside you all as we move on to something better, regardless of whether this will happen as allies. I nodded to Azelle and Teller. Or as neighbors. My gaze landed on Slither. I waved with a wing toward Firepeak. A lot has happened in a short time inside the capital. As such, I won't be able to invite all your people inside right away, Teller. It will have to be something that happens over time. He harumphed. That doesn't sound too good, Dragon. You're not trying to pull a trick on me, are you? I laughed. I'm not talking about ages. It will be a week or two before I will be able to let larger groups of Dwergans inside at once, though. It would also give me a great opportunity to get the dissenters under control before adding a new element to everything. The massive Dwergan relaxed visibly at that.
We can live with that, especially if you keep serving us a spread like this.
He gestured at the pile of food, its size now sorely diminished by Coatem, still going strong like a machine, methodically attacking one piece of meat at a time. We'll do what we can. Please bear with me for now. Then you can take your time to explain the situation to your people, and we'll meet up again tomorrow.
Sure.
I moved my gaze on to the next pair. As for you, Slither, I bid you farewell, as well as your aberrants. We'll treat the people you choose to stay with us well, and we look forward to talking to you in the future. There are many topics we would like to discuss with you. Trade, construction, and others. Even if you do not want to join our forces, that does not mean we can't treat each other with civility. He looked at me warily, then nodded.
Agreed. We might find that we have more in common than we initially thought. For now, let it be said that we feared what was going to happen when Selys was slain. This has been a surprise, but a welcome one. We will explain what is happening to our people. Then we will depart.
That said, he turned his back on me and started walking away. Coatem looked at each of us, then hurriedly collected an armful of food before trudging after the stickkin. Honest to God, it felt like the ground shook as he moved. He wasn't huge like I was, but he had mass. Zell was the next one to nod at me.
If what you say is true, we will want to get going straight away. The faster we get back, the more constructions we will be able to salvage.
I nodded. Agreed. However, you're going to need at least a half a day here. We'll want to replenish your stores so half of your people don't drop dead on the march. Also, it looks like your minions need the rest. Finally, we'll want to have our healer look at your troops before you leave. Oh, and I should probably spend a moment explaining how the Soul Carver's constructions work. It's not as intuitive as you'd want. He hesitated, then inclined his head.
All right. I could bear the losses, but yes, we will be stronger for it.
Good call. If you'd wait here with me for a short while, we'll be done. Then we can get on with the practicalities. I turned to the silent figure at his side. Before that, I've been wanting to chat with you for a while, Mordial. Mordial didn't look like he could say the same. In fact, he looked like he was ready to just run the hell away.
Why?
Why? You know why. We have something in common. Also, well, the fight down in my domain showed me, without any reasonable doubt, that you are the one person I can say with certainty is not my enemy. You saved my scaly butt, holding back when you could have easily caved in and toasted me. So, lay it on me, mate. What do you want? How would you like your life to be?
Why do you ask that?
I huffed. Oh, come on! Don't be daft. I'm finally in a position where I can do some good. I want to help you. If you want to go home, we'll get that arranged. If you want to stay in Fire Peak, I could think of 100 places I could use a badass fire slinger. And if you don't want to stay in Fire Peak, I don't blame you either. We'll figure something out. He gaped at me.
You would do that for me? Why?
I smiled at him and intoned my mental message with as much warmth and sincerity as I possibly could. Because I don't believe either of us are monsters, and we need to look out for our fellow persons. He looked down on the ground for a while, then spoke up, still not facing my eyes.
If that's the case, I would like to stay here. To begin with, at least, if that is all right. I am not sure what I want to do.
Take all the time you want, and if you wish for anything, ask.
Thank you. I will think about it.
With a smile, I turned back to the two pairs waiting in the background. Just one thing remaining now. Then you can chat with your people. Tell them that there won't be any fighting. Teller barked a laugh.
Sure. I'll explain to them that the huge shadow dragon is trustworthy beyond a doubt, and that we're not going to keep an eye on you at all."
I rolled my eyes. "Oh, ye of little faith. I don't blame you. Honestly, I don't. But you will learn that you can trust my promises, and you may trust me when I tell you that the next part is going to be thoroughly enjoyable. For me." The Dwergen frowned.
"Because?"
"Because you're getting sworn in as my vassals."
"I, Azel of the White, charge Dara to mark my words as she marks my struggles. I swear fealty to Onyx with all that this entails. I swear that I will place him before me, will not seek his downfall, and will move to inform him of any development within the Scoured Mountain that threatens him and his."
"I, Teller of the Dwergen, charge Dara to mark my words as she marks my struggles. I swear fealty to Onyx with all that this entails. I swear that I will place him before me, will not seek his downfall, and will move to inform him of any development within the Scoured Mountain that threatens him and his."
Their forms were incredibly different. Teller was squat and brutish as he knelt, his humanoid form holding all the grace and weight of a brown bear, while Azel was all grace, beauty, and frost, his huge clawed paws somehow aesthetic, even as he stood motionless with his long, agile neck bowed before me. Even so, the sensation stemming from them held a similar taste, of reverence and earnestness. I responded in kind to each of them. "In return, I, Onyx of the Shadows, charge Dara to mark my words as she marks my struggles. I swear that in return for his oath of fealty, I will look out for Azel, and will keep him apprised of any development within the Scoured Mountain that threatens him and his. Upon his words, I will fight to protect him as if his domain were mine." Repeating the words for Teller, I breathed out, and then I saw it. I don't know if my increased abilities were to blame or I'd been distracted the first times, but the bond was there, clear as day. From within Firepeak, twin bonds of gleaming darkness stretched out toward the Dwergen and the White Dragon. I tried to estimate where the magic came from, then realized I didn't have to guess. From the blessing, obviously. So this was directly from Dara herself? The bonds impacted my two new vassals with no visible reaction whatsoever. In moments, they stretched out toward me. And as soon as they hit me, I was hit with twin notifications. "New vassal available. Another creature who draws from a connection with Dara has sworn his servitude to you. If you accept the bond, for as long as you both survive and maintain your vows, there will be a bond between you. Through meshing your connection with your vassal Azel, you earn a boon from Dara, but open yourself to additional risks, both associated with your vassal. Any cold damage you take is increased by 20%. Accept vassal? Yes or no?" The notification for Teller was identical, except for one marked difference. It was for physical damage? Come on now. That was totally insane. At least they could have gone with some game-like description so it wasn't all sorts of physical damage, only blunt or something, but no. For half a second, I considered turning it down. That risk was too big compared to the gains. But then relented. I needed the Dwergen on my side. Again, twin notifications popped up, this time completely identical. Connection with Dara strengthened. Mana regeneration improved by plus 100%. You have accepted a White Dragon as your vassal. Current bond, newly established. Please select the type of boon you would prefer, ongoing or one time. Nice. It was a bit weird, though. That earlier notification indicated that the boon would also vary depending on the type of vassal. But the mana regeneration part was the same for every bloody kind of species I'd bonded with so far. I accepted both of them and got, again, the exact same notifications, with only the names being different. You have selected an ongoing boon. From now on, you will gain 5% of the experience that Azel earns. Ah. No, now I got it. Probably. It had to be the newly established part. This was an ongoing bond that would grow even better as it grew older and more established. Hopefully Kreeve's bond would evolve at some point, and I would learn what it meant and what kind of timeline I was looking at. I mean, I hoped I wouldn't have to have a vassal for years before things changed. I checked my mana regeneration rate, and for a moment, my mind refused to accept it. I mean, I knew it was up there, but it was getting to be insane. 12,870 mana a day? That meant I could create a bloody habitat every 10 friggin' minutes all day. Okay, that was it. From now on, we are connected. And let me say this. I am not going to micromanage you guys. Teller frowned.
There is nothing micro about me. Coran can verify that.
I was speechless for a moment. Coran, thankfully, did not verify anything. In fact, she just rolled her eyes. No, I meant that I am not going to try to control your every move or decide what you should or shouldn't build in your own domains. Azel picked up.
But you will have demands for us?
Teller interrupted.
Of course he will. Keep up, paleface. He already said we'd have duties. That meant he'll have us build stuff for him and probably deliver minions to work for him.
Before Azel could get his dragon knickers in a twist, I interceded. He's right. Like I said earlier, we will work together for the betterment of everybody. That's fancy talk for everybody having to contribute. Azel, I don't expect to call upon you often to begin with. Not until you've cleared up the area and gotten things in order. Actually, let me talk to Arthur and hear if any of the young Talpus shamans want to join you. You could use the help to excavate the domain properly. Anyway, we'll probably mostly be relying on you to enchant some of the quality items, so I hope you'll learn how to handle the Soul Carver's construction quickly. I nodded to Teller. As for you, you already know what's what. We are in dire need of excellent crafters. As you said, the new gate to the city is a piece of crap, and new improved equipment would make a world of difference for our fighters. Also, I have a whole range of items I want to start creating, and we could use some of your people for the real front-rank fighting. Our crawls are getting there, but they still have a ways to go. I reeled back in, grinning. It's not as bad as it sounds. We're not going to make all those demands on the Dwergen all at once. In fact, we are still working on the system. And by we, I mean Timothy. Tim nodded. At the moment, we are debating the various advantages offered by a conscription system and a quota system respectively. I have a preference, of course, but I would enjoy any input you have to give in the coming time, Teller. Teller snorted. Oh, what now? You get to help decide how we handle things. Same goes for you, Azel. If there's something you think could be done better, tell me. I have no intention of wasting time and resources here. I thought about our plans, then turned my head toward Tim. Anything I've forgotten? I think we've covered about everything. His figure blurred, then snapped back into focus. Comms! Oh, yeah, of course, thanks. There will be one construction I require both of you to create straight away. It has not been available to either of you before, but it will be there when you are back in your domain. A communication field. It will allow both of you to communicate mentally with me while inside your domains, instead of having to rely on scouts. Teller frowned, then nodded.
Practical. I'll get it done when I get back.
Azel assented too, and suddenly that was it. They all returned to their groups as Timothy and I watched them leave. As the two Dwergen walked away, I snorted. Coran had indeed not boasted at all. In fact, she hadn't said a single word over the entire exchange. That went well. What do you think? I don't trust that Teller guy. Tim's voice was laced with suspicion. He was being way too agreeable. Really? I honestly felt like he was adjusting really well, rolling with the punches and all. Yeah, no. You know those dicks back in high school who'd set up a date with one of the unpopular girls, only to blow her up and record the whole thing? That's the vibe I'm getting from him. I blinked. That was not at all what I was getting. I mean, he definitely used humor to hide his real emotions, but he did seem genuinely interested in helping his people thrive. I thought about it for a moment. Oh, well, I'm not going to ignore your thoughts, Timmy boy, even though you're 99% likely to be wrong. He snorted. Your confidence in me makes my heart overflow with emotions. Well, you're welcome.
didn't say they were positive emotions, you RPG reject.
Low blow, Timmy. Low blow. Anyways, if you have any ideas for keeping a tab on him, I'm all ears. Regardless, whether he's for real or faking it though, he'll do his job. And this is definitely a case of trust but verify. I smiled at my companion Ghost. If he has anything to hide, he'll soon realize his mistake. There's one thing I forgot to tell them. I hadn't realized it to begin with, but my inspect skill received one major upgrade. When I target my vassals, I don't just get their levels and details. I also get the information on their domains. I took a moment to search through my map, locate Creve, and expand the information onto the ground before us both. Personal info. Name, Creve. Race, Young Blue Dragon. Level 22. Experience toward next level, 5,600 of 22,000. Size, huge. Stats and attributes. Health, 860 of 860. Mana, 280 of 280. Strength, 81. Toughness, 86. Agility, 71. Mental powers, 28. Mental control, 22. Horde size, 11 mana crystals, small, medium. Maximum population size, 125. Current population, 87. Domain size, 5,000 foot radius. Weakness, cold damage. Timothy whistled. Nice! Okay, now I get why you aren't more worried. If we know exactly what they're doing, how many minions they've got and all, we can keep tabs on them and act before anything happens. Exactly. And since we'll get communication fields up and running as soon as they're back, we'll be able to ask all the pointed questions we want to. So, what do you think? How did we do? I'll give us a grudging 8 out of 10. I don't like that the Aberrants didn't join us, but I have to admit that their history and basic composition made that as unlikely as the fish ever winning a Super Bowl again. I turned, accidentally letting my tail slam through his form. Oh, sorry about that. I agree about that, by the way. The aberrant part, not the white noise afterward. I think it's like having a new hire you really want to promote, though. You don't try to pressure them into it. You slowly show them that you're not an absolute ass and make him do some of the work he's supposed to end up doing anyway. Then, before they know it, you hit him from behind with the fact that they're almost already doing the job you want and they basically just need a tiny bit more responsibility for that sweet, sweet pay increase. And then they're hooked. Dude, your inner middle manager is showing. You take that back. Chapter 18. Things were going smoothly. Too smoothly, in fact. I was starting to get antsy, expecting some new issue to explode and kick me in the butt. 3 days had passed since I gained my new vassals. We'd seen Azel off after a thorough vetting of his minions. The Urgle had been completely wiped out after healing a full third of his people. It made me realize how hard he'd pressed them to arrive at Firepeak as fast as he did. But then they were just minions. We had some serious work ahead of us to get Azel to realize the value of the so-called lesser races. Even so, he'd been outfitted and equipped and sent on his merry way to race toward my old domain to salvage as many constructions as he possibly could. When we asked, 2 of the young shamans volunteered to join them, despite the dangers and having to work under a new and unknown dragon. One of them, to my surprise, was the young Kral shaman who, at this point, had improved enough to acquire the lofty praise from Arthur of being barely competent. Both shamans, truthfully, I asked them myself, exclaimed that they'd relish the chance to work down on Bottom Lair, where there'd be more of a chance to grow in level as opposed to sheltered in the center of the capital. Honestly, I believe that a large part of it was also to escape the monotony of working on the walls. I wished them well and granted them both minor items from the Horde to buff their mental attributes. Real left again with an escort of a few Kralls and Telpi, and a young shaman and a large pile of magic items, because I still owed Kree for his help against Selys. This time he was instructed to favor care and safety over speed. We're not in as much of a hurry for once. We did spend a little while going over his powers and responsibilities before he left, and I told him in no uncertain terms he was not allowed to push Kriv the way he'd done with the other factions. Real was still beaming when he left, though, and promised he'd convince Kriv to build the communications field soon. He loved his new responsibility as an ambassador. One person stayed with us, though, Mordial. Whatever hang-ups he'd had from having tried to kill me earlier, he spent a lot of time with us, taking in the situation and learning about the kind of society we were trying to build here. I didn't say anything, not wanting to pressure him, just let him stay, observe, and learn. On rare occasions, he did chime in when he had some pertinent information on the mountain or Selys' former reign. To my surprise, there had been no further incidents from either the Gathering or the former city guard. Our people didn't exactly inspire cheers when they moved through the city, but at least there had been no attacks. A few altercations could be attributed to nothing more than bad communication, and in one case, a too aggressive crawl. Roth was keeping an eye on him. We had taken to having meetings with the old representatives of the city every other day, not so much in the hope of eventually luring them to our side, compared to trying to suss out their plans to undermine us. The Urton, Ironneck, and the mage, Jillo What's-His-Face, were set in their hatred of all our plans, even if they hid it well under recalcitrance and obsequiousness, respectively. The Dragonling scout leader Firth was still missing in action, and none of her underlings were able to predict when she might be back. The scouting reports were also sounding similar enough that I wasn't sure I'd keep her in the position if she ever did make it back. Things were quiet, fewer monsters than usual were roaming outside the mountain, a few humanoid scouts have been spotted, Firth is investigating details. After the surge, few monsters are roaming on the inside, blah, blah, blah. There was nothing new here, nothing tangible. I'd dock their pay if they were actually paid. The representatives' attempts to infiltrate our ranks were petering out after their first very public failure. There were still daily attempts of new people who tried to join our workers under less than honest conditions, but they were slowly growing less in numbers. We continued the interview with me secretly listening to the emotions of the people involved, and it seemed like the ones who did try were mostly doing it for personal reasons as opposed to being forced by the groupings in the city. There were bound to be some people eventually who'd be able to fake their way through both these interviews and the official induction ceremony afterward without me catching any issues. But hopefully there'd be few enough in number compared to the new and loyal inductees that it wouldn't matter. As for the new hires, both those who joined our growing fighter contingency and the other workers and crafters working in the fortress and the rest of the city, they were an excellent surprise. Mostly originating from lower castes, they did not shy from hard work, and they were, according to both Demodius and Roth, exceedingly fanatical about keeping their freedom and earning their keep. I encouraged them to continue whatever they were doing, and asked Demodius to start apportioning part of the less powerful magic items from the Horde on a regular basis. I hoped it would have them competing to bring their best and help our forces grow explosively. The magic items of the Horde, especially the lower quality ones, were slowly dwindling, though. We were taking on a lot of people. Fortunately, the one exception to the rule about the former representatives working against us was standing right in front of me. Kaveen was finishing her report while the other two were deep in a losing discussion with Demodius regarding all the new recruits going directly to our forces as opposed to the old city guard. Kaveen shrugged.
In short, that's why you're getting less delivered than you'd expect. Before the recent surge, the deliveries were overtaken by attackers, fleeing to save their lives. I guess Ironneck over there is the one behind the disappearances. We don't have enough people to protect everything, especially those traveling in from the outside. People knew you didn't mess with tribute arriving to Selys. With you, we're not quite there yet. And obviously, nobody's bringing anything as long as the Dwergen are out there.
I grunted. How would you like to handle it once we're free to travel again? We might be able to swing some guards to follow the shipments if you can tell us when they're coming.
No need. From what I can estimate from the outside, you're growing fast enough that these losses are negligible. As long as they aren't raiding every delivery, you'd be wise to accept the losses and focus on growing your forces and protection in and near the city. Then you can expand your attention afterward."
The cauldron flapped her wings and settled them again in a gesture that looked like somebody rolling their shoulders. "I'll take that advice. Then I do have a couple of details I need to share with you. First off, we're already working on that part where we grow production near the city. In short, when our shamans are done with the defensive walls in the next handful of days, we're going to go beyond the walls and erect farmland, as in huge fields where we can grow our own food sources. We're starting with only vegetables, but we'll eventually expand with enclosures for breeding animals for meat. Our shamans will handle the work converting the earth to mulch. We'll be enchanting the area so crops grow faster, and we will also be creating channels to funnel rainwater to our crops." The city already had a lot of reservoirs and clay pipes in place to gather rainwater and ensure it got to where people could use it for drinking water. That and the handful of water mages in the city ensured that Fire Peak would never lack drinking water. It was a far cry from efficient, though. Kavine's eyes darted around as she digested that. Then she observed me silently, frowning for a few seconds before saying,
"Since it sounds like you have that all under control, I'm going to assume that the reason you need to share that with me is what you're not saying anything about. Namely, the sizable threatening force that is camped outside the city right now. Does that mean we're not getting attacked?"
I nodded. "I need you to sit on that information for a while still. As long as people don't realize that we're safe, we'll have an easier time getting people in the city and those bastards over there." I nodded at the other representatives who were now shouting at Portamodius. "To play nice. That's not why I'm telling you, though. First off, we do need your help for the fields. Since my people are used to working out of direct sunlight, we need assistance in learning about crops which can survive up here, and getting enough seeds, plants, and whatever we need to get started." She nodded slowly.
"I can do that, as long as you don't expect us to seed the fields too fast. What we have inside the city doesn't sound like it's at the same size as what you're planning here."
I sighed in relief. "Great. Then there's the second part, which is the fun part. I'm probably going to be able to provide you with a handful of talented crafters within the next couple of days." She scoffed.
"Not like the rune crafter you took on, right? He's been nothing but trouble, demanding more luxury even than anybody used to under Selys."
I sighed. "Damn, sorry about that. Tell him to come by at a point, and we'll set him straight. I promised him good treatment, not the liberty to abuse his rights. I know, these will mainly be armor and weaponsmiths, though there are a few other specializations. One pretty high-leveled stone carver, for instance." I grinned at her. "Incidentally, they're all Dwergen. That won't be a problem, will it?" Her eyes bored into mine.
"Really? You're bringing some of them in from the outside?"
"Yep. They've already agreed, and I can see from their attributes and equipment that they can create some impressive stuff. And since we know the secret is out at some point, we want to make the most of it while it lasts. Get some good weapons and armor created for our fighters." She hesitated for a while, then nodded.
"Okay. I may have a place where they can work at first, where I can keep them separated so they won't attract as much attention. To be honest, it'll be for the best. I've worked with Dwergen before under Selys. They create great items, but they're hard to get along with. Short-tempered, contentious, quick to offend and be offended."
I smiled. "That's amazing. If we can manage to outfit our best fighters before the secret is out, we'll be in a vastly improved situation, especially if we get that cranky old runecrafter to enchant them. The old city guard won't dare face off against us then. Oh, and I have one final surprise. You're gonna like this one." From the deadpan look on her face, Kravine was not convinced. "They're bringing their own ore."
"What?"
"Yep. They said something about not relying on low-quality local leftovers or something, and insisted they be allowed to fetch a shipment of high-grade ore from home." One side of her mouth twitched. It was close enough. I would almost call it a smile. Almost.
They're carrying it here themselves?
Yep. You want to take bets on anybody wanting to try and rob a band of fully armed and armored Dwergen? Chapter 19. Just put on your makeup and get out there and do it. Emma Bunton. Once again, the days flew by. Some grumbling was heard in the city about the Dwergen's continued presence outside the walls, but all told, since we weren't close to any food shortage, there was no real outcry. According to Demodius, people were still too shocked by the rapid happenings following the surge, and the sudden appearance of 3 large armies to complain about the one still on their doorstep that could ostensibly be defeated. Timothy invented a wage system. Even saying it to myself, I couldn't really get past the insanity of that accomplishment. Despite all the work he performed, working together with Demodius and the council to basically invent the future setup of the city and our forces, he somehow managed to find the time to sit down with Demodius and Kaveen and work out an initial wage and reward system, which we could slowly introduce to the city for anybody who came to work directly for us. Have you got any idea how fucking huge that is? Timothy, Lore, and I were in the listening room. He'd agreed to keep me entertained while I was listening into the interviews next door, because it was really insanely boring. When the room next door was occupied, I listened while he and Lore, the smart-ass crawl he'd shanghaied for his Kipu project, worked on expanding and fine-tuning their findings. We were now, according to them, up to the 3rd iteration of the project, and they were already talking about redefining it again from scratch. Nerds. Tim didn't get it. What? It's not even real currency, man. And we had those back on Earth like 5000 BC or something. I know your standards are low, but this is like the most basic level of barter or something. I seriously don't get how somebody can be so dumb and so smart at the same time, Tim. These people don't have anything right now. No systems, no nothing. Okay. To you, it may be the simplest of logic, but to them, you're basically opening the door to an entire new future where they won't have to choose between being slaves and being targets. He blinked. Okay, I can maybe see that. But it's still closer to serfdom than it is to an actual living wage. I mean, so in exchange for their services, we offer them a place to live, food and clothes, and the occasional chance at something better? I'm just not super happy with how close this is to a goddamn sketch with us oppressing the unlearned, unwashed peasants. I smiled. This time I filled my voice with as much warmth as humanly, dragonly, possible, and scolded. Timothy Gibbet McAndrews. You know that's not my name, you dirty salamander. You are a wonderful human being, even if you're a bit lacking in the human body department at the moment. Kind and considerate. That shut him up. Most adult males could tolerate any degree of verbal abuse, but give him a heartfelt compliment and they're blushing and looking at the floor. You're also extraordinarily intelligent, which makes it twice as entertaining that you can't even tell when you're putting the idiot in idiot savant. He glared at me, but I ignored him. Tim, you damn well know that serfdom would be a step up for most of these people. So even if that were all we put on the table for them, they would accept it and be glad. But that isn't it, though, is it? He huffed. Of course it isn't. To begin with, we'll only be able to offer the basics, as you mentioned, but I'm working to expand on it. I'm thinking that a credit system might be the most viable approach in the start— I interrupted him. Stop, man, stop. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, what we're offering to begin with is relatively basic and limited. And that's all right. We're not trying to change their world overnight. At this point, we'll offer them safety and basic amenities. Later on, once we've solidified our position and aren't fearing getting our asses kicked out of the capital, we'll try to expand it a bit. I know you'd prefer to introduce a fully fledged economic system straight away, but that's simply not possible. He sighed and collected himself.
You're right. Of course you are. I just hate the idea of taking them from a crappy place and then introducing them to something that's better, but only barely.
I do agree there, I said. But I'm pretty sure if you ask any of them, they won't see it the same way. Give yourself some credit. You're doing great.
All right, I'll try. And Carl? Thanks, man.
I waved his concerns away and asked, So, you're becoming rather chummy with Demodius. Any news from outside? Been a while since I had a chat with the scouts.
Tim shrugged. Yeah, there's actually been one in asking for additional scouts. They say that they've spotted another human and they're concerned about being able to properly survey the area outside in case somebody comes crawling.
I blinked, then snorted. Yeah, wouldn't that be just our luck? We're finally getting somewhere inside the mountain and then we're attacked from outside the mountain? I pondered the situation. To be honest, that scout leader, Firth or whatever her name is, I'm not too sure how much to trust her judgment. What's your take on her? The fancy-looking ghost faded in and out as he considered.
She seemed capable, but very much focused on her own interests.
My knot slowly grew larger. Yeah. You know, next time we get a scout in, we'll ask some pointed questions, and then we'll decide together if we can trust them. Seeing Timothy agree, my mind merrily leapt ahead to something less doomsday-like in nature. I asked him, Hey, I never did hear. How the hell are we finding houses for all these people? I mean, there's no way they can all stay in the fortress, right? We haven't had any builders working on new constructions, have we? He snorted.
Right there. Our recruitment speed is down, but we still get new people each day. But it's actually a pretty easy answer. Serendipity, man.
Oh, I love that movie. It wasn't as good as the original series, but Summer was... Wait, is that right? Timothy looked at me, or through me, it almost looked like.
I didn't say senility, but I appreciate the example. Serendipity. You know, when something happens by chance in a fortuitous way? Yeah, it just so happens that the city has quite a lot of vacancies because you'll never believe it.
Oh, I winced. I get it. Because some army happened to kill off a lot of former house owners a few weeks back. This serendipity of yours is a dark mistress. A week passed by in a moment. The city was transforming before our eyes. Not so much aesthetically, the houses were still the same ugly, squat and solid clay constructions, as the mood itself. When I'd walked the streets along with Mordial back when Selys ruled the place, the divide between the inhabitants of Fire Peak had been enormous. Slaves would toil mindlessly or slink along the edges of the roads, confident in knowing that they were worth less than everybody else and that any chance encounter might result in punishment, regardless of what happened. For regular people, it was slightly different. Crafters, producers, and those providing some sorts of important services to the city. They had some semblance of importance and regular life, able to walk the streets in safety. Still, even for those, their importance faded when faced with the kings of the city. City Guard, Selys' personal cadre, and the mages of the gathering. Wherever they went, the common folk and slaves hid their faces and accepted that their lives were at the beck and call of any whim of these brutes. Everybody knew that this was the way the balance in the mountain worked. This was slowly changing. Not obviously, not yet, but slowly. My minion count was exploding. We'd already passed the 500 count I'd have available if I didn't control the blessing, and the number was still climbing. And now, as I walked the streets in the bright daylight, I could see tiny differences in the behaviorisms for myself. Habits formed over years and decades, gradually eroding and adapting. A couple of young, clearly poor children were skipping along the streets, hesitant and wide-eyed as if they expected to be chased down any minute. Former slaves were not standing tall, but definitely feeling the change. And now we were changing even more, making the first real patrols in the city. The old guard were also changing and clearly mad about it. As I watched from afar, a massive Dragonling City guard stalked through the center of the street, glaring at everybody. People scrambled from her path, but one slow crawl was looking down, carrying a large sack on his back, and did not react in time. The Dragonling did not slow down, but with a hiss decked the crawl, tossing him across the cobbles, ore pieces spilling from the sack. The crawl cried out in pain, then again in fear as he looked up and realized who'd bowled him over. He scrambled to get away, cargo forgotten, as his eyes fixed on the advancing Dragonling in fear. The city guard sneered as she stalked straight at the poor worker, murder in her eyes. Gert got there first. She raised a fist and challenged the Dragonling. The Dragonling didn't stop, didn't hesitate, simply lunged at her, claws searching for her throat. Gert didn't back down, though. She swerved out of the path of the claws, avoiding them by inches, and then kicked the Dragonling in the knee joint, making her leg fly from under her. On the way down, Gert rocked her chin with a punch. Roaring with rage, the downed Dragonling struggled to her feet, wiping blood from her jaw. She whirled on Gert and then froze. Finally, she spotted the 3 other fighters following in Gert's wake. And then her gaze trailed on, moving on to spot me in the background. I'd grant her something. She reacted fast. In a split second, she went from mindless rage to headlong flight. Before I blinked, she was sprinting down the street, fire spitting from her mouth as she made the pedestrians part in fear. Only she hadn't accounted for Gert. The moment the Dragonling turned her back, the crawl sprinted after her. The squat form managed a surprising speed. 10 seconds later, as the Dragonling was taking to the air, a strong fist latched onto the Dragonling's ankle, pulling her downward. Gert was already midair and rode her back down to the ground, small fists a blur. The crawl dragged the Dragonling back by both feet. The city guard was down and out for the count. Gert dropped the feet and asked me, "What should we do about her?" I huffed, then nodded. "Drag her back to the fortress. We'll have a public judgment tomorrow." I hesitated, then continued. "Tell Timothy what happened and to prepare a larger room. There's bound to be more." We had moved on the offensive inside the city. Fucking finally. After a lot of deliberation, Demotes had agreed that the mood inside Fire Peak had finally changed enough that we would probably be able to send our people into the city without risking too many direct attacks by the population. My initial proclamation about equality, ending slavery, and such had done diddly. They didn't dare go against the former powers of the city and side with us. Providing training and sorcery areas for the entire population, showing them that we'd be willing to risk our lives to keep them safe, finishing the first once over on the wall and ending the whole thing with a public contest, challenging the city to a competition where anybody strong enough to break the wall won a prize. Those things made a difference. These were tangible, real results, and they all added up. Now we had to take it to the next level. That meant proving that we were serious, that we were willing and able to challenge the old guard. Throughout the capital, mixed squads of close rank and ranged fighters were striding through the streets. They all carried new-fangled livery, a silver sash draped over darkened armor. Tim's idea. And clear orders. "Be seen. Be there. Be visible and friendly. Don't start trouble. If anybody else starts trouble, especially from the old guard, you finish it." Gert started on her way back to the fortress while I spent a while engrossed in my minimap, seeing how the other squads did. Within minutes, I spotted a squad a few blocks over who had landed themselves in a shouting match with some inhabitants. Turning to the rest of Gert's group, I indicated my head in their direction. "There's more work. Let's go." Our squads didn't stay on the streets. It was too early for that kind of commitment. After an hour and change, I reached out and asked everybody to move back to the fortress. Keeping a constant military presence wasn't the point at all. Besides, we had too much to do to keep the majority of our forces patrolling at all times. No, we wanted to find and challenge the worst of the offenders who wanted to stop us changing the world order and get people used to seeing us working to keep the peace, and keep them all safe in this new situation. Timothy and Demodius were arguing in front of a cell room inside the fortress as I approached. What's the argument? Also, I didn't even know we had a prison cell. Tim flung up his see-through arms in frustration.
Maybe you can talk to this guy. He's gone and thrown one of our own Talpi in there with all the damn criminals.
I walked closer and looked into the cell area. It was a classic medieval jail cell with hints of torture chamber. Brick and mortar walls framed the large room, which sported a single exit, classic cell door style with a massive door made of iron bars. Inside the room, a dozen people, almost all of them bruised or bleeding, were sitting or standing, scowling at us. Iron shackles set in the walls outlined the setting, though they weren't being used at the moment. As I looked closer at the door itself, I saw runes running along the lengths of the iron bars. Somebody really took their security seriously. Okay, lay it on me, Demodius. What's happening? The Ethium bowed and, with a lithe movement, indicated the room behind him.
Nothing out of the ordinary. We have done exactly what you ordered, gathered everyone in here who were responsible for causing unrest in the city. As to your other question, we did not have a prison cell. This was one of the larders. Selys believed in keeping her food fresh and alive.
That creepy fucking snake. Whatever else happened, I was glad we'd rid the world of her. I glanced closer at the scene and noticed one scowling familiar face. One dirty Talpa stood on the far side of everybody else, staring down the much taller creatures on the other side of the room. Leith? What the hell? I had a sinking feeling in my stomach. Leith was a cantankerous, belligerent, foul-mouthed Talpus who didn't care about your feelings. He was also amazing at handling our scouts and ensuring everything got done on time. My reaction exactly! Timothy loomed over Demodius, his form subtly growing in size even as he became slightly more translucent. The Ethium didn't back down. He turned towards me, beseeching.
I have questioned everybody involved in what happened. There is no discussion here. This Talpes started a fight with a group of citizens. As his squad backed him up, they hurt a handful of them badly, even as they forced them to back down. We have had the citizens healed and released.
Fuck. Why did he do it?
He has been remarkably tight-lipped about that, Onyx.
I took a deep breath, then nodded and walked right up to the cell door. Leith, please come over here. The Talpus sneered at the other prisoners and stalked over to me. I noted a lot of details. His usual rank smell of sweat was overlain by a salty scent of blood, and his dirt-caked body was cut in places. One eye was half shut and swollen, already sporting several dark colors. He nodded at me.
About time you got here. Want to let me out or what?
That depends. I jerked my head at Demodius. Demodius there tells me you started a fight in the city? He didn't back down, just beamed a tight smile.
Sure did. Started and ended it.
Care to tell me why? Was it necessary? His sharp teeth showed in a feral look.
Oh, you'd better believe it was necessary. Couple of mages stood there talking about how everything under your reign sucks. How nobody would have dared challenge Selys when she was in charge.
He snorted a laugh.
Huh, nobody's going to talk about you like that anytime soon.
Jesus. Leith, please tell me you didn't lay the hurt on a bunch of mages because they were talking shit about me. His eyebrows rose.
Of course I did. Everybody's used to Talpi being the lowest of the low. Now I showed them that Talpi can be strong and that you're not to be trifled with.
You don't get it, do you? I struggled with his lack of comprehension. I'll have to punish everybody who went against the rules here. That means you as well. Leith squinted at me, then, to my astonishment, shrugged.
If that's what it takes.
What? What the hell do you mean?
I know Talpus lives aren't worth a lot to anybody. Thought you cared more, but screw you then. Still, if this means my brother and will get more respect, I'll take my punishment and smile.
I lost my temper.
That's not it, you bloody idiot! I can't play favorites here, or I'll lose the fucking city! You know this!
There was not an ounce of repentance coming from him. Conviction, stubbornness, and a sharp, tangible sense of accomplishment? He laughed out loud.
Yeah, you were pretty clear about it. People need to follow the rules. Those caught breaking them will be treated harshly. You had all sorts of nice speeches, right? Except this isn't a place for rules. Those mage pricks need to feel to understand, and they damn well understand now.
I shook my head in dismay and moved back to the others. What an absolute mess. He's definitely the one to blame here, and he'd do it again in an instant. Timothy looked at me, suddenly full of doubt. So, there's nothing we can do? A growl built in my throat.
Sure, if we want to show everybody out there that the rules only apply to them, that we'll let our own people get away with violence.
And worse, Demodius interrupted. One of the mages lost a hand. I sighed and hung my head.
No, he's getting sentenced along with the rest of them. It'll be exile or death for him.
Timothy looked at me beseechingly.
There's gotta be something, I growled. Leith did it, and he'd do it again. This isn't a fucking game. We can't bend the rules when they start hurting ourselves. That's corruption. Do you really want to go down that path?
I turned around and stalked away.
Demodius, please send a scout to Slither. Ask if the Aberrants would be ready to accept Leith into their group if he chooses exile. And I need a bit of time for myself. I'll be alone in the throne room for the next hour.
Chapter 20. I spent the full hour inside the throne room. I didn't talk to anybody, didn't look over the mini-map, didn't check over my character sheet or anything. I simply sat, going over our decisions so far, considering if we had made an error somewhere. I'd had my taste of different approaches to handling the sometimes difficult choices I'd faced as a foreman. Usually, those were no harsher than firing somebody, but they could still wear on my conscience. Knowing I had to let a worker go who was slacking because his wife was using again and spending all their money, that was by no means an easy decision. Mindfulness. I hated that word. I'd attended at least 3 courses with that in the title. No amount of positive thinking or incense was ever going to make a tough decision any less tough. Conflict solving was another good one. Plenty of catchphrases there. Eventually, though, I landed in one class where the lesson stuck. They made us dissect some of the tougher decisions, try to pinpoint the exact part of the conundrums we were facing and come to terms with exactly what was bothering us about them. I'd actually used that one afterward. Miracle of miracles, a lesson that stuck. Today, I had to face the ugly fact that it wasn't the possible loss of Leith that was bugging me. He knew exactly what he'd done and had no doubts as to the potential consequences when he decided to do it. Besides, he was a cantankerous ass at the best of days. It wasn't losing his skills either. We'd grown massively both in powers and skills. We'd be able to find a replacement for him in time, even if it would hurt. No, it was 2 other details. First, the emerging realization that this wasn't going to be the last loss we'd take in our struggle to adapt the society to our chosen rule set. We had chosen a difficult path to walk, and whether our losses were going to be due to actual attacks or by sticking to our guns, Leith wouldn't be the final one to go. Second, and more importantly, it was the constant niggling doubt whether we were actually doing the right thing. This wasn't our world. They weren't used to playing by our world's rules, which had evolved over thousands of years of warfare and emerging civilization. These were actual fucking monsters. Monsters with minds and personalities, but monsters nonetheless. Was everything we were doing doomed to fail because we were refusing to face the inevitable fact that we were trying to turn their world into ours? With that in mind, the conclusions came easier for me. The first issue I could handle. The months here in the mountain had already hardened me to the violence and death in this place, and I would not shy away from any hard decisions simply because they might lead to further deaths. The second was tougher. There were a lot of complications involved with deciding whether we were doing the right thing, not the least of which was the fact that neither Timothy nor I had the qualifications to make half the decisions that we were forced to make. We'd really need a half dozen additional degrees each to be able to make any really informed decisions about the challenges we faced on a daily basis. That part I sort of felt good about, though. That was one of the eternal truths about being a boss. There'd always be more qualified people for the jobs out there, and you would always have to do the best with what you were given, even if they were a sack of sorry bastards. But whether the path itself was the right one, that one got under my skin and wouldn't stop itching, digging at my mind. Eventually, I went full circle, reaching back to one of the first coherent conclusions I'd made in this world, once I'd wiped the worst of the blood and guts from my claws. I wanted to build a better place here. I did not merely want to survive as the largest predator. This was going to be my second chance, or so help me I'd lay down my life in the process. And besides, with what I'd learned so far, I had to be right about this one thing. The one conclusion I'd come to over the brief months of violence-filled life I'd led in this world. These weren't monsters. They were people. And because of that, they deserved to be treated as such, right up until they proved me wrong. At long last, I left the throne room again for a trip outside the gates. As I left Fire Peak behind, followed by a small group of fighters, I took a handful of deep breaths and smiled. Open air with a slight breeze, air that didn't smell of mold and moisture, or, like the city I'd just left, dung and too many people living close together. In front of me, I faced the barren plains surrounding Fire Peak, and 24 people wandering about. I grinned. It wasn't easy to see that these 24 were working on probably the most ambitious agricultural project this world had ever seen. But in time, they'd see. Oh yes, they'd see. The volcano crater holding Fire Peak had 3 tunnels leading downward, placed more or less equidistant from each other. The workers had started working in a roughly northern direction, dead center between 2 of the 3 exit tunnels. It was no accident that they were as far from the Dwergen encampment as possible, even if the mood in the city was slowly edging toward a battle probably not happening anytime soon. Even so, we might as well not make it too obvious. Besides, it wasn't like anybody was able to see what the hell we were doing right now. I edged closer to the groups of people milling about, and even if I knew what was going on, it was far from clear what they were working on. Of course, I'd been in on some of the planning. However, some of the theories went over my head, and I might have zoned out completely a time or 3 in the first session and excused myself for the rest. In my defense, I found agriculture quite a bit closer to landscaping than construction, and hence below my notice. It was fact, proven fact, that landscapers thought they were better than construction workers. They were all about feng shui, blathering on about how they had everything out in the open, presenting the face of the construction to the world and whatnot. Meanwhile, we lowly workers were able to hide all our mistakes behind plastering and wallpaper. Bah! Prissy bitches, one and all. One extraordinarily annoying landscaper had been so bloody annoying, he demanded we remake the front of the mansion we were working on to match his creation. Such a shame that somebody happened to sneak in and sow spinach seeds in all his precious flower beds. The look on his face when we whistled the Popeye theme song. Good times. I recognized what the 2 teams of young shamans, followed by Arthur and Kraziel, respectively, were working on. They walked on each side of the area, the young ones leading the way alongside a set of long, razor-straight, shallow canals, about 1 foot wide and 2 deep. Where they wandered, the canal straightened even further, evening out any bumps and dips. I moved up right in front of them and looked closer at what they were doing. Interesting. If you looked really close, you could actually see the terrain being subtly altered under their attention, as the earth slowly flowed to where it needed to go. I asked Kraziel with a smile, "What are you doing if they handle all the work?" He huffed.
Checking over their accuracy. We need an even gradient, or the canals won't be as efficient as they could be. Also, hardening the terrain as much as I can to ensure that most of the water actually makes it to where it needs to go.
I nodded. Sounds like hard work. Huh. If anybody asked you half a year ago, would you have ever believed that you'd be standing on top of the mountain working on irrigation canals? He laughed.
I barely believe it as it stands. It's logical, though. And if we manage to get the gradient right, we can create a huge reservoir right there at the end where the terrain is the highest. Then it's a matter of creating some simple gates that can be raised, and the slope will handle the rest, leading the water straight to where it needs to go.
I breathed out deeply. Sounds relatively simple, with a lot of work to be handled before we get there. He trailed with laughter.
That is exactly what it's like.
His furry arm pointed down along where the canal was expanding and then left.
When we reach about that point, we'll make a turn and go left until we meet up with Arthur's team.
He looked ahead at the young shamans in front of him and smiled fondly.
They're competing to see which team makes it there first. If you don't mind, I'd love to come up with some sort of reward for the winners.
I waved a claw. By all means. So, when you meet at the bottom, you're done? He looked at me weirdly, then chuckled.
Oh, Arthur would be pleased to hear this. He did say you nodded off once or twice, but Demodius insisted a grand dragon like you would never do something like that. The answer is no, however. Once the bottom canal is enjoined, we will have to create vertical canals for every field, all the way from the top to the bottom.
I raised a digit. Huh, I remember now. We're basically creating one big chessboard of canals. And with gates for every crossing, we'll be able to lead water to any side of any field we'd want to water. As long as the reservoir holds enough water, at least.
So you were listening. A bit. Exactly. On top of that, we'll have to match the size of the field to your growth boost, so we don't waste too much effort or make the fields too small.
No problem there. If you show me where you want the upper limit, I can create the first upper couple of rows now. You can measure it out.
He gaped. Couple of rows? I thought they were expensive in mana.
I shrugged. They're not that bad. 150 mana apiece. I'll be able to create 7 of them at a time. And since they're 60 by 60 feet, eyeballing what you're doing, I'd say that we can fit 3 on each vertical row, and maybe 15 rows total. If we make it a daily occurrence in the morning, and maybe once or twice more in the day, I can finish this area in 2 to 3 days.
Kraziel shut his mouth with an audible snap. Okay, well, that puts the burden on us. We should be able to finish the canals for this section in a week or so. Once we have the exact measurements, we will create an outline for all the fields. Then you can create the growth boosts at your leisure. We are still working on hardening the reservoir so the water doesn't sink away too fast, so we will likely be spending some more time fine-tuning everything.
I smiled in approval, trying to take in the scope of the area. Considering that right now everything was a dirty red-brown with the occasional scrub being the only signs of plant life, it was really hard to envision the future land being green and flourishing. So, are we going to be able to feed the city on this area? The tiny Talpus didn't answer. He just blinked. Then he sighed and rubbed his eyes.
Onyx? No. Just no. With this area alone, we would be able to feed maybe 40 to 100 persons? And not large species either. We will have to keep expanding the area outward in either direction.
My face fell as I realized the scope of what we were facing. Kraziel must have seen it too, because he held up his hands placatingly.
Don't worry, Onyx. We aren't trying to feed the entire population right here. Simply supplement what we already have. And in time, it will be able to feed large parts of the city. Our magic helps too, both your growth boosts and our shamans improving the soil. We will be able to grow stronger plants, harvest more often, and feed the soil to make sure it isn't emptied of life. He shrugged. In time, of course. I reckon that we may have to dedicate quite a bit of our shaman's time to working out here, or the new mages training in the city. He smiled. A good thing that Leif is taking it as a personal challenge to ensure that this becomes a success, working with that Kaveen person. She also got some skill that might help. Potent seeds or something. Makes any seed she plants grow faster.
Good to hear. Then there's only one question remaining, I guess. Protection. How do we make sure no stray monsters smash the place, or some ticked-off mage from the city? I indicated the area, which was just flat. It was way too easy to picture something like that abomination running berserk through the whole thing. Krasil smiled.
I'm glad you asked. The answer is walls.
Forestalling my comment, he pointed at the far end of the huge crater where I could spot the nearest tunnel exit.
Once we're done with the initial area here, maybe 30 or 40 sections of this size, we'll be slowing down the expansion a bit and spending some time building a wall, stretching from where the tunnel goes down and all the way to the city wall.
Ambitious?
Yes, but simple. We're starting with a rough dirt barricade, just moving enough soil around to ensure that nobody can walk straight into the fields from the tunnels. Obviously, it will be neither perfect nor defensible, but later we can replace the barricade with a real wall and connect it to the city wall. That way, only the ones who are allowed access will be able to enter from the city, and it will also expand the defensive capabilities of the city itself.
I tried to picture the creation of tall twin walls that blocked off a full third of the crater area. Ambitious wasn't the word. This was huge. Maybe not Great Wall of China huge, but large enough that we'd have to conscript huge teams of workers for the initial grunt work. There would have to be several miles of walls created, and if we wanted them to be near the size of the original city wall, we'd need tons of rock. But still, I pictured a future fire peak where all 3 tunnel exits went straight from down below and to the city, with the entire surrounding walled-off area dedicated to farming, and maybe a third dedicated to keeping monsters for experience and meat. I reined in my overactive imagination and nodded approvingly to Krasil. You're doing an amazing job. In fact, I think we should offer up something to sweeten the deal for all your shamans. Maybe a weekly reward to the person putting in the most effort. Not the one delivering the most results, because that would favor the highest leveled ones. Okay, talk with Timothy. He's always got the ideas for this stuff. But don't hold back. You guys are worth the investment. Chapter 21. When the world is at peace, a gentleman keeps his sword by his side. Wu Tzu. I heard Teller before I saw him. His pleased laughter sounded exactly like himself, loud, boisterous, and larger than life. Kaveen had installed the Dworgen in a weird construction, a huge warehouse with no ceiling. It was basically 4 brick walls surrounding an extensive internal area with large blazing smithies and other constructions I did not recognize. There were a few actual roofed rooms in there too, likely for the people in charge and for storage. Kaveen guided me past a weird container filled with coal, probably. I had no idea what half the stations in the building were for. Back home on Earth, people often thought that being a construction worker, you automatically knew all about all sorts of weird old-timer processes. Not how it worked. I was pretty knowledgeable about some things. For instance, I really loved working my wood in the house. Man, I could vividly picture Kate rolling her eyes at me for that one. I almost brushed against an iron bucket that was glowing with heat. Close one. I was fortunate that this place was so large. Selys probably liked to check on her workers every once in a while, too. The cauldron talked as she walked.
This used to be for Selys' special projects. The creation of powerful items. Those you're tossing to the higher-level people to make them join you.
I squinted at her as I maneuvered the place. She saw my look and snorted.
What? I approve of your tactics. They're very opaque but effective. A powerful artifact can be worth a lot, even to the powerhouses of the city. Anyways, since those items were all ordered directly by Selys, the place has been lying unused for a while. I figured it would be perfect for somebody like the Dworgen.
The leader of the Dworgen was standing in front of a blazing furnace, gesturing expansively with his arms, while his loud voice roared out over the ringing of hammers on anvils and general overwhelming noise of the place. "Looks like Teller agrees with you," I said. She frowned.
"Yes, they have definitely been enjoying themselves and working hard."
"You aren't exactly looking pleased, though."
"Yes, they ignored me. I have told them they should let my people assist, but they have been very vocal in not letting anybody else help. Violently so."
That didn't sound acceptable. "Have they hurt anybody?"
"No. They tossed a couple of my best furnace workers who know this place like nobody else from the premises, though."
"Huh. Well, we better get to the bottom of that." We'd reached the furnace now, and Teller turned toward me with a huge grin on his face. I greeted him. "Hello, Teller. What is this about you not letting Kaveen's people work with you?" He barked a laugh.
"Work? Is that what you call it? That flying nuisance there sent her people to spy on the Dwergen and learn all our crafting secrets. I just thought that wasn't going to happen. We didn't break anything too bad, I think."
I shook my head. "You are stuck in the past, Teller. Working for Selys, you may have been able to stay at home and deliver what you wanted, hoarding secrets to yourself. We work together now. That means sharing information and teaching others what we can do in order to lift each other up." He snorted.
"Huh. That is easy for you to say, Onyx. You're not the one who was asked to give up the one advantage our kind has. The answer is no. We're not giving up our secrets."
He hesitated.
"In time we may, but first, we want to see that you actually mean everything you say and are not another Selys."
I lifted a claw, pointing it at the stocky bastard. He didn't back off, staring me straight in the eye. He was a ballsy bastard, I'd give him that much. He also had a point. I lowered the claw again. "Bah, okay, I get it. Some things I won't be able to prove except with time and effort. I will give you some time to wait and see, judge for yourself. But this is not over. You will learn that I'm for real and you will like it." He flung his head back and roared with laughter.
"See what I told you, Karan? This is one weird shadow dragon. He's either the best or the worst I've ever heard about."
The tall female Dwergen grunted but didn't react. Teller continued, smirking at me.
"I doubt he's ever going to produce any offspring, though. Female dragons like their games of dominance, and I think he'd do poorly at that."
I growled. "Don't push it, Teller." I stared at the furnace behind him. "How are you doing on the tasks you were given?" He rolled his shoulders.
"Ah, I thought you'd never ask. We are doing amazing. These are great structures you have. Your ore is horrendous, though, and some of the tools are made for people with tiny arms like your Kaveen there."
Kaveen froze and I glanced at her arms. The only way you'd be able to call her impressive muscles tiny were in comparison to somebody like the monstrously brawny Dwergen. Teller ignored her.
"We expected that, though, so we brought some of our own tools along with the first shipments of ore. You ask your little imp there if we've done good work, Onyx."
Kaveen looked livid. Her mental message carried enough anger in it, I almost expected to see her spit.
"The weapons they've created are good. The quality is excellent, and they will hold some powerful runes, if you have them brought to the runecrafter, or good enhancements if the white dragon manages to secure and master that construction of the soul carvers you were talking about. They are also not what we asked for at all. They're too large for most of our fighters to use, and the Dwergen have created not a single one of the armors we asked for."
That was a surprise. "Explain, Teller." He shrugged.
"What? Our people make real weapons for real fighters. We don't make whimsical tools for weaklings. And you have seen the kind of armor we produce. Show me the fighters you have who can fit them, and I'll make sure they get the armor they deserve."
I growled under my breath. This guy wasn't making it easy. "Teller, let me make it entirely clear with you. That won't do. I can understand not wanting to give away your secrets, but you are my vassal and part of our side now. If you don't even try to help, that ends right here. He raised his arms in defense.
We are doing what we can.
I spoke over him. I'll stop you right there. That's a load of crap. You think I can't tell when somebody doesn't want to make an effort? I've been dealing with people trying to pull a fast one on me for years and years. I'll make it simple for you, Teller. I like you. I like the skill of your people. I'll even let you keep your secrets for now. But if you guys don't intend to actually do the work I'm asking you to do, you're off the team. Right this instant. The squat fighter folded his arms over his chest, looking up at me with a challenging glare. I met his eyes and didn't back down, waiting for his answer. The answer was a long, deep belly laughter, rumbling and slowly erupting into a coughing fit. He started wheezing, leaning on Karan until he recovered. Then he pointed at me.
All right, I was wrong. You can probably get a female dragon. A little one.
He smirked and nodded.
Fair enough. I was just trying you. We'll try to meet some of the weird requests you've come with, for those who can't carry real weapons and armor. You'll have to understand that they'll be lower quality at first, though, and it will take longer.
I nodded. Sure, new measurements, molds, entirely new kinds of weapons and pieces even. All sorts of other procedures and issues I don't get. I don't expect you to create everything flawlessly at the first attempt, but I do require you to try your best. He nodded, not looking the least bit chagrined.
All right. We'll show you spindly creatures what dwarven craftsmanship is worth. Now, was there anything else, or can we get to it? Looks like I have a bit of work ahead of me.
I grinned. What an unapologetic ass. There was one other thing. I believe you'll like this one. Let's call it a custom order. He rubbed his large hands together.
Ah, tell me more.
I nodded to Gavin, who brought him the drawing I had made. It was a charcoal drawing on skin, made by Lore, who didn't quite get what I was aiming for, but he got the gist of it. This is a crossbow. 20 minutes later, I left the building again along with Gavin. The moment Teller realized what he was looking at, he became completely absorbed in the idea of the crossbows. He asked me a ton of questions for which I had no real answers, mostly around the materials to be used and their strength. I had been able to come up with some educated guesswork, but there was a lot to be discovered still. He got it, though. As soon as he realized how a crossbow worked and the effect a concerted volley could have, I helped, explaining with graphic examples. He was engrossed in the possibilities. The type I showed him was a simple cranked crossbow, mostly because that was the only type I was able to envision the workings for. I also told him about the other types I remembered: small pistol crossbows, repeating crossbows, and rifle crossbows. What really got to him, though, was the concept of the siege ballista. Apparently, the Dwarven were very fond of big. What a surprise. Kaveen had been quiet, though, saying about as much as the taciturn Quran. Or maybe she was a mute? Regardless, the moment we left the building, Kaveen honed in on me.
Are you really going to let that stand? That Teller defied your wishes and lied to you, and you do not even punish him?
I smiled at her. No, I won't. I'll tell you why, though. I looked fondly at her. I've had a lot of workers under me. Lots of different personalities. I love having people like you who are motivated by logic. People who think things through, weighing the arguments in favor and against, and coming to the conclusion that makes sense to you. She tossed her head, confusion clear on her face.
Are you saying Teller doesn't operate like that?
I snorted. Oh yeah, Teller is a common type where I used to be. Not the Dwergen, but the personality.
Personality? You mean his muscles, or his weapon?
I laughed. You're more right than you probably like. Guys like Teller get off on power. They want to be the best, the strongest, and the most virile, and they're going to challenge anybody who is going to make a run for the title. The cauldron scratched the clawed tip of her wing.
They'll challenge anybody, even if they're clearly stronger than them? That sounds suicidal.
Huh. Nah, he's just a moron. But since I'm clearly a contender, he's going to try my limits wherever he can. Right up until he figures out that I am going to call him on his bullshit and that I will stand by my limits. I wrinkle my nose. I may at some point actually have to punish him if he oversteps a line badly enough. However, I found that 9 times out of 10, people like him actually enjoy dealing with somebody who'll give them clear rules. She glanced up at me, clearly not convinced.
And the final 1 out of 10?
I frowned. That's when I'll either have to fire him or beat him up.